However, Han Li had no intention of battling an early body integration cultivator under these circumstances. He flapped his wings without any hesitation, and spiritual light flashed from his body as he shot forth through the air as an azure thread, accelerating to close to twice his original speed, thereby allowing him to match the speed of the streak of red light. In just the span of a few breaths, the two of them had disappeared into the distance. The humanoid figure within the streak of red light was naturally none other than the elderly man from the Jiaoqi race. Using the profound heaven-shifting disc, he was able to track down Han Li's location, but before he could get close to Han Li, the latter suddenly accelerated and fled at an alarming speed. The elderly man's heart jolted with shock upon seeing this, but his astonishment was then quickly replaced by elation. It appeared that the being that he was pursuing was quite powerful, so it was quite likely that he was carrying one of the items he was seeking. Thus, the elderly man was even more determined to hunt Han Li down. The two of them hurtled through the air like a pair of shooting stars, making no efforts to conceal themselves, and it only took them a short while to cover a distance of hundreds of kilometers. During this time, the streak of red light was still unable to chase down the azure thread, and the elderly man was truly becoming rather surprised. Even though he wasn't proficient in movement techniques, his spiritual sense had clearly just revealed to him that his target was only a 7th-tier upper race being. As such, it was quite incredible that he'd managed to avoid being chased down over such a vast distance. However, the elderly man was a fearsome body integration stage being, after all, so he naturally possessed a vast wealth of battle experience. As such, he abruptly stopped cold in his tracks before flipping a hand over expressionlessly to summon a purple talisman. He waved the talisman gently through the air, and a cloud of purple mist erupted, instantly permeating through an area with a radius of over 100 feet and completely concealing his body within. Han Li had been keeping an eye on his pursuer this entire time, and his brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. He also immediately stopped mid-flight before casting his gaze behind him with narrowed eyes. He was rather curious about just what his opponent was plotting. The purple cloud of mist tumbled and surged before suddenly vanishing, and the elderly man within it also disappeared without a trace. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he instantly released his spiritual sense to encompass an area with a radius of several tens of feet. However, the elderly man was still nowhere to be found, as if he'd truly completely disappeared. A grim expression appeared on Han Li's face, and he made a hand seal as blue light flashed through his eyes, activating his bright sight spirit eyes ability. However, even with his spirit eye ability, he was still unable to track down the elderly man. Han Li's heart truly sank this time. Body integration stage beings were extremely fearsome opponents, so losing sight of one in battle could prove to be lethal. With that in mind, Han Li immediately fled into the distance as an azure thread. He didn't know where his opponent was lurking, but staying in this place for too long would naturally be extremely dangerous for him. However, if his opponent gave chase, then Han Li was confident that he'd be forced to reveal himself. Thus, the azure thread hurtled through the air, covering a distance of over 1,000 feet in just a single flash and rapidly disappeared into the distance. As Han Li flew through the air, he continued to cast his gaze behind him while maintaining his spirit eye ability. Moments later, he finally discovered something and he raised an eyebrow in response to this discovery. Extremely deep within the ground several kilometers behind him, there was a purple humanoid figure traveling through the soil without any impediment. It was none other than the elderly man from the Jiaoqi race. He had unleashed some kind of ability that had allowed him to instantly burrow several hundred feet deep into the ground, and Han Li failed to notice him initially due to a split second of complacency. However, for the elderly man to remain so blurry and indistinct even in the face of Han Li's bright sight spirit eyes indicated that he was using quite an extraordinary concealment technique. Furthermore, not only had the elderly man managed to conceal himself underground, he was traveling even quicker through the soil than he was when flying in the air. Not only did the soil not impede him in the slightest, there were specks of yellow light constantly flying out from within the soil before injecting themselves into his body to further enhance his speed. Even though Han Li was already flying as quickly as he could, the elderly man was still slowly gaining on him. Han Li was rather surprised by this discovery, but he showed no sign of stopping or slowing down. Meanwhile, the elderly man that was surging through the soil was growing rather frustrated. He had thought that his disappearance would strike panic into Han Li's heart, and even if he decided to flee the scene he would gradually decelerate or even temporarily stop. However, Han Li had fled without any hesitation, and even after flying for so long, he still didn't slow down even in the slightest. That was quite surprising to the elderly man. He was very confident in his concealment abilities. So in his mind, There was no way that a being with a cultivation base far inferior to his would be able to see through him with their spiritual sense. The only exception would be if said being possessed some kind of spirit eye ability, but the probability of that was so low that it was virtually negligible. Seeing as Hanli hadn't fallen for his ploy, the elderly man could only continue to give chase using his earth movement technique. However, he could naturally also see that he was traveling slightly faster than Hanli using this movement technique, so he naturally wasn't going to give up in his chase. Thus, the two of them traveled for thousands of kilometers without pause. Hanli could see the purple humanoid figure drawing closer and closer to him underground, and his expression gradually darkened as he began to inspect his surroundings. All of a sudden, a pair of tall mountains positioned alongside one another appeared up ahead. Both of the mountains were quite lush and steep, and there was a dense forest in between the two of them. Hanli's heart stirred upon seeing this before he cast a glance downward with blue light flashing through his eyes. At this point, the purple figure was only just over 1,000 feet away from him and was on the cusp of chasing him down. Thus, Hanli took a deep breath before suddenly changing directions and flying toward that forest. The azure thread flashed through the air before plunging into the forest, following which Hanli reappeared. Immediately thereafter, he rustled a sleeve and several tens of small swords shot forth from within. He made a hand seal and all of the small swords plunged into the ground as azure threads. Countless azure threads then flashed through the air, and the surrounding trees were all felled in an instant. Thus, an area with a radius of several thousand feet had opened up in the blink of an eye. After doing all that, Hanli swayed before appearing atop a tree stump that was several tens of feet tall, then pointed a finger up ahead in an expressionless manner. Immediately thereafter, the azure light faded, and all of the azure threads concealed themselves into empty space. Hanli then made a hand seal, and a loud thunderclap rang out as countless thin arcs of golden lightning erupted from his body, forming a golden and silver lightning robe. Following a surge of black chi, a suit of black baleful armor also appeared beneath his robes. After doing all that, Hanli opened his mouth to produce a small translucent shield, which began to rapidly rotate around him. Having made all of his preparations, Hanli simply clasped his hands behind his back and looked up into the sky in a completely stationary manner. In the soil deep beneath Hanli, the elderly man was appraising Hanli's every move with a vicious look in his eyes. He had finally chased down Hanli, but instead of pouncing right away, he wasn't in a hurry to strike. However, the elderly man didn't have much patience for an opponent with such a significantly inferior cultivation base either. He swept his spiritual sense through the surrounding area to confirm that there were no other beings or traps nearby, following which a sinister look appeared on his face, and he abruptly disappeared from within the soil. In the next instant, an earth-shattering boom erupted, and the tree stump that Hanli was standing on exploded as a pair of massive crimson hands shot forth from the soil down below in an attempt to grab at his legs. However, Hanli seemed to have already anticipated this attack, and his body blurred without any premonition before he abruptly appeared over 100 feet away in a flash. A cold harumph rang out, and Hanli had only just reappeared when red light flashed before him, and the elderly man also revealed himself. A ferocious light flashed through his eyes as he raised both arms up into the air in unison. Two crimson fist projections instantly appeared before hurtling toward Hanli, sending a scorching heat wave surging toward him. This high-grade Jiao Qi being was also a simultaneous cultivator. A hint of surprise flashed through Hanli's eyes as he reached out with an inky black hand, pressing downward from above. A small black shadow flew forth from his palm in a flash, then transformed into a small mountain that was several tens of feet tall before descending in a soundless manner, heading directly toward the red fist projections. The elderly man's lips twitched upon seeing this, and instead of changing his attack, a derisive sneer appeared on his face. He was fully aware of just how powerful those fist projections were, and that was something that Hanli would only come to realize in the instant before his death. With that in mind, the elderly man activated his cultivation arts to an even greater extent, and the pair of fist projections instantly swelled to around twice their original size, making them comparable in size to human heads. Furthermore, the crimson light emanating from the surface of the fist projections also became extremely bright, illuminating the nearby air in a piercing red hue, and the scorching temperatures radiating from them was making the surrounding air completely twist and warp. He was planning to use this pair of fist projections to shatter the divine essence-fused mountain. A peculiar look appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this. Right at this moment, the fist projection and the underside of the small black mountain clashed in a completely soundless manner. The projections and the mountain tremored in unison before becoming completely motionless, as if they'd been captured in a stationary snapshot in time. However, a halo of gray and red light then appeared between the two before proliferating outward in all directions at an alarming rate. Han Li felt his eardrums tremor as a doomsday-like burst of rumbling rang out. The tree stumps down below were all instantly reduced to sawdust upon making contact with this halo of light, and the earth tremored violently as a huge crater with a radius of several hundred feet and a depth of around 10 feet was blasted into the ground. Han Li's heart jolted with shock as he hurriedly cast his gaze downward with blue light flashing through his eyes. There, the divine essence-fused mountain remained completely motionless, but the pair of fist projections beneath it had been eradicated. A pair of mundane-looking human hands were currently resisting the small mountain with all their might, preventing it from crashing directly downward. The owner of that pair of hands was none other than the elderly man. At this moment, his arms were slightly bent, and his face was flushed in an unhealthy manner, but he truly had managed to keep the divine essence-fused mountain at bay with just his hands and his immense strength. Han Li was rather surprised to see this, but his body immediately swayed, following which he abruptly appeared on the summit of the small mountain before tapping it with the tips of his toes. Gray light immediately began to surge around the small black mountain, and it swelled drastically to 3,000 feet in size. The elderly man had been able to just barely hoist up the small mountain in its former state, and his expression changed drastically in the face of this sudden development. His feet began to sink into the ground and soon he had been buried up to his calves. This was an indication that the elderly man's strength alone wasn't enough to keep the mountain at bay, thereby forcing him to transfer some of the force into the ground beneath his feet. Han Li looked on expressionlessly as he stomped down onto the small mountain again. The divine essence-fused mountain was extraordinarily heavy to begin with, and with Han Li's assistance, the black mountain was able to crash down once again, completely crushing the elderly man beneath it amid a rumbling boom. However, Han Li only became warier upon seeing this. He was certainly not going to be deluded into thinking that a body integration stage being would be so easy to kill. Thus, he made a hand seal with one hand while his other pristine white palm pressed down toward the black mountain. Gray light flashed over the surface of the mountain, and it continued to expand at a dramatic rate. At the same time, a burst of 5 colored flames also surged forth from his fingers before spreading over the ground at the foot of the mountain. A layer of 5 colored ice was instantly formed, transforming the ground down below in a radius of several hundred feet into a frosty glacial land. At this point, the black mountain had already swelled to over 10,000 feet tall, making it comparable to a real mountain. Even so, Han Li still showed no signs of stopping. Spiritual light flashed from his body, and he shot forth toward one side as a streak of azure light before abruptly disappearing into thin air. Immediately thereafter, a burst of low buzzing suddenly rang out in the air around the black mountain. A series of small azure swords emerged before transforming into palm-sized azure lotus flowers amid a flash of azure light. These lotus flowers rotated on the spot, and countless lotus flower projections surfaced around them before gradually taking on a more substantial form. All of a sudden, lotus flowers had concealed the entire sky, and they formed a massive barrier of light to completely ensnare the elderly man within. Han Li had taken advantage of this brilliant opportunity to activate his Spring Dawn Sword formation. Right at this moment, a roar of fury erupted from beneath the mountain, following which a string of incantation chants rang out. Wisps of crimson light suddenly surfaced in the surrounding air. In the beginning there were only around a dozen or so of these wisps of light, but as the incantations were recited more quickly, more and more wisps of red light began to appear. Moments later, virtually the entire sky had been stained red by the crimson light. At the same time, the temperatures in the surrounding area became extraordinarily high, hot enough to instantly reduce a mortal into human jerky. At this moment, the incantations ceased, and the wisps of crimson light all surged into the layer of 5-colored ice on the ground in a flash. Immediately thereafter, rumbling booms akin to loud thunderclaps rang out from underground. Moments later, pillars of crimson light that were each as thick as a large bowl broke through the layer of ice. The pillars of light only flashed a few times, and the layer of ice rapidly melted into nothingness. The nearby ground was also instantly dissolved into a crimson liquid by the red light. In just the span of a few breaths, a vast stretch of ground had been transformed into a massive lava pit. The black mountain slowly descended into the bubbling lava, and it didn't take long for most of the mountain to be completely submerged. As expected, it looks like this won't be enough to kill you. Han Li's indifferent voice abruptly rang out from all directions. Immediately thereafter, the black mountain shrank dramatically within the lava pit, reducing itself down to around a foot in size before surging back as a streak of white light. However, after it had traveled several tens of feet away from the lava, the elderly man's cold voice suddenly rang out. "I just so happen to be missing an ornamental treasure in my cave abode. This one's not bad." As soon as his voice trailed off, a massive wave of lava over 100 feet tall erupted from the lava pit down below. Immediately thereafter, red light flashed, and the lava transformed into a massive crimson hand that caught the small black mountain in its grasp. Red light flashed from the huge hand as it attempted to drag the mountain back into the lava. However, even though Hanli had already withdrawn most of the divine essence-fused mountain's power, its extraordinary weight was not something that could be easily moved by the massive hand. Thus, the black mountain managed to hold its position in mid-air, even as the giant lava hand continued to exert pulling force toward it. However, at the same time, it was unable to fly toward the nearby azure light barrier as Hanli had intended. At this moment, Hanli let loose a cold harumph, and spatial fluctuations erupted around the massive crimson hand, immediately following which countless azure threads appeared out of thin air. The azure threads flashed around the massive hand like lightning, instantly slicing its fingers into countless segments. Thus, the miniature black mountain was freed, and it flew away as a streak of azure light again before disappearing into the azure light barrier after just a few flashes. The azure threads also abruptly disappeared as if they had never even appeared in the first place. "You certainly do have some tricks up your sleeve. No wonder you have the courage to face me in direct battle." The elderly man didn't seem to have been irked by this development, but his voice was quite heavy and grim. Almost at the exact same moment, the lava down below parted, and the elderly man slowly emerged from within. His body was flashing with red light, and he only stopped after rising up over 100 feet into the air. He wore a cautious look on his face as he swept his gaze around him. "This is a sword formation." The elderly man's expression changed as he instantly identified the situation that he was in. However, in the instant that the elderly man revealed himself, the azure lotus flowers around him began to shimmer with brilliant light, following which countless lotus petals shot forth. As these flower petals flew through the air, they instantly transformed into azure blades of wind that surged toward the elderly man from all directions. The elderly man's expression darkened, and the red light emanating from his body abruptly swelled to form a crimson light barrier that shielded himself within. A string of spluttering sounds rang out as the blades of wind disappeared into the red light like moths diving into a flame. However, in the next instant, they were all reduced to balls of fire that incinerated them into nothingness. This high-grade Jiao Qi being's fire attribute cultivation arts were clearly extremely powerful to be able to ignite and incinerate even attacks manifested from wind. However, seeing as the elderly man had already been trapped in his sword formation, that was certainly not going to be the extent of the attacks that Hanli had prepared for him. In the instant that the blades of wind were proven to be ineffective, brilliant azure light flashed high up in the air above, following which a series of massive azure logs that were as thick as a water tank came crashing down from above. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the logs were extremely dense and seemingly immensely heavy. However, the elderly man merely gave a cold chuckle as he swept a sleeve upward, sending the red light around his body hurtling toward the oncoming logs. After coming into contact with the red light, the massive azure logs were all quickly reduced to plumes of smoke and ashes. "Save your energy, brat. If your sword formation were of some other attribute, perhaps you'd be able to cause some trouble for me, but pure wood attribute sword formations are completely ineffective against me. I can destroy this formation with ease." The elderly man suddenly let loose a loud cry as he abruptly made a hand seal. The red light around his body swayed, and pillars of crimson light suddenly shot forth in all directions, striking the azure light barrier in a flash. A scorching aura immediately permeated throughout the entire space that was enshrouded under the barrier of light. A triumphant look appeared on the elderly man's face. In his mind, his powerful fire attribute cultivation arts would be able to destroy this wood attribute sword formation with ease. After that, he could press his cultivation base advantage to kill this unexpectedly troublesome opponent. A string of dull thumps rang out, and just as the elderly man had expected, massive holes were punctured into the light barrier with ease. Just as the azure lotus flowers around him were about to dissipate, his surroundings suddenly blurred, and the azure lotus flowers abruptly disappeared along with the light barrier. In the next instant, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place with massive trees that were several hundred feet tall all around him. An illusionary technique. Despite the elderly man's vast reserves of battle experience, he was truly astonished on this occasion. Illusionary techniques weren't all that uncommon in other formations and restrictions, but they were very rare in sword formations, which predominantly pursued maximal destructive power. At the very least, this was the first time that the elderly man had seen a sword formation with an accompanying illusionary technique. However, the elderly man quickly recomposed himself before making a hand seal, upon which red light flashed from his body, and a pillar of crimson flames rose directly up into the air. He then opened his mouth to expel a white talisman, and the talisman disappeared in a flash before forming a gust of white gale force winds that disappeared into the pillar of flames. Having been fanned by the fierce winds, the pillar of fire that was only around 10 feet in thickness originally rapidly swelled to over 100 feet thick, creating a very formidable sight to behold. The elderly man was situated at the very center of the pillar of flames, and he suddenly sat down with his legs crossed. At the same time, red light flashed above his head, and a massive projection of a sinister-looking beast that was entirely covered in crimson scales appeared. In the instant that the projection appeared, all of the world's origin chi in the nearby area was drawn to the elderly man at once. Possessed balls of five-colored light began to surface from the mountains, forests, and plants within a radius of several tens of kilometers. All of them surged toward the sword formation in a frenzy, as if they had been summoned there by something. Countless specks of light came raining down from above, only to be instantly kept out by the streaks of azure sword chi that erupted from the sword formation. These specks of light exploded as they clashed with the sword chi to form clouds of five-colored mist, but there were simply far too many specks of light to contend with. Within moments, the mist that resulted from the explosion of these specks of light had become as viscous as liquid, thereby significantly slowing down the streaks of sword chi and making them a lot more sluggish. Almost at the exact same moment, the elderly man unleashed a massive pillar of fire that also began to wreak havoc within the sword formation. The countless massive logs raining down from above were reduced to smoke and ashes without being able to offer up any resistance. These logs were only projections, but they had manifested from the pure wood attribute spiritual power within the flying swords. Regardless of whether these logs were real or not, there was no way that they'd be able to withstand such fierce fire attribute attacks. All of a sudden, the surroundings blurred around the elderly man, and he reappeared in the real world. Han Li was hidden within the sword formation, and his heart sank slightly upon seeing this. As expected of a body integration stage being, even when trapped within a sword formation, he was still able to draw upon so much of the world's origin chi to exert pressure on the sword formation. However, this was also due to the large disparity between their cultivation bases. Otherwise, if Han Li were also at the body integration stage, he would have been able to easily scatter the world's origin chi gathered toward the sword formation. After all, it was far easier to scatter the world's origin chi than to summon it. This was also why beings above the spatial tempering stage very rarely drew upon the world's origin chi to directly attack their opponents. Even if they were to attempt that, it would be quite an arduous process, and if the opponent were of a similar cultivation base, they could easily wrest control over some of the world's origin chi that had been summoned. Thus, the only scenarios during which the world's origin chi would be summoned during battle would be if someone wanted to unleash some kind of powerful ability, or they'd run out of magic power, thereby forcing them to explore alternative power sources. Under such circumstances, it would be best to have a helper who could unleash an ability or had mastered a certain cultivation art that could allow them to summon the world's origin chi. That would make the world's origin chi more difficult for others to plunder. However, this was, overall, an extremely inefficient and risky course of action to be taken during battle, and the elderly man was only able to do so with such reckless abandon due to the fact that Han Li's cultivation base was far inferior to his. Thus, Han Li was naturally quite frustrated by this development. However, Qin Yuanzi had been able to combat body integration stage beings at just the spatial tempering stage, so he'd naturally prepared a countermeasure against attacks from the world's origin chi. Han Li exhaled as he rapidly flicked his 10 fingers through the air, sending one incantation seal after another surging into the sword formation in a frenzy. Due to the compression from the world's origin chi from the outside and the pillar of flames from the inside, the azure light barrier was flashing erratically, and the streaks of sword chi that were embroiled within the dense five-colored mist also disappeared in unison. Immediately thereafter, the barrier of light swelled and shrank, following which the azure lotus flowers within suddenly spread their petals before rotating on the spot in a frenzy. One shimmering azure vortex after another surfaced on the light barrier in the blink of an eye. The viscous mist of the world's origin chi was sucked into these vortexes at a rapid rate, and around a tenth of it was absorbed by the sword formation in the blink of an eye. Thus, the wavering sword formation instantly became very stable again. The elderly man within the sword formation was manipulating the pillar of flames to wreak havoc within the formation, and he naturally immediately sensed what was happening to the world's origin chi outside. His heart jolted with shock, clearly not having expected this sword formation to possess such a profound ability. If things were to continue like this, the world's origin chi that he'd gathered would only be working to fortify the sword formation. In a fit of shock and rage, the elderly man immediately let loose a loud cry, and the sword formation began to tremor as all of the world's origin chi gathered outside was dispersed by gusts of fierce winds amid a string of rumbling booms. Even so, with the world's origin chi that the sword formation had already absorbed, it had become far more robust and stable than before. Thus, the world's origin chi that he'd summoned had presented itself to his opponent on a silver platter. If word of this were to spread, he's become the laughingstock of all of his brethren. At the height of his fury, the elderly man chuckled coldly as he laid a hand onto the top of his own head. Immediately thereafter, a streak of light shot forth from his head before forming a massive projection with a set of blurry facial features. Before Han Li had a chance to glean the true appearance of the projection, it surged toward the elderly man before disappearing into his body. The elderly man instantly threw his head back and let loose a long cry while his face took on a sinister and menacing appearance. His body also swelled to 60 to 70 feet tall, and the small red horn on his glabella had elongated to around half a foot in length, which crimson scales surfaced all over his body. In the blink of an eye, the elderly man had become a fearsome devilish creature. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he flipped both of his hands over at once. In one hand, a faint golden flag appeared, over which a cloud of fiery mist was swirling incessantly. Meanwhile, a strange blue pouch appeared in his other hand. Both of them were tossed into the air without any hesitation, following which the elderly man began to chant something in a language that was completely foreign to Han Li. The flag waved itself through the air, and bursts of faint golden flames erupted from it. At the same time, the pouch bulged before expelling a burst of blue winds. Simultaneously, the elderly man opened his mouth to blast forth a fiery cloud that was as crimson as blood. The three then combined with the pillar of flames that was wreaking havoc within the sword formation. Red, blue and golden light intertwined in an instant before forming a three-colored pillar of light. An earth-shattering boom erupted within the sword formation, and Han Li knew that he couldn't stand by idly any longer. As such, he activated one powerful illusionary technique after another within the Spring Dawn sword formation, but everything that was manifested as part of those illusions were instantly destroyed by the three-colored pillar of light. The Spring Dawn sword formation was completely unable to withstand such an assault, and the azure light barrier immediately began to flash erratically once again. Han Li drew a sharp breath upon seeing this. Half of his astonishment naturally arose from the immense power of the three-colored pillar of light, but the other half could be attributed to the blue pouch that the elderly man had produced following his transformation. That treasure was extremely familiar to him. It seemed to be a spirit treasure known as the Chaotic Heavenly Pouch, and it was listed on the Chaotic Myriad Spirit Roll. This spirit treasure was only a mid-range treasure among those on the Chaotic Myriad Spirit Roll, but it possessed a few incredible abilities that other treasures didn't possess, thereby earning it quite a reputation. Many years ago, the treasure had once belonged to a powerful being from the human race. However, that human later perished under unforeseen circumstances, and the spirit treasure disappeared as a result. In order to recover the treasure, many high-grade cultivators had searched through the human and demon territories, all to no avail, so how had it ended up in the hands of a Jiao Qi being on the Thunder Continent? This treasure was most definitely bad news for Han Li, and his mind raced for a way to counteract it. All of a sudden, a slightly bewildered look appeared on his face. According to the legends, the Chaotic Heavenly Pouch definitely possessed far more powerful abilities than what was being displayed within the sword formation. Could it be that this was only a replica? Or perhaps he'd wrongly identified it when it was actually some other kind of similar treasure. Han Li was unable to verify which notion was correct, but this was not something that he could carefully ponder under his present circumstances. The sword formation was about to fall, and Han Li's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed through them. The legends about Qin Yuanzi using this sword formation to combat body integration stage beings were most likely true, but this was likely due to the fact that Qin Yuanzi had also mastered the final few layers of the Azure Essence sword art, thereby allowing him to unleash the full power of the sword formation. He also had a set of refined Azure Bamboo Cloud's warm swords, but the cultivation arts he was using weren't prepared for this sword formation, so he was unable to unleash the trump card abilities that the sword formation possessed. This was why the sword formation appeared to be so inept in the face of the elderly man's attacks. However, after absorbing so much of the world's origin chi, there seemed to be a type of powerful ability that Han Li could just barely unleash with the sword formation. Han Li's eyes flashed as a thought occurred to him. This ability was indeed very powerful, but regardless of whether it proved to be effective or not, the sword formation itself would most likely instantly crumble following the event. However, Han Li had no choice but to give it a try under such circumstances. If the ability did indeed prove to be ineffective, then he'd have to use his 12 awakening transformations to engage his opponent in battle. In a worst-case scenario, he still had several types of talismans and his gold-devouring beetles as trump cards. Thus, Han Li remained quite calm throughout this battle against this early body integration stage being. In the next instant, Han Li began to chant something, and an incredible scene ensued within the sword formation. The azure light barrier in the air above suddenly blurred, following which a vine-like plant emerged before plunging into the light barrier. When it first appeared, it was only several inches in size, but it grew at a rapid rate that was discernible to the naked eye, swelling to several tens of feet in length in mere moments. The vine then immediately began to flower and bear fruit, forming a small green gourd right before the elderly man's astonished eyes. The gourd was only around the size of a human hand, and appeared to be completely mundane. However, in the next instant, the azure lotus flowers within the light barrier tremored in unison, and countless inch-long sword projections shot forth before disappearing into the gourd. Immediately thereafter, an azure sword insignia appeared on the surface of the gourd. The insignia was barely visible initially, but as vast amounts of five-colored light injected itself into the gourd along the vine, the insignia suddenly became extremely clear and began flashing with five-colored light. The elderly man didn't know what kind of ability this was, but he was naturally quite unsettled by the scenes unfolding before his eyes. Thus, he instantly made a grabbing motion toward the gourd, and the pillar of three-colored light within the sword formation transformed into a massive three-colored hand before flying toward the gourd with devastating might. If the gourd were indeed only an ordinary gourd, then the fearsome three-colored hand wouldn't even have to come into contact with it before the entire vine would be reduced to nothingness. Right in this instant, Han Li suddenly uttered the word, slash, in an indifferent manner from his vantage point in the air above. The gourd rotated on the spot as light surged around it, following which a sword of light that was around a foot in length shot forth in a flash. The sword was flashing erratically with five-colored spiritual light, and runes of different sizes were hovering around it. In the instant that the light sword was blasted forth, both the gourd and the vine dissipated into specks of spiritual light. Meanwhile, the light sword swelled to around 10 feet in size in the blink of an eye, then slashed soundlessly toward the oncoming three-colored hand, seemingly in a completely harmless manner. However, the three-colored hand was suddenly split in half without any premonition, then exploded amid a resounding boom. The giant sword then slowly changed directions and aimed itself at the elderly man, instantly drawing an alarmed expression onto his face. For some reason, a sense of peril welled up in the elderly man's spiritual sense at the sight of the seemingly ordinary five-colored light sword. He immediately opened his mouth to expel a shimmering red flying sword without any hesitation. The sword was around 3 feet in length, and it was as glittering and translucent as if it had been forged from crystal. The flying sword flashed through the air as a streak of azure light, hurtling directly toward that unsettling five-colored light sword. A cold harumph rang out in the air above, and the five-colored sword abruptly slashed through the air again. The streak of crimson light instantly shuddered before reverting back to its original form as a flying sword, then plummeting directly downward. The sword had shrunk down to only several inches in length, but a sizable chink had appeared on its blade. Even though it hadn't been sliced in half by the light sword, it had clearly been severely damaged. In the instant that the flying sword was damaged, the elderly man's face paled slightly, indicating that he'd also sustained internal injuries as a result. However, after unleashing 2 attacks, the dazzling light emanating from the five-colored light sword had dimmed significantly, and many of the runes hovering around it had also vanished. A sinister look appeared on the elderly man's face. He let loose a long cry. The three-colored light that had just been sliced apart surged toward his body before forming a suit of antiquated three-colored armor. The suit of armor didn't appear to be of a wooden or metallic material, and it covered his entire body from head to toe, leaving only a pair of holes for his eyes. From a distance, it appeared that he had transformed into an armored giant. Immediately thereafter, the elderly man raised both arms into the air, and three-colored light flashed as an antiquated giant sword appeared in his hand. The elderly man clenched both hands around the hilt of the sword before positioning it in front of his body, and an astonishing burst of baleful chi instantly erupted into the heavens. At the same time, the blue pouch and golden flag descended from above, revolving around the elderly man as a streak of blue light and a streak of golden light, respectively. Han Li's eyelids twitched involuntarily as he looked on from his hiding spot within the light barrier. Only after borrowing the world's origin chi that had been absorbed by the sword formation was he able to just barely unleash that ability, which had been named as the origin chi sword gourd by Qing Yuanzi. The ability manifested a gourd and used the sword chi from the 72 azure bamboo clouds warm swords as a seed, then drew upon the world's origin chi to nurture a devastatingly powerful origin chi sword. The ability was extremely powerful, but it also required an astonishing amount of the world's origin chi to be unleashed. The two slashes that had just been unleashed had already expended close to half of the world's origin chi that had been absorbed by the sword formation. However, if the elderly man were led to believe that this was the extent of the origin chi sword's powers, then he was in for a nasty surprise. The power unleashed by the origin chi sword was completely dependent on how much of the world's origin chi was injected into the attack. Han Li was preparing to exhaust all of its remaining world's origin chi in the next attack. With that in mind, a cold smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he abruptly made a hand seal to spur the sword formation into action. Spiritual light instantly flashed from the azure light barrier, and the azure lotus flowers rotated on the spot before transforming into pillars of light that surged toward the giant light sword up above. Azure light flashed all over the entire heavens, and the azure light barrier thinned rapidly before completely vanishing. In the blink of an eye, only the 72 small azure swords remained hovering in mid-air, and all of them had turned rather dull and lusterless. Without the sword formation as camouflage, Han Li had also appeared high up in the air above. After absorbing so much power, the light sword had swelled to around twice its original size, and the details of the sword had become far clearer than before. Even though it was still a 5-colored sword, the azure color was clearly far more pronounced than the other 4 colors. Slash. Han Li pointed a finger down at the elderly man as he issued a cold instruction. The giant light sword slowly rose up into the air before crashing down from above. The armored elderly man also let loose a loud cry at the same time, and he slashed his antiquated giant sword through the air in retaliation. A thin thread of crystalline light and the thick streak of 3-colored sword chi approached one another amid an ear-splitting screech, but everything abruptly fell silent in the instant that the two came into contact with one another. Immediately thereafter, the crystalline light flashed past the 3-colored sword chi, and the latter vanished following a dull thump. The elderly man immediately raised his giant sword to defend himself upon seeing this. A crisp clang rang out, and the elderly man remained completely motionless. However, in the next instant, a burst of azure light suddenly flashed from the giant sword, following which half of it silently crashed downward. After the giant sword had been sliced in half, the small golden flag appeared. The flag shuddered before radiating a ball of piercing golden light, then also plummeted from the sky above in 2 halves. Meanwhile, the chaotic heavenly pouch remained completely unscathed. The armor-clad elderly man looked up into the sky in an expressionless manner. The 3-colored suit of armor he was wearing was also completely unscathed, with not even a single scratch to be seen on its surface. Han Li's pupils abruptly contracted upon seeing this, and he also looked back at his opponent with a cold expression. At the same time, an item fell soundlessly into his hand, which was hidden up his sleeve. Does this attack have a name? The elderly man's voice rang out from within the suit of armor, and the question caught Han Li off guard a little. Of course. I'm sure taking on my origin chi sword wasn't a pleasant experience for you, Han Li replied as a peculiar look appeared on his face. Humph, it was indeed quite powerful, even I was unable to completely withstand it, the elderly man harumphed coldly. As soon as his voice trailed off, a thin azure line suddenly appeared on his suit of armor. Immediately thereafter, an incision that was as smooth as a mirror's surface appeared on the seamless suit of armor, and that section of the armor crashed heavily onto the ground. Alongside the severed section of the suit of armor, one of the elderly man's huge arms had also been dismembered, and the overpowering odor of blood wafted through the air from his shoulder. However, the elderly man merely glanced at his severed arm, and it flew back of its own accord before reattaching itself to his shoulder amid a flash of white light. Immediately thereafter, he circulated his magic power within his body and made a hand seal, following which the dazzling red light appeared once again, instantly elevating the surrounding temperatures by an astonishing degree. Han Li looked down at his opponent through narrowed eyes, and he didn't attack right away. Instead, a derisive sneer appeared on his face as he scoffed. Do you really think it's that easy to recover from a wound inflicted by my origin chi sword? What are you trying to say? The elderly man's heart jolted with shock as he cast his gaze toward his wounded arm again, upon which a dark expression instantly appeared on his face. Blood was gushing down his reattached arm again, even though he was sure that it had been completely healed just a moment ago. As soon as you try to use your magic power, the wound will open up again. That's the true horror of the origin chi sword. Would you like to fight me without any magic power from here onward, or keep fighting me until your blood runs dry? Han Li chuckled as he abruptly swept a sleeve through the air. A loud buzzing sound instantly erupted as several tens of golden flowers flew forth from his sleeve. As soon as they emerged from his sleeve, they immediately turned into massive sinister-looking beetles that were around half a foot in size each. The elderly man had been extremely shocked and enraged by Han Li's words, but he managed to maintain an expressionless facade. However, that facade instantly crumbled at the sight of the golden beetles. Gold-devouring beetles. You have mature gold-devouring beetles? A hint of fear appeared in the elderly man's eyes for the very first time. However, Han Li didn't even bother to give a reply as he made a hand seal, following which all of the gold-devouring beetles rapidly surged toward the elderly man. In the same instant, brilliant golden light erupted from his body as golden scales surfaced over his skin. Black light then flashed from his glabella, and an inky black demonic eye was revealed. At the same time, a golden halo abruptly appeared behind him, and the Provenance True Devil projection appeared within the halo. A loud thunderclap erupted from his body, and countless arcs of golden lightning appeared, following which he flipped a hand over, and the divine essence-fused mountain emerged again amid a flash of gray light. Meanwhile, he waved a hand toward the azure bamboo cloud's warm swords in the surrounding area, and all of them converged to form a giant azure sword that was around 10 feet in length, which then landed in his grasp. After doing all that, Han Li stepped forward with a cold expression on his face, covering a distance of over 100 feet with a single step as he strode directly toward the elderly man down below. The elderly man's expression darkened significantly upon seeing this. He looked down at his arm, which had ceased bleeding again after he'd unleashed a regenerative ability, then glanced at the several tens of massive golden beetles that were flying toward him. In the end, he gritted his teeth and suddenly opened his mouth to produce a purple talisman. The talisman exploded with a dull thump, and a cloud of purple mist permeated through the air before completely obscuring the elderly man's body within. Han Li faltered in midair upon witnessing this familiar scene, and his brows furrowed slightly. However, the gold-devouring beetles continued onward with single-minded ferocity, and they were submerged into the purple mist in the blink of an eye. Han Li immediately swept a sleeve toward the purple mist, dispersing it with a gust of fierce white winds, but sure enough, there was no longer anything within the mist. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he rapidly swept his gaze toward the ground down below, and he suddenly let loose a clear cry. Moments later, golden light flashed from the ground, and several tens of gold-devouring beetles emerged from the soil before disappearing up his sleeve. Even though he'd only used the beetles for a short while, Han Li could sense that close to half of his spiritual sense had been expended. Thankfully, his spiritual sense had become far more powerful after progressing to the spatial tempering stage. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have dared to release so many gold-devouring beetles at once. Through the use of his Spirit Eye ability, he was able to ascertain that the elderly man had already fled to close to 10 kilometers away as a purple shadow underground, seemingly having truly been frightened away by Han Li's powers. Han Li looked on at the fleeing purple shadow, and made no effort to give chase. Even if he wanted to chase down his opponent, the elderly man's earth movement technique granted him superior speed to Han Li anyway. Furthermore, Han Li was also aware of the fact that his opponent had essentially only been frightened away by a bluff. He had been struck by the origin chi sword, resulting in profuse bleeding whenever he tried to use his magic power, which was obviously quite unsettling. On top of that, the vastly renowned gold-devouring beetles coupled with his immense display of power further chipped away at his opponent's confidence in winning this battle, thereby leading to him fleeing the scene. In reality, if the elderly man were to use his movement techniques to stall for time, the effect of the origin chi sword would soon wear off, and Han Li wouldn't be able to continue using his gold-devouring beetles for much longer either. In that case, the winner of the battle would still be a mystery. This was why Han Li had decided against hunting down his fleeing opponent. Furthermore, even though he was quite far away from Green Light City already, Jiaoqi race reinforcements could still arrive at any moment. This was also why he'd unleashed that final Origin Qi sword strike even at the expense of his sword formation. Compared to the threat posed by the elderly man, he was more wary of Jiaoqi race reinforcements. The elderly man disappeared into the distance while Han Li stowed away his treasures without any hesitation, then also departed as an azure thread. However, he was naturally flying away in a different direction, and he also quickly disappeared from view. Thus, the forest that had been plunged into disarray became a peaceful place once again. However, only about 15 minutes later, spiritual light flashed in the sky, and 2 streaks of light rapidly hurtled forth from Greenlight City. After just a few flashes, they arrived in the air above the forest, following which the light receded to reveal a pair of humanoid figures. One of them was the elderly man who had just fled the scene, and he had reverted back to his original form. His companion was none other than the other body integration stage being among their ranks, the silver-robed middle-aged man. He really has already left. At that person's speed, he must be close to 100,000 kilometers away now, the elderly man said with a frustrated expression as he appraised the ruined forest down below. Of course he's already left, only an insane person would continue to remain here. He must already be too far away for the profound heaven-shifting disc to be effective. Besides, we've already used it once today, and we'll have to wait at least 3 days before we can use it again. I'm rather curious, just how was a mere spatial tempering stage being able to harm you, brother too? The middle-aged man asked in a contemplative manner as he looked down at the massive crater on the ground below. An awkward look appeared on the elderly man's face upon hearing this, but that was quickly replaced by a furious expression as he glanced at his own shoulder. I was too complacent and became trapped in that man's sword formation. The sword formation was extremely powerful and difficult to deal with. On top of that, he possessed a few other powerful abilities and treasures as well, so I had no choice but to retreat. Oh, by the way, he also possesses a few dozens of mature gold-devouring beetles. What? Gold-devouring beetles? The middle-aged had remained quite composed initially, but his expression changed drastically at the mention of these beetles. If it weren't for those beetles, I wouldn't have fled the battle, the elderly man said with a bitter and resentful expression. If he possesses a few dozens of those beetles, then even true holy race beings would be wary of this man in battle. In any case, he turned to his companion and then raised the question with an inquisitive look on his face. 5 or 6. The information he sent back to us wasn't very accurate either, the middle-aged man replied after a brief hesitation. 5 or 6, what a troublesome number. That means that man is carrying at least 2 jade boxes with him, the elderly man sighed. I'm afraid so. On top of that, he appears to be quite powerful, so Hongyin must have fallen by his hands. We can't allow him to get away with this. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he spoke in a cold voice. But he's completely disappeared now. How are we going to find him again? The elderly man asked. We obviously won't be able to do that on our own, but don't forget that most of the cities in this area are under our race's control. We can contact the closest few cities using our myriad distance talismans and request assistance from them to hunt down that man. The people deployed to search for him don't have to be very powerful either. All they have to do is startle him into showing himself, and we'll immediately get to him using a teleportation formation, the middle-aged man suggested. That's certainly worth a try. The elderly man didn't have high hopes for the proposed course of action, but he couldn't think of any better alternatives, so he still nodded in agreement in the end. Immediately thereafter, the elderly man rustled a sleeve, and a green rock tablet appeared in his hand. He then quickly inscribed something on the tablet with his finger, leaving lines of faint golden text on its surface. Moments later, the elderly man had finished writing his message, and he laid a hand over the tablet, upon which the lines of text instantly disappeared amid a flash of light. Let's return to the battle arc first. That myriad ancient being set up a self-detonating formation in the city, but our detection treasures managed to discover the formation, and someone has since disabled it. However, there are still many other things to be taken care of. We'll be busy for quite a while to come, the middle-aged man said with a faint smile. Looks like we have no choice. The elderly man naturally had no objections, and the two of them returned the way they'd come as 2 streaks of light, quickly disappearing into the distance. Han Li fled for around 500,000 kilometers, and only after he was sure that no Jiaoqi beings could possibly chase him down did he decelerate to his normal speed. After just a prolonged period of high-speed flight, even Han Li was feeling a little worse for wear. Thus, he swept a hand over his storage bracelet, and a pair of green stones immediately appeared in his grasp. These were 2 top-grade wood attribute spirit stones. Spirit stones of this caliber were quite rare, but in his current perilous situation, Hanli couldn't afford to be stingy, so he immediately began to absorb the spiritual power within the spirit stones as he held one in each hand. Thankfully, the surrounding area was extremely bleak and desolate. Hanli picked a mountain at random to descend onto, then sat with his legs crossed beneath a large yet extremely obscure tree to begin recovering his magic power. The Spring Dawn Sword formation was indeed extraordinarily powerful, but it also expended a huge amount of magic power to unleash. In particular, that final strike from the Origin Chi sword had been extremely draining. Thus, Hanli sat on the summit of the mountain beneath the large tree, and no one else passed through the area. After about half a day had passed, Hanli had recovered most of his magic power. He reopened his eyes with an elated expression on his face, and displayed no intention of staying here any longer. Thus, he stowed away the spirit stone and hurtled into the air as a streak of azure light again. After flying for over 1,000 feet, the streak of green light suddenly became very blurry and barely visible. Within the azure light, Hanli pulled out a jade slip. This was none other than the map of the surrounding area that Hanli had obtained from Qing Shao prior to teleporting to Greenlight Island. Even though the Flame Coral Islands had been out of contact with the Thunder Continent for thousands of years, most of the things on the map should have remained the same. Thus, Hanli's spiritual sense seeped into the jade slip as he began to search for a suitable route from here onward. He didn't know how much control the Jiaoqi race had over this area, but he definitely wasn't going to visit the few nearby cities. Instead, he was planning to skirt around all of these cities and head toward the largest city that belonged to the 13 heavenly cloud races in this area, Golden Armor City. It was said that this city was situated in an extremely important location, so not only was it the largest city that belonged to the 13 heavenly cloud races in this area, it was also guarded by a large number of elite forces from the 13 races. At the same time, there were also many high-grade beings defending the city. If he weren't mistaken, the Jiaoqi race was most likely planning to eradicate all of the nearby cities first before attacking Golden Armor City. With that in mind, Hanli looked up at the suns in the sky to recalibrate himself, then flew toward the direction that he'd decided on. As Hanli was intentionally trying to skirt around the nearby cities, he was choosing to fly over extremely barren and desolate areas, and during the first few days of his journey, he encountered no difficulties whatsoever. He only saw the occasional cultivator hurriedly passing through the area from afar, heading toward the few nearby cities. Hanli could only shake his head with a forlorn look upon seeing this, but made no effort to warn them against traveling to their destinations. All of these people had extremely low cultivation bases around the foundation establishment stage and core formation stage. In the face of the sudden attack that the Jiaoqi race had launched against the area, they naturally pinned their hopes on traveling to cities in order to escape the area using their teleportation formations or to seek protection from the high-grade beings in those cities. After flying on his own for over 10 days, Hanli finally encountered a group of armored Jiaoqi race warriors. There weren't all that many of them, only around a dozen or so, but each of them was riding a snowy white twin-headed falcon steed. The most powerful being among them was a nascent soul cultivator, while the others all possessed core formation stage cultivation bases. Hanli's heart immediately sank upon seeing these armored warriors. If he recalled correctly, there were no cities nearby, so why had these Jiaoqi beings appeared in such a secluded place? Hanli was quite bewildered by this development, but he wasn't very alarmed as these beings were nowhere near powerful enough to pose a threat to him anyway. However, even though he was capable of killing these armored warriors with ease, he concealed himself instead and only revealed himself again after they'd departed. He looked on at the group of armored warriors in the distance with a dark expression on his face before continuing on his way. However, after encountering the first group of Jiaoqi race armored warriors, he went on to encounter a second group, a third group, a fourth group. The regularity at which Hanli was encountering these groups was gradually on the rise. Their vast cultivation-based disparities ensured that Hanli could conceal himself from them with ease, but he was still struck by a sense of foreboding. Could it be that this entire area was under the control of the Jiaoqi race? Just as Hanli was starting to become alerted to his situation, the Jiaoqi race conquered a city that was several times larger than Greenlight City. Within the city, there were 3 high-grade Jiaoqi beings situated within a palace, conversing with one another about this matter. A red-haired woman and a thin and shriveled elderly man stood on either side of a golden chair in the hall, while a young woman who appeared to be in her 20s sat on the chair. The woman had a set of beautiful facial features, but there was a faint metallic silver hue to her skin. On top of that, she had a pair of purplish golden eyes, and if one were to look into those eyes, they'd be struck by a piercing pain in their own eyes. The woman had a small horn that was several inches long growing from her glabella, and it was glittering and translucent like an intricate artistic masterpiece. Both the elderly man and the red-haired woman were spatial tempering stage beings, yet they were appraising the young woman with extremely respectful expressions on their faces. "Has there still been no sign of him?" the young woman suddenly asked. Her voice was quite pleasing to the ear, but her expression was quite cold. "I'm afraid not, Lady Ian. Our scouts have yet to return with any useful information. Perhaps he found an obscure location to hide in? In that case, it would be quite difficult to find him," the elderly man replied in a respectful manner. "It's very unlikely that he's hidden himself somewhere." Just as these thoughts were running through Han Li's mind, the surrounded foreign being up above glanced at the Jiao Qi beings around him before suddenly making a hand seal, and the two puppets finally sprang into action. The WRM-headed horse puppet abruptly spread open its wings, and they transformed into a pair of massive blades that shot forth through the air amid a flash of azure light. In the next instant, the azure light swept into the surrounding area, and a dozen or so giant falcons and armored warriors were instantly sliced in half. Meanwhile, the lion puppet opened all 7 of its mouths at once, and countless fireballs erupted from within, forming a sea of flames in the blink of an eye that inundated all of the enemies in another direction. The surrounding armored warriors were initially quite alarmed by this sudden development, but under the commands of the deity transformation stage leaders, all of them raised their blades and unleashed countless attacks toward the two puppets. At the same time, all of the giant falcons rose up into the air before pouncing toward the puppets. All of a sudden, explosive booms and sharp screeches rang out incessantly as an intense battle ensued. The result of the clash was much the same as Han Li had expected. As soon as the two spatial tempering stage puppets sprang into action, the armored warriors and giant falcons were completely no match. They were either sliced into several segments or plummeted from the sky amid howls of anguish with raging flames incinerating their bodies. However, the Jiao Qi beings seemed to have anticipated that this would happen in advance, so they weren't all that unsettled. Instead, many of the armored warriors suddenly patted something on their waists, and swathes of 5-colored light were sent surging toward the long-haired foreign being. Before they had even gotten close to the foreign being, the 5-colored light transformed into a series of large nets that hurtled toward him. It appeared that the Jiao Qi beings were trying to capture the foreign being alive. Han Li was quite surprised to see this. Right at this moment, the foreign being let loose a cold harumph before suddenly stomping down on the flying ark underfoot. The ark immediately flashed with yellow light, following which a dense yellow light barrier appeared. The foreign being then made a hand seal, and a layer of white lightning arcs instantly surfaced over the light barrier. As soon as those large nets descended, they were blasted into balls of spiritual light by the flashing arcs of lightning. Before the armored warriors had a chance to employ any other tactics, the long-haired foreign being flipped both of his hands over to summon a pair of shimmering golden treasures that resembled round shields, then tossed them up into the air. The two treasures shot forth amid a loud whistling sound, and all of the surrounding armored beings appraised the pair of treasures with alarm and wariness in their eyes. However, the two golden treasures merely circled around in the air before whizzing back to the foreign being, much to the bemusement of all of the surrounding Jiao Qi beings. Following a dull thump, the two shields crashed into the foreign being's body, upon which both of them began to emit a ball of piercing golden light. Immediately thereafter, the foreign being completely disappeared, but a large golden ball with a diameter of around 10 feet had appeared in his place. The ball was shimmering with golden light, looking as if it had been constructed from pure gold. Furthermore, there were all types of runes carved all over its surface, striking the onlooker with a sense of mystery and intrigue. A string of peculiar screeching sounds rang out from the golden ball, following which countless sharp blades that were each around a foot in length appeared all over its surface. The ball then hurtled into the crowd, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. The sharp blades on the surface of the golden ball didn't look to be anything special, but all of the armored warriors that came into contact with them were sliced into several pieces without being able to offer up any resistance. All of the attacks that were launched toward the golden ball were also repelled by its high rotational speed. In the blink of an eye, the golden ball had joined the horse puppet as they flew toward the same direction together. As for the 7-headed lion puppet, it was following close behind them with fireballs continuing to surge relentlessly out of its mouths. Most of the fireballs were aimed up at the giant falcons that were flying at higher altitudes, thereby preventing them from attempting to swoop down from above. the three combined to form a lethal trio. Close to 100 armored warriors and giant falcons were slain in an instant, and the trio was just about to escape. All of a sudden, one of the deity transformation stage Jiao Qi beings let loose a loud cry, and the armored warriors around the foreign being and his puppets suddenly backed away, retreating in all directions. Large blades of wind came hurtling down from above, and as they struck the golden ball, the golden light emanating from its surface tremored, and its rotational speed was hampered drastically. Thus, the foreign being was surrounded again, and he was in a far worse situation than before. To further compound his woes, the horse puppet also ceased to function for some reason a short while later, and it was also captured by the Jiao Qi beings. Thus, the golden ball was the only target left, and despite its astonishing defensive prowess, it was struggling to hold on in the face of all of the attacks being thrown at it. Han Li heaved a faint sigh upon seeing this. The foreign being was able to manipulate these puppets that were far more powerful than himself and last so long against such a vast number of opponents, clearly indicating that he was no ordinary being. However, under the current circumstances, it appeared that it would only be a matter of time before he was captured. He didn't know why the Jiao Qi beings seemed to be intent on capturing the foreign being alive, but there was no need to expose himself and draw potential trouble. Thus, he turned away and prepared to leave. However, right at this moment, the foreign being's voice suddenly rang out from within the golden ball. "Senior, I am Jia Qinmu of the Myriad Ancient Race. If you can help me escape, I'm willing to reward you with a sentient puppet once we return to the Myriad Ancient Race." The foreign being hadn't employed any voice transmission techniques. Instead, he'd injected some of his spiritual power into his voice, making it clearly audible to everyone within a radius of several kilometers. Han Li initially faltered upon hearing this before being struck by the urge to cuss out loud. He didn't know how the foreign being had been able to detect his presence, but he definitely didn't have any good intentions by exposing him like this. As expected, one of the leaders of the Jiao Qi beings instantly waved a hand upon hearing this, and a few armored warriors as well as a dozen or so giant falcons were instantly deployed toward the small mountain where Han Li was hiding. These beings were somehow able to ascertain his rough location, but they were clearly unable to pinpoint exactly where he was, as evidenced by the fact that they were flying around the small mountain in a rather confused manner. Han Li's lips twitched, but he wasn't fearful of this development in the slightest. These Jiao Qi beings and giant falcons were far too weak to pose any threat to him, so the only potentially troublesome opponents would be those two battle arcs. Even so, he was naturally enraged by the fact that the foreign being had forcibly exposed him like this. Thus, a cold look appeared on his face as he swept a sleeve through the air, and several tens of inch-long flying swords shot froth from within. These flying swords then transformed into azure threads before disappearing into space in a flash. In the next instant, several azure threads appeared close to the Jiao Qi beings and giant falcons up above. Following a flash of azure light, all of those beings were sliced into several segments, and their dismembered remains came crashing down amid a rain of blood. Immediately thereafter, Han Li appeared beneath the large tree that he'd been hiding under, and a loud thunderclap rang out behind him as a pair of wings emerged on his back. He flapped those wings and disappeared on the spot amid a gentle breeze. In the next instant, a thunderclap rang out right at the center of the Jiao Qi beings, and Han Li reappeared amid a flash of azure and white lightning. He made a hand seal, and 72 azure threads erupted from all parts of his body. These azure threads then blurred before multiplying at a rapid rate. As soon as Han Li finished issuing that command, the leopard-like beast swayed to conjure up a dozen or so identical projections, all of which instantly rushed into the crowd. Meanwhile, black light flashed from the small monkey's body, and it swelled to several tens of times its original size, transforming into a massive black ape that was over 200 feet tall. The ape thumped its chest while letting loose a cold harumph, upon which a swath of yellow light swept forth from within its large nostrils. All of the twin-headed falcons that were struck by this yellow light plummeted from the sky as if they were inebriated. The giant ape then swung its fists violently up above, smashing the giant falcons into mincemeat as if they were nothing more than pesky insects. As for Han Li, he was unleashing his flying swords on the surrounding enemies once again. With each and every flash of an azure thread, at least one armored warrior or giant falcon was slain without any resistance. In the blink of an eye, almost all of the armored warriors and giant falcons had been slain by Han Li and his two spirit beasts. Soon, there were less than 100 armored warriors that remained, and fearful expressions had finally appeared on their faces. One of the deity transformation stage leaders issued a loud command, and all of them dispersed before fleeing for their lives toward the two battle arcs up above. Han Li immediately rose up into the air in hot pursuit without any hesitation, and azure threads continued to harvest more lives as they flashed through the air. All of a sudden, a resounding boom erupted overhead, and Han Li's heart stirred as he hurriedly looked up. At this moment, brilliant light began to radiate from the crystalline pillars on the undersides of the two silver battle arcs, following which over 100 pillars of light came raining down without any regard for the Jiao Qi beings nearby. Han Li harumphed coldly as he flapped his wings, and he disappeared on the spot amid a loud thunderclap. Thus, all of the pillars of light struck nothing but empty air. In the next instant, Han Li reappeared above one of the battle arcs before making a grabbing motion downward in an expressionless manner. An inky black palm extended itself out of his sleeve, then pressed down in a seemingly gentle manner. Gray light flashed and a miniature black mountain emerged from his palm. The mountain then swelled drastically to over 10,000 feet in size before crashing down toward the battle arc with devastating might. The divine essence-fused mountain had become even more gigantic than the battle arc, and it instantly cast a colossal shadow over the entire battle arc. The Jiao Qi beings within the battle arc were stunned to see this, and they hurriedly spurred on the battle arc to try and evade the attack, but it was already far too late. The underside of the giant mountain crashed into the battle arc amid a resounding boom, and despite the fact that the mountain was repelled slightly by the force of the collision, most of the battle arc surface had caved in significantly. At the same time it was rammed down above, crashing heavily onto the ground below. Close to half of the entire arc had sunk into the ground, and it was quite clear that it wouldn't be doing any more flying anytime soon. However, a hint of surprise appeared in Han Li's eyes upon seeing this. The fact that the battle arc hadn't been completely destroyed by the divine essence-fused mountain indicated that the materials used to construct it were most likely not inferior to normal treasures. Constructing such a massive battle arc would require the expenditure of a vast amount of such materials. Thinking back to the giant island that Han Li had seen in Greenlight City, which was far more gigantic than even these two battle arcs, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The insane wealth of the Jiao Qi race finally dawned on him. They really were worthy of being known as one of the most powerful races in the spirit realm. Despite the shock in his heart, Han Li displayed no intention of giving his opponents any respite. He flicked his fingers toward the black mountain from afar in quick succession, and the mountain came crashing down again. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the silver battle arc was flattened into a pancake of scrap metal beneath the colossal mountain. The Jiao Qi beings operating the battle arc may not have been killed as a result, but they most certainly wouldn't be enjoying themselves in there either. However, much to Han Li's surprise, silver light shimmered from the battle arc, and it was slowly repairing itself despite the horrendous condition it was in. Han Li raised his eyebrows upon seeing this before immediately making a grabbing motion. Several tens of azure threads instantly shot forth out of thin air, all of which converged into Han Li's grasp. Following a flash of piercing azure light, the azure threads formed a giant sword that was around 10 feet in length. However, its surface was shimmering with azure light, and it didn't appear to actually possess any substance. Han Li grabbed onto the hilt of the sword without a second thought and prepared to bring it down upon the crippled battle arc down below. However, right at this moment, an urgent cry from the foreign being suddenly rang out. "Look out, senior!" Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before abruptly sensing a burst of immense spiritual power exploding beside him. Without any time for further thought, Han Li swiveled around and lashed out with his giant sword toward the direction where the spiritual power was erupting from. A streak of azure sword chi that was over 100 feet in length instantly swept through the air and struck the burst of spiritual power. The two clashed and exploded over 300 feet away from Han Li, forming a pillar of azure and black wind that surged up into the sky, creating quite an astonishing sight to behold from afar. Han Li narrowed his eyes as he focused his gaze on that direction, and he discovered that 4 beings of different appearances had appeared in the air above the silver battle arc. One of them was a humanoid being with a set of pale facial features. His feet were bare, and he was holding a strange transparent blade as he appraised Han Li with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It appeared that he was the one who had unleashed that sneak attack just then. The other 3 beings consisted of an elderly woman, a midget, and a giant Neanderthal-like man wearing a beast-hide garment. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward them to find that the one who had just attacked him was a mid-spatial tempering stage being, while the other 3 were all at the early spatial tempering stage. He had already assessed the surrounding area and failed to discover these 4, so he was unsure of where they had popped up from. These 4 spatial tempering stage beings were certainly going to be more troublesome to take care of than those armored warriors, but they still posed no threat to Han Li. He was only slightly curious about how they had managed to escape his detection. You've got some guts to destroy a battle arc from our Jiaoqi race. From the looks of it, you don't seem to be from the 13 heavenly cloud races. In any case, we'll just have to capture you and interrogate you later, the pale-faced being said in a cold voice. He then cast his gaze toward another direction. There, the foreign being had emerged from the golden ball again, and he was appraising the 4 spatial tempering stage being with a dark expression on his face. Mr. Jia, I've heard that you're not even a purebred myriad ancient being. In that case, why would you insist on fighting for the 13 heavenly cloud races? Prior to coming here, the elders of our race specifically mentioned you and offered much praise for your proficiency in the art of puppetry. The elders have also promised that if you're willing to join our Jiaoqi race, they would transform your body at all costs to give you the purest bloodline, and I can guarantee that your cultivation base would be significantly enhanced as a result. Given suitable opportunities in the future, it wouldn't be impossible for you to become a holy race being, the pale-faced being said in a respectful voice. After a brief silence, Jia Qinmu shook his head expressionlessly and replied, "Join the Jiaoqi race? I have no interest in that. I may not have the purest bloodline, but I'm greatly indebted to the elders of our myriad ancient race, so I won't pledge my allegiance to any other race. Besides, I'm sure you're not just trying to capture me for my puppet refinement skills. You're also planning to interrogate me for some secrets of the 13 heavenly cloud races, right?" As opposed to becoming enraged by Jia Qinmu's rejection, the pale-faced being smiled and continued, "Mr. Jia, do you still think you have a chance of escaping this place? Your puppets are indeed very powerful, but you must be close to exhausting your supply of spirit stones, right? At your current cultivation base you pose no threat to us at all. We don't want to have to do things by force, so I'd advise you to hand yourself over to us." Jia Qinmu's expression remained completely unchanged upon seeing this, but he cast his gaze toward Han Li. The pale-faced being faltered slightly upon seeing Jia Qinmu's reaction before also turning to Han Li in an expressionless manner. "Are you counting on him to rescue you? So be it, we'll get rid of this pesky meddler first then. Are you going to surrender or will we have to destroy your body and capture your soul?" The pale-faced being asked in a cold voice. Han Li's pupils contracted upon hearing this, but he then chuckled and replied, "You sure can talk big. I wonder if you're all talk or if you can actually walk the walk as well." The pale-faced being was rather surprised by Han Li's response. He carefully appraised Han Li for a moment before a thought suddenly seemed to have occurred to him, and his expression suddenly changed as he turned to the elderly woman in their group. "This man is a little familiar. Is he the one that Envoy 2 asked us to capture a few days ago? Now that you mention it, he really is identical to the man on the portrait. He must be quite powerful to have been able to escape from Envoy 2's day." The elderly woman nodded as a cold light flashed through her eyes. The other 2 beings in the group were both rather surprised to hear this. "Ah, is he really the one? In that case we're in luck. We'll be completing 2 missions at once. Come to think of it, it's all thanks to him for destroying the other battle arc. Otherwise, if the other team were to be teleported here as well, we'd have to split the reward for completing these missions with them," the giant man clad in beast hide guffawed. "Humph, you seem quite confident, fellow Daoist Li. I'd advise you to be more careful against such a powerful opponent though. Otherwise, you could be in for a nasty surprise," the midget chuckled coldly. "Hee, no matter how powerful he is, there's no way he can take on all 4 of us on his own," the huge man chuckled nonchalantly in response. "Of course he's no match for the 4 of us, but are you sure we can stop him if he insists on getting away?" the midget countered as he pursed his lips. The group of 4 conversed casually with one another, and they seemed to all be on good terms with each other. The price that had to be paid to teleport them here was most likely quite a hefty one, and from the sounds of it, there was supposed to be another team teleported to this place as well. However, due to the fact that one of the battle arcs had been destroyed, they were the only ones who had ended up here. The fact that they had deployed so many spatial tempering stage beings just to pursue a deity transformation stage being further highlighted that the foreign being was no ordinary character. However, the fact that these beings had managed to identify him right away was rather surprising. It seemed that the body integration stage being from Greenlight City still hadn't given up on him. This made Han Li even more curious about what lay within the 2 jade boxes that the big-headed being had given to him. They clearly had to be harboring extremely important items for the body integration stage being to be so intent on capturing him. Even as these thoughts were racing through Han Li's mind, he remained completely expressionless. At this moment, the leopard Kirin beast and weeping soul beast also returned to Han Li's side, then glowered at the 4 beings with vicious looks in their eyes. However, they were also aware that these four beings were far more powerful than the ones they'd slain before, so they didn't rush in headfirst and attack in a reckless manner. Meanwhile, the pale-faced being turned to Han Li and seemed to be about to say something, but Han Li didn't give him a chance to speak, abruptly sweeping a sleeve toward all four beings instead. Several tens of azure threads immediately split up into four groups before hurtling toward the four beings like lightning, reaching them in the blink of an eye. All four of the spatial tempering stage Jiaoqi beings were given a massive fright by this development. They had witnessed Han Li using those sword threads to slay the armored warriors earlier, yet the speed being displayed by these threads was significantly superior compared to before, and in their shock and horror, they could only set up defensive measures or take evasive action in a panicked manner. The pale-faced being swayed and disappeared on the spot amid a plume of white smoke. Light shimmered from the elderly woman's body, conjuring up several identical projections. All of the projections were shattered in a flash by the azure threads, but the woman was nowhere to be found. The midget's expression changed in the instant that the azure threads came hurtling toward him, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which a shimmering silver cloud appeared beneath his feet. The cloud swayed before abruptly carrying him away as a ball of silver light, traveling at a speed that was not inferior by much compared to the azure thread. Only the giant man chose to remain on the spot and take the azure threads head-on. Red light flashed from his hand, and a massive axe that was around 10 feet in size appeared in his grasp. There were scorching crimson flames burning along the axe, and he positioned it before him like a shield. The axe had been refined from many types of precious fire-attribute materials, thereby granting it immense power and making it just as resolute as top-grade defensive treasures. This was why the man had decided to use it as a shield even after witnessing all of the armored warriors being sliced apart like cabbage by the azure threads. However, as soon as the man raised the massive axe, a burst of azure light flashed, and the axe suddenly became weightless in his hands. He looked down to discover that his axe had been severed into 7 or 8 segments by the azure threads in an instant, so he was left holding only a section of its hilt. Before he even had a chance to make a single sound, he was diced up into chunks of flesh and blood. Even his soul was completely eradicated by the azure threads before it had a chance to escape. "Arg! Fellow Taoist Li!" The pale-faced being yelled with shock and fury as he reappeared over 300 feet away. The midget and the elderly woman had also appeared elsewhere, and both of them were horrified by what they saw. They were aware that Han Li was far more powerful than his cultivation base suggested, but they didn't think that one of their companions would be killed in virtually the blink of an eye. However, before the three of them had a chance to try and avenge their fallen comrade, the azure threads flashed and surged toward them again. After witnessing just how fearsome these azure threads were in person, the three beings naturally didn't dare to try and keep them at bay with their treasures. As such, they were forced to unleash their movement techniques and take evasive measures once again. Thus, the three spatial tempering stage beings were forced to flee for their lives, seemingly completely powerless in the face of Han Li's domineering might. As for Han Li himself, he merely stood expressionlessly on the spot, manipulating his sword threads to hunt down his three opponents. Right at this moment, a resounding boom suddenly erupted in the air above. Immediately thereafter, a vast expanse of white light appeared overhead, following which hundreds of pillars of white light came raining down from above. The operators of the remaining battle arc could see that the three spatial tempering stage beings had been forced firmly onto the back foot, and they were using the battle arc to provide them with some assistance. Han Li looked up at the oncoming pillars of light through narrowed eyes, and he made no effort to try and evade. Thus, his body was completely inundated by white light amid a rumbling boom. The azure threads that were hunting down the three spatial tempering stage beings seemed to have been impacted as a result, and they suddenly ceased in their pursuit. All three beings heaved a sigh of relief in unison, and only then did they stop in mid-air before hurriedly summoning a few treasures. The elderly woman raised a hand to release a shimmering golden piece of artwork, depicting an extremely complex golden formation. The midget opened his mouth to expel a green wooden bowl, and at the same time, a dozen or so yellow darts flew out of his hand before revolving around his body. Meanwhile, the pale-faced being rubbed his hands together, and a pair of glossy black bracers appeared on his forearms. Both of the bracers were covered in complex and intricate patterns, giving them quite a mysterious and intriguing appearance. Even after summoning their treasures, the three of them still wore tense expressions as they looked on at the vast expanse of white light in the distance. They were not naive enough to believe that Han Li would be killed so easily. All of a sudden, an ear-splitting boom erupted from within the white light, following which azure light flashed, and a massive bird erupted from within. At this moment, the two pillars of black light and dozen or so yellow streaks of light were also about to strike the gigantic bird's body. However, spiritual light suddenly flashed as a crystalline light barrier surfaced from within the bird's body. The pillars and streaks of light faltered initially upon striking the light barrier before being refracted in a completely different direction, thereby missing their target. The two pillars of black light disappeared into the distance in a flash, but the streaks of yellow light twisted around before hurtling toward the giant bird again. However, the bird merely flapped its wings to sweep up a burst of fierce white winds, and the yellow streaks of light were blown into oblivion. Arcs of lightning then began to flash erratically all over the giant bird's body, and it pounced directly toward the midget amid a string of successive thunderclaps. After witnessing Han Li slay the elderly woman before swatting aside his attack with ease, the midget's face instantly turned deathly pale at the sight of the oncoming Han Li. He immediately stomped a foot down onto his silver cloud before flashing through the air as a ball of silver light. In the next instant, he appeared beside the pale-faced being before pointing a finger at the green wooden bowl beside him. The bowl immediately transformed into a green light barrier then shielded his body within. Meanwhile, the pale-faced being wore a dark expression as he let loose a loud cry. Bursts of black mist immediately erupted from the bracers that he was wearing, and the black mist enshrouded both himself and the midget in the blink of an eye. The black mist then began to surge in all directions, quickly covering an area with a radius of over 300 feet and continuing to expand outward, showing no signs of stopping. A series of ghostly shadows appeared within the mist amid ghastly howls and unsettling cries. Both the pale-faced being and the midget's auras disappeared within the mist. At this moment, the giant bird had also changed directions to pursue the midget, and it was greeted by the sight of a sea of black mist. Yin Qi. He almost immediately identified this black mist to be extremely pure Yin Qi. If a normal cultivator were to be caught off guard and ventured into the mist, they would be instantly reduced to a shriveled corpse. However, a peculiar look flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this. Before the giant bird had even issued any instructions, the weeping soul beast suddenly let loose a cry of excitement. It then thumped its fists into its chest before letting loose a cold harumph, expelling a vast expanse of yellow light from its nostrils toward the black mist. The massive bird also let loose a clear cry, and it flapped its wings as the arcs of lightning surging all over its body exploded in unison, transforming into a dazzling ball of lightning. After the lightning disappeared, a loud thunderclap rang out, following which a bolt of white lightning as thick as a water tank emerged in the air above the sea of black mist. The giant bird emerged from within the bolt of lightning, then circled around in the air before swooping down toward the black mist down below. At this moment, the pale-faced being was lurking within the mist while holding a black flag in his hand, and as opposed to being enraged or alarmed by Han Li's actions, he was ecstatic. He let loose a loud cry before abruptly waving his flag through the air, upon which a vast expanse of black mist surged upward into the air to manifest a black ghostly face that was around an acre in size. The ghostly face was like a living being with green flames flashing in its eye sockets, and it opened its cavernous mouth as it rose up to meet the oncoming bird. However, right at this moment, the weeping soul beast's soul-devouring lights swept forth. Meanwhile, the midget laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and a small white jade sword flew out from within, then transforming into a streak of piercing light that hurtled toward the giant talons crashing down from above. In this dire situation, the two of them seemed to finally be fighting for their lives. A loud boom erupted up above again, and the silver battle arc suddenly unleashed countless pillars of light again, all of which hurtled directly toward the massive bird. However, the bird continued to swoop downward, but crystalline light flashed from its body in the process, forming a crystalline shield that flew out of its body. The shield was initially only around 10 feet in size, but in the instant that it was released, it swelled to become a giant shield that was over 200 feet in size, glittering under the sunlight in a dazzling display. All of the pillars of light that struck the giant shield were warped and refracted toward another direction, so none of the battle arc's attacks were able to land on Han Li. The white jade sword then crashed into the giant bird's talons amid a dull thump, only to be repelled with ease. The talons then closed around the sword like lightning, capturing it in an inescapable grasp that immobilized it no matter how much it struggled. The talons then clamped down with even greater force, and the flying sword was shattered into several segments amid a crisp crack. The midget down below immediately let loose a howl of anguish before throwing up several mouthfuls of blood in succession. Meanwhile, the giant talons continued downward and they grabbed onto the azure light barrier, leaving the midget looking on with sheer horror in his eyes. However, the azure light barrier really was quite powerful. Even after the massive talons had closed around it, it managed to remain intact, even though it was creaking and groaning in an alarming manner. On the other side, the mist WRM absorbed the vast expanse of black light into its body, and it suddenly seemed to have attained actual substance. Its previously misty and insubstantial body had grown a layer of glossy black scales, and it let loose a menacing roar as it violently whipped its tail into the massive bird's other set of talons. Despite the bird's enormous strength, its talons really were kept at bay by the black WRM. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, but he then opened his cavernous beak, and a silver ball of flames suddenly shot forth from within. At the same time, the huge beak came pecking down with ferocious might. Immediately thereafter, the black WRM was struck by the silver fireball and began to burn in an uncontrollable manner. The black WRM's body then rapidly shrank as if it were being devoured by the silver flames. At this moment, the gigantic bird's beak struck the azure light barrier with devastating power. The barrier was already on the brink of destruction, and it was shattered by the beak with ease. The midget within the shattered barrier no longer had the power to resist, and his body and soul were both crushed into a cloud of blood mist by the giant talons that instantly closed around him. Meanwhile, the pale-faced being was also in dire straits. After the black WRM had been shrunk down to around a third of its original size, it was no longer able to withstand the massive bird's talons any longer, and was promptly destroyed. Immediately thereafter, the silver flames enveloped the massive talons before sweeping toward the pale-faced being. The pale-faced being's expression had already changed drastically after witnessing the death of his final companion, and a look of shock and horror finally appeared on his face after witnessing his own treasure failing to withstand his opponent's attacks. In his desperation, he gritted his teeth and let loose a long shrill cry. He cast his gaze toward the origin of the golden lightning to discover that the long-haired foreign being had already emerged from his golden ball, and that a blue humanoid puppet that was around 20 feet tall had appeared beside him. The puppet was entirely blue in color, and one of its hands was raised with thin arcs of lightning flashing in between its fingers. This Jia Qinmu had not only two high-grade puppets, but also a third one that was capable of unleashing divine Devilbane lightning. That came as quite a surprise to Han Li. However, he was only caught in a stunned stupor for an instant before flapping his wings and hurtling toward the silver battle arc as a gust of fierce winds. Azure light flashed and his massive avian body swelled dramatically once again. Immediately thereafter, the massive bird's talons came crashing down upon the battle arc with piercing lightning flashing alongside them. The talons instantly pierced into the battle arc amid a string of resounding booms, and a massive hole was torn into its silver surface. The giant bird then opened its cavernous mouth, and a thick bolt of lightning blasted forth, disappearing into the hole in a flash. Lightning flashed and cries of anguish rang out from within the battle arcs as countless Jiao Qi beings were slain in the blink of an eye. However, the giant bird didn't rest there. It flapped its wings downward in a violent manner, and a gust of fierce white winds swept forth. It then released the massive battle arcs, and the latter was swept up by the gale-force winds before plummeting toward the ground. The battle arc crashed onto the ground amid a resounding boom, and the massive bird let loose a long cry before folding its wings away, then shrinking down to its humanoid form amid a flash of azure light. Han Li cast his gaze onto the ground down below, then made a hand seal, and several tens of small azure swords appeared in unison in the surrounding area. The swords tremored before hurtling through the streaks of azure light, making short work of the ruined battle arc down below. Han Li then turned his attention to the battle arc that he had previously felled, manipulating his flying swords to destroy that arc as well. At this moment, the armored warriors and giant falcons in the surrounding area had also almost been completely eradicated by the Weeping Soul Beast and the Leopard Kirin Beast. Only a few fortunate survivors had managed to flee into the extremely far distance, but the rest of their companions had all been slain. Han Li couldn't be bothered to send his two beasts after those beings, and he merely waved a hand through the air, upon which a black ring whizzed out of his sleeve. The massive black ape instantly shrank down and disappeared into the black ring as a streak of black light, along with the Leopard Kirin Beast, which also returned as a streak of golden light. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and the black ring flew back to him before being stowed away. Only then did Han Li cast his gaze toward the distance where Jia Qinmu was standing, then suddenly flew over to him as a streak of azure light. After just a single flash, he appeared around 10 feet before Jia Qinmu in a wraith-like manner, then appraised him in a cold and expressionless manner. Jian Qinmu's heart stirred upon seeing this, but he quickly put on a smile before cupping his fist in a grateful salute. "Thank you for saving me, Senior. I'll be sure to fulfill my promise and reward you with a sentient puppet once we return to the myriad ancient race. You sure are brave to have dared to drag me into your mess. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you right now?" A hint of killing intent surfaced within Han Li's narrowed eyes. "Surely you jest, fellow Taoist. If you had intended to do that, I'd already be dead. Besides, I only brought you into this matter as I had no alternatives, so I hope you'll forgive me, Senior," Jia Tianmu replied with a smile. If he also possessed a sense enhancement bead, then wouldn't he be able to unleash close to twice as many gold-devouring beetles as he'd normally be capable of? In dire situations against overwhelmingly powerful enemies, he'd be able to scare them away with his gold-devouring beetles. Despite these thoughts running through his mind, Han Li didn't ask any further questions about the sense enhancement bead as he didn't want to arouse suspicion from Jia Tianmu. Instead, he glanced at the humanoid puppet beside them, then asked in an indifferent voice, "Judging from how intent the Jiaoqi beings were on capturing, you must be no ordinary being, right? How about you introduce yourself first?" "I'm just an upper-race third-tier being who knows a thing or two about puppet refinement, which has earned me a bit of renown in my race," Jia Tianmu replied with a nonchalant smile. "Is that so? Your puppet refinement skills must truly be extraordinary for the Jiaoqi race elders to hold you in such high regard," Han Li mused in an indifferent manner. Jia Tianmu merely chuckled and refrained from offering a response on this occasion. Instead, he surveyed the surrounding area before a slightly concerned look appeared on his face. "Senior, this is not a place that we should linger in. How about you leave with me first before we discuss any other matters?" You're right about that, but I have no intention of going with you. From now on we go our separate ways. You're such a big target, I don't want to get swept up in your mess a second time," Han Li harumphed coldly. He then twisted around, and azure light shimmered from his body as he prepared to depart. "Wait. The further ahead you go, the more Jiaoqi beings you'll encounter. Even with your powers, it won't be a simple task to escape from this area. I know of a secret teleportation formation that can take us directly out of the area that has been taken over by the Jiaoqi race," Jia Tianmu hurriedly said with an urgent look on his face. "A teleportation formation? You're not lying to me, are you?" The azure light radiating from Han Li's body faded as he turned to Jia Tianmu with a surprised look on his face. "Rest assured, Senior, this is a secret teleportation formation set up solely for special members of the 13 heavenly cloud races like myself. Once we get there, you'll be able to immediately ascertain the validity of my claim. If you discover that I'm lying, you can do with me as you please," Jia Tianmu replied with a smile. Han Li fell into silent contemplation upon hearing this. It was indeed the case that he'd encountered Jiaoqi race patrols with increased regularity along his journey. As such, he really was rather unconfident about his chances of being able to escape from this area. If he could use a teleportation formation that would take him away from here, then that would naturally be a very attractive option. He didn't have any ties with neither the 13 heavenly cloud races nor the Jiaoqi race, but the violence that the Jiaoqi race had displayed in slaughtering the entirety of Greenlight City indicated to him that even if he were to surrender himself and offer up the Jade Box, there was no way that they would spare him. In contrast, it seemed that the 13 heavenly cloud races weren't as oppressive toward outsiders, so it would be a good idea to travel to their territory, then slowly try and find a way back to his original continent. Furthermore, he was carrying 2 jade boxes that had to be taken care of, and this Jia Tianmu seemed to be quite an important figure in the myriad ancient race, so perhaps he'd be able to help in that respect. After contemplating all these matters, Han Li nodded as his expression eased and he said, "All right, in that case I'll be happy to come along. Please lead the way, fellow Taoist Jia." Jia Tianmu was ecstatic to hear this, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Han Li. The spiritual power within the few types of special spirit stones used in his puppets had been completely exhausted, so there was no way that a third-tier upper race being like him would be able to travel to the place where the teleportation formation was situated on his own. However, with Han Li's protection he would have a far greater chance of getting to his destination without being captured or killed. Thus, Jia Tianmu immediately rose up into the air to recover the puppets that had been taken by the Jiaoqi beings, then stowed the humanoid puppet away before flying into the distance, leading the way for Han Li. 2 streaks of light, one golden and one azure, disappeared into the distance after just a few flashes. Spiritual light flashed amid a low buzzing sound, and 2 blurry humanoid figures emerged within the formation. One of them was a remarkably young man in a set of azure robes, while the other was a being with long disheveled hair that obscured half of his face. These two were none other than Han Li and Jia Tianmu. This place is extremely discreet and obscure, and this teleportation formation that was constructed here by our myriad ancient race cannot be used unless it's during a crisis. As the years have passed, fewer and fewer people know about it. Where we are now is already outside of the area taken over by the Jiaoqi race, and it's only several days of flight away from the third largest city of our 13 heavenly cloud races, Cloud City, Jia Tianmu said with a smile. He then swept a hand through the air, casting an incantation seal onto a gem that was embedded onto a nearby wall. Spiritual light instantly flashed within the entire hall as a dozen or so locations on the walls lit up in unison, illuminating the entire room. Han Li inspected his surroundings to find that this hall was only just over 1,000 feet in size, and it had been entirely paved with massive stones that were azure and white in color. It appeared to be quite ordinary and mundane, but the entire place was spotlessly clean. Thus he nodded and said in an indifferent manner, "It does indeed appear that it's been a very long time since someone's been here. By the way, this Cloud City seems to be quite an important one to your 13 heavenly cloud races. I've heard that even the Grand Elder of your myriad ancient race has arrived there." "You're aware of this as well, fellow Taoist Han?" Not only is Cloud City the third largest city in the 13 heavenly cloud races, it's also been constructed in a very unique manner, so it's quite a renowned city. It's also the closest major city to the army deployed by the Jiaoqi race, and when the true battle finally commences, Cloud City will be where the place where all of the powerful beings of our 13 races will gather, Jia Tianmu explained with a smile. "That's good to hear. The city must be quite a big one for it to be so renowned. I just so happen to be looking for a large city so I can do some things," Han Li replied in an indifferent manner. "I have a temporary cave abode in Cloud City, so I'm technically half a landlord there. If you have something you need to do, just come and find me. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to help you with any overly important tasks, but I should be able to lend you a hand if you're just running a few errands here and there," Jia Tianmu offered. After witnessing Han Li slay several beings of the same cultivation base as himself so easily, Jia Tianmu had naturally already deduced that Han Li was no ordinary upper race being. As such, even though he had already escaped from the area under the control of the Jiaoqi race, he still wanted to try and befriend Han Li. "Thank you for your kind offer, fellow Taoist Jia. Perhaps I really will require your assistance with some matters." Han Li made no effort to turn down Jia Tianmu's proposal. Cloud City is currently in quite a sensitive state at the moment, so it won't be easy for beings outside of the 13 heavenly cloud races to enter the city. In particular, it'll be difficult to request entry for new faces like you. However, I've seen you slay several upper race Jiaoqi beings, so I can certainly vouch for you. But then again, things will obviously be made a lot easier if you join our myriad ancient race. How about you become a guest member of our race? I have some speaking rights in our myriad ancient race, and I can directly recommend you to our elders. With your powers, you'll definitely be held in high regard by our race. On top of that, the benefits you'll receive from becoming a guest member of our race are quite exorbitant." Han Li didn't find this to be strange. Instead, he'd be quite surprised if he could glean the internal structure of such a mysterious object so easily. If you're carrying any metallic treasures or materials, make sure not to go within a 10,000 feet distance of those balls. Otherwise, everything of a metallic nature that you're carrying will be forcibly taken and devoured by those things. On top of that, Cloud City won't hand out any reparations for the losses incurred as a result of this, Jia Tianmu cautioned. "Is that so?" Han Li was quite surprised to hear this. He glanced at the beings around him who were cautiously avoiding the giant balls, and he was already almost fully convinced that Jia Tianmu was telling the truth. Shifting his gaze elsewhere, Han Li discovered that there were many beings flying toward a massive city gate of Cloud City. There were several tens of guards wearing the suits of armor at the city gate, and all of them were standing on either side of the gate with serious expressions on their faces, conducting examinations on all beings that intended to enter the city. These thorough examinations were only aimed at cultivators looking to enter the city, while those leaving the city were completely ignored. All of the guards were covered head to toe in suits of armor, but it was quite apparent that they were all of different shapes and sizes, and seemed to hail from different races. Han Li's eyes narrowed upon seeing this, but he continued onward, and after a short while he arrived at the city gate along with Jia Tianmu. There were a dozen or so other beings that also descended at this moment, and all of them seemed to be preparing to undergo examination. The so-called examination merely consisted of several guards holding strange-looking discs and scanning them over the unfamiliar faces that were trying to enter the city. At the same time, another being was holding another object, recording some things into that object while listening to the verdicts delivered by his companions. No light barriers or restrictions of that nature could be seen in the air above Cloud City. However, the sky was completely clear without anyone daring to try and fly over the city walls that were thousands of feet tall. On this occasion, Jia Qinmu didn't explain anything. Instead, he merely smiled and suddenly made his way directly toward the guards at the city gate. In the process, he was jumping the line, and all of the beings ahead of him were naturally quite displeased by his actions. However, most of these beings were only at the foundation establishment stage or core formation stage. Hence, all of them hurriedly put away their enraged expressions after discovering with their spiritual sense that Jia Qinmu was an upper race being. The beings in the line didn't dare to do anything, but that didn't apply to the guards at the city gates, and all of them immediately turned to Jia Qinmu with cold expressions on their faces. Fellow Taoist Jia, what kind of secret technique did they use just then to combine their spiritual sense as one? Wouldn't such an extraordinary technique be extremely effective in battle? Han Li suddenly asked after they'd entered the city. Han Li looked on as Jia Qinmu hailed a spirit carriage that was being drawn by a pair of deer-like spirit beasts, then got onto the carriage and traveled away. Only then did he withdraw his gaze before carefully appraising his surroundings. This place really did live up to its status as one of the major cities of the 13 heavenly cloud races. Not only were there countless buildings lining the streets here, all of them were of different styles, and there were virtually no two buildings that were exactly the same. Some of these buildings were mountainous structures over 1,000 feet tall while others were only several tens of feet tall, yet all of them were extremely intricately crafted. Some of them were quite square and angular, resembling the pavilions often seen in the human race. Some were like giant trees that were shimmering with green light. It didn't take long for Han Li to become extremely intrigued by this city. As the name suggested, the 13 heavenly cloud races were comprised of 13 different races, yet ever since countless years ago, they'd lived together in harmony, advancing and coexisting as a single entity. If it weren't for the fact that they were objectively different beings with different bloodlines, they could almost be seen as one massive race. None of the 13 heavenly cloud races were anywhere near powerful enough to face a colossus like the Jiaoqi race on their own, but their combined powers were comparable with the top races of the spirit realm. This was why the 13 heavenly cloud races had managed to exist up to this point, despite their close proximity to the territory of the Jiaoqi race. In reality, battles would break out on the borders between the Jiaoqi race and the heavenly cloud races quite regularly. Either the Jiaoqi race took over some more of the heavenly cloud race's territory, or the latter recovered some of their lost land. Of course, under most circumstances the Jiaoqi race still came out on top. However, the 13 heavenly cloud races were constantly backing up one another, so they hadn't suffered any decisive losses. As such, the heavenly cloud races weren't surprised by the sudden attack from the Jiaoqi race. Instead, they were able to react quickly and calmly, gathering up their powerful beings in preparation to deal their enemies a heavy retaliative blow. This information had all been disclosed whether intentionally or unintentionally by Jia Qinmu during their conversations on the way here. According to Jia Qinmu, the heavenly cloud races had quite a vast territory, and the Jiaoqi race wasn't the only powerful neighbor. There was also the night race, which was not inferior in power to the 13 heavenly cloud races, as well as the slightly weaker explosion race. Of course, there were also many small races in the nearby area, but the only way for them to survive was to join one of the more powerful races. Otherwise, they would either be completely wiped out or forced to find another home far away. This gave Han Li a general understanding of the situation surrounding the races in this area. At present, he was examining the streets in the city while slowing advancing and contemplating about what he was going to do next. His target was undoubtedly to find a teleportation formation that could take him back to the Tianyuan continent. However, there was no way that a single being could own a teleportation formation of such a high caliber. Instead, it was most likely under the control of a certain major power. In that case, he had no choice but to liaise with the higher-ups of that major power if he wanted to use their teleportation formation. This was why he hadn't rejected Jia Qinmu's invitation to Cloud City. However, he was going to make up his mind about whether he was going to approach the higher-ups of the heavenly cloud races after he had gathered enough information. His top priority now was to find a place to stay in the city, then slowly search for some leads. Having made up his mind, Han Li no longer hesitated any further. He glanced at the shops around him, then picked one to visit that was similar in its design to a human pavilion. The shop wasn't very large and only had 2 levels. From the wares being sold on the shelves, it appeared that this was a very ordinary general store. The shopkeeper was a green-skinned being who was sitting on a chair behind the counter, and he immediately rose to his feet with a smile on his face at the sight of Han Li. "What can I help you with, senior? We sell several types of specialty local products from Cloud City, as well as maps, general appliances." This foreign being appeared to be in his 40s, and even though he was only at the foundation establishment stage, he displayed no fear in the presence of Han Li. After extending a polite salute, he launched into a well-rehearsed spiel to advertise his wares. This wasn't particularly surprising. After all, at his lowly cultivation base, he most likely couldn't even tell the difference between a nascent soul and spatial tempering cultivator. Furthermore, there were countless beings who were far more powerful than him in Cloud City, so he was most likely already accustomed to being in the presence of beings that were unfathomably powerful to him. Han Li glanced at the shopkeeper before suddenly sweeping a sleeve through the air. A mid-grade spirit stone flew out from within as he said, "Get me the most detailed map of Cloud City you have. On top of that, I also have some things that I want to inquire about." The shopkeeper's smile immediately widened with elation as he caught the spirit stone, and he brought over a red stone tablet from one of the shelves in the shop as he said, "This is the best map in my store, and I'll be sure to answer your questions to the best of my abilities, senior." A short while later, Han Li emerged from the shop with a calm expression on his face. He hailed a beast-drawn carriage on the street, then gave the driver an address before closing his eyes to meditate in the carriage. The driver immediately spurred on the beast-drawn carriage to rush down the street. 4 hours later, after passing through countless streets, the carriage finally carried Han Li to the nearest corner of the Cloud City and stopped in front of a strange massive building. Han Li tossed a few spirit stones over to the driver before disembarking from the carriage and looking up at the building in a calm manner. This was a tall hill-like building that had been entirely constructed from a yellow sand-like material. The building was over 10,000 feet, countless times taller than the other buildings nearby. Furthermore, there were several tens of rooms of different sizes littered all over the building, and the occasional being could be seen drifting in and out of the doors. This was like a giant wasp's net when appraised from afar. Han Li stood on the spot in a slight stupor for a long while before finally casting his gaze downward at a large wide-open entrance at the base of the building. There was a strange character inscribed on the wall on either side of the entrance, and even with the vast number of foreign languages that Han Li had mastered, he was completely unable to decipher what those characters meant. Following a brief hesitation, Han Li stroked his chin before striding toward the entrance. After making his way into the building, he found himself in an extraordinarily spacious hall. The hall was over 2,000 feet in size, and the walls and ground were all paved with beautiful green jade. There were also rows of flower pots that were several feet tall positioned along the walls, and within those pots were planted all types of vibrant spirit flowers and spirit herbs. At the center of the hall was a dilapidated black wooden table, on top of which was sprawled a man with snowy white hair in a set of long gray robes. The man was lying there in a completely motionless manner, seemingly in a deep slumber. Han Li made his way over to the table and said, "Find me one of your more secluded rooms, I want to stay here for a few days." Han Li's voice wasn't very loud, but it was like a loud thunderclap in the elderly man's ears, and he was instantly jerked awake. "Ah, welcome. I'll find a room for you right away, senior." The elderly man shuddered before sitting bolt upright, then hurriedly pulling out a shimmering white treasure that bore the appearance of an accounts book and quickly searching through it. Han Li's brows furrowed upon seeing this. This elderly man was a cultivator as well, so why he so unalert? It appeared that he wasn't pretending earlier and really had fallen asleep. Just as these thoughts were running through his mind, he cast a glance at the elderly man's face, upon which his expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, Your senior martial brother Xiang. Why are you here?" The sickly old man was none other than the Xiang Zhili, who had entered the spatial node in the human world ahead of Han Li. His soul lamp had been snuffed out along with those of Old Devil Who, Eccentric Wind, and the others not long after they'd entered the spatial node, so he should be dead. That was why Han Li was so stunned to see him alive here. The elderly man abruptly faltered upon hearing Han Li's words, and only after a short while did he slowly raise his head to look up at Han Li. "Junior Martial Brother Han, it really is you," the elderly man murmured with a peculiar expression that was caught somewhere between a smile and a grimace. Yes, it's me. Why are your cultivation base and aura so? Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward Xiang Zhili, upon which a confused look appeared on his face. Xiang Zhili had been a deity transformation cultivator even back in the human world, yet his cultivation base had since regressed to the core formation stage, and his aura was extremely feeble, as if his body had sustained severe damage. Xiang Zhili stared blankly at Han Li for a long while before a thought suddenly seemed to have occurred to him, and he hurriedly rose to his feet as he said, "Junior Martial Brother, you also came to the spirit realm through a spatial node, right? You seem to have progressed significantly in your cultivation as well. This is not the place to talk. There won't be any customers anytime soon anyway, so come with me and we'll talk elsewhere." He then led Han Li toward a door situated on the side of the hall, and Han Li hesitated momentarily before following along. After entering through the door, the two of them arrived in a long corridor, on either side of which a series of exotic plants were growing. Xiang Zhili didn't lead Han Li very far before pushing open a nearby stone door and inviting Han Li into the room. "Take a seat, Junior Martial Brother. Never would I have thought that I'd see you again in my life. In my current state, I'm almost too embarrassed to be in your presence." Xiang Zhili chuckled with a wry smile as they both took a seat. His voice was very dejected and sullen, and he seemed to only be a shadow of his former self. "What happened to you in the spatial node all those years ago? Are the other two still alive?" Han Li asked. "Eccentric Wind and Old Devil, who both died. We were extremely unlucky and encountered multiple spatial storms along the way. On the last occasion, 2 spatial storms stacked on top of one another, and I was the only survivor among us 3. However, I'd lost almost all of my cultivation base from unleashing too many secret techniques in quick succession in order to save myself. What little cultivation base I have now is a result of many years of arduous cultivation." Xiang Zhili sighed in a resigned manner. "The spatial node was indeed an extremely perilous place, so the fact that you survived is very much a silver lining on an otherwise dark cloud. However, the soul lamp that you'd left in the human world had already snuffed out, and why are you here on the Thunder Continent as opposed to in human territory?" Han Li asked. That night, Xiang Zhili showed up as promised and chatted with Han Li for the entire night. Han Li obtained a lot of information about Cloud City from Xiang Zhili, and only after the sun had risen the next day did Xiang Zhili finally take his leave. However, just as Han Li had accompanied him to the door, a thought seemed to have suddenly occurred to him, and he abruptly turned around as with a hesitant look on his face as he said, "Junior Martial Brother Han, I won't ever be able to return to human territory, but that possibility is still alive for you. If there ever comes a day when you want to leave Cloud City and go somewhere far away, please come to visit me first. I have some things to give to you as well as a request I'd like to make, but rest assured you'll be able to complete my request with ease as long as you can make it back to the human race, and doing so will also be immensely beneficial to you." Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this, and after a brief pause he asked, "Oh? Can't you just tell me your request now? I really can't say for sure when I'd be looking to leave this city. If an emergency strikes, I may not be able to go and visit you before I leave. Truth be told, I can't disclose these matters to you right now, and it'll take me some time to prepare some things. It would be best if you could come and visit me before your departure. Otherwise, I think you and I will both regret it," Xiang Zhili replied with a meaningful shake of his head. Thus, Han Li promised that he would do his best to visit Xiang Zhili prior to his departure, and only then did Xiang Zhili nod before departing from the room. Han Li looked on as Xiang Zhili left, and a peculiar look appeared on his face. All of a sudden, he made a grabbing motion toward the door of his room, and an immense force erupted forth, instantly shutting the door again. At the same time, white light flashed from the walls within the room as the restriction within was activated, encapsulating the entire room. Han Li then strode over to a corner of the room before sitting down in a cross-legged manner on the futon that had been prepared there. It was unclear exactly what he was thinking, but a faint smile had appeared on his face while a cold light flashed through his eyes. The next day Han Li continued to meditate in his room, showing no intention of going anywhere. Only on the morning of the 3rd day was the door of the room finally opened, and he emerged from within in an unhurried manner. However, instead of going downstairs to the hall to find Xiang Zhili, he left the inn through the exit on this level before drifting lightly down onto the streets outside. Han Li seemed to have already decided where he wanted to go, and he casually hailed a beast-drawn carriage and gave the driver a destination before setting off. Through the window of the carriage Han Li could see everything on the streets outside. His heart stirred slightly as he cast his gaze toward the massive balls outside the city walls. Following his lengthy conversation with Xiang Zhili the night before, he had learned just what these massive balls were. It turned out that these were 13 supermassive puppets, each of which was comparable in power to an early body integration stage being. Each of the 13 heavenly cloud races controlled one puppet, and it was quite clear just from those fearsome puppets just how stalwart the defenses of Cloud City were. It was no wonder that this city was designated to be the central hub for the resistance against the Jiaoqi race. At the very least, it would almost be impossible to launch an effective sneak attack on this city. Han Li quickly withdrew his gaze from the balls in the distance before closing his eyes. The place that he was traveling to wasn't very far away, so the beast-drawn carriage arrived at his destination after only an hour or so. Han Li casually tossed a few spirit stones toward the driver before disembarking the carriage and surveying his surroundings. The street before him appeared to be quite mundane, but there were far more people here than even on the main streets. The shops on either side of the street weren't very large, but business seemed to be booming for them as many customers were regularly entering and exiting the shops. Han Li nodded as he cast his gaze toward the shop that stood right before him. He glanced up at the plaque hanging above the entrance, then immediately strode in an expressionless manner. The shop was several hundred feet in size, and it was filled with rows of shelves, upon which were placed all types of items such as stone tablets, jade plates, silver badges and ancient tomes. However, all of those items had been concealed under a shimmering light barrier. This was a shop that specialized in selling tomes. According to Xiang Zhili, these types of shops couldn't be more common in Cloud City, but the few renowned shops that Han Li was interested in were all gathered on this street. Now that he had arrived, it appeared that Xiang Zhili's claims rang true. The shop wasn't very large, but it really did contain many tomes of all different types. There were a few other foreign beings who were also inspecting the wares being sold in the shop, and they were all core formation stage beings. All of these foreign beings seemed to be focused on their respective searches, and all of them failed to notice that an upper race being had just strode into the shop. As for the shopkeeper, she was a young female foreign being who appeared to be only around 17 or 18 years of age. However, her skin was as pristine and translucent as snow, and there was a poised white crystal embedded on her glabella. Her beautiful eyes were also shimmering with wisdom that seemed to belie her youthful appearance. Han Li's heart stirred as he instantly identified this woman as a being of the crystal race. He had naturally done some research on the 13 heavenly cloud races, and he knew that the crystal race was one of them. However, this race was quite a peculiar one. Not only was its entire population pitifully small at only around just over 1 million, they were also predominantly weaker than beings of the other 12 races. In spite of that, all of them had extremely long lifespans that were 3 to 4 times that of a human. Furthermore, all of them were very beautiful and highly intelligent. Almost all crystal beings could reach a high level of proficiency in pill refinement, formation spells, or talisman crafting with ease. As such, the crystal race was always extremely welcomed, and even though they didn't have much interest in things like power struggles, they enjoyed quite a lofty rank among the 13 heavenly cloud races. The crystal being had also noticed Han Li, and as she cast her gaze toward him, a hint of surprise flashed through her eyes, as if she'd managed to glean his cultivation base. Han Li didn't waste any more time upon hearing this, and he accepted the black box before sweeping his spiritual sense toward it. Even though restriction talismans had been plastered over the box, they weren't enough to completely obstruct his spiritual sense, and he still sensed something within the box. Han Li cast his gaze toward the crystal woman with a hint of surprise on his face. "Looks like you really do know some things," Han Li said as he narrowed his eyes. "I'm working off a lot of assumptions as well, so I certainly can't say that I know everything. Why don't you open the box to see if the item inside interests you? This is not a good place to talk. Let's go elsewhere first," the woman said with a smile. She then flipped a hand over, and a formation plate appeared over her palm. She glanced at the entrance of the shop before making a hand seal and chanting something, then pointing a finger toward the formation plate. Brilliant light instantly flashed from the formation plate, following which a vast expanse of 5-colored light swept forth in all directions, enshrouding Han Li and the woman within. Han Li raised an eyebrow at the sight of this sudden development. He could sense powerful spatial fluctuations from within the 5-colored light, but he remained still on the spot and made no attempt to evade. The light swirled around Han Li before forming a 5-colored light formation, and Han Li felt his surroundings abruptly blur before he found himself within a murky gray space. The space was extremely small, only just over 100 feet in size, and there was nothing in it aside from a table and a pair of chairs. At this moment, Han Li was standing atop a teleportation formation that was shimmering with 5-colored light alongside the woman. This is a small spatial rift that I had someone open up for me. There won't be any danger of our conversation being eavesdropped on here. Of course, with your powers, even without the teleportation plate, it would be a simple task to force your way back to the original space, the crystal woman explained with an elegant smile. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward the spatial walls around them to find that this space was indeed quite secure, and he nodded in a content manner before sweeping a sleeve over the black box in his hand. A swath of azure light immediately flashed past, and the 2 talismans detached themselves from the box while the lid was flung open. A burst of black chi immediately swept forth from within, swirling around the box before attempting to spread into the surrounding area. However, Han Li seemed to have anticipated that this would happen well in advance. He merely opened his mouth in a composed manner to expel a swath of golden light, and as soon as the black chi was swept up by this light, it transformed into a black pillar of mist that was sucked straight into Han Li's stomach. What pure devilish chi! The golden light around Han Li's body intensified in brightness as if it had been enhanced by the devilish chi he just swallowed. This black chi was devilish chi of an extremely high degree of purity, and for a cultivator like Han Li, who was using the Provenance True Devil Arts, he was able to convert this devilish chi into magic power as long as he didn't ingest too much of it at once. A hint of astonishment flashed through the crystal woman's eyes upon seeing this. She was well aware of just how powerful the devilish chi emanating from the item in the box was, and every time she opened the box she would have to make extensive preparations beforehand. Otherwise, if the devilish chi were to infiltrate her body, her cultivation base would be significantly damaged, and under worst-case scenarios she could even die. At this moment, Han Li made a grabbing motion toward the box, and a black object flew out from within before landing in his grasp. This was a suit of purple armor that was around half a foot in size. Not only was it extremely sinister in appearance, there were several spikes protruding from the shoulder and knee sections of the armor. On top of that, its entire surface was filled with black patterns, and it was emanating immensely powerful devilish chi. This was a suit of armor that had undergone devilification. However, there was a large hole on the chest of the suit of armor, and the surrounding area was riddled with cracks, clearly indicating that it had been severely damaged. Han Li stared at the suit of armor in his hand with a peculiar look on his face. With his mastery of the Provenance True Devil Arts, he could naturally sense that this suit of devilish armor contained incredible power. This was definitely the most powerful suit of armor he had ever seen, and this was even after it had sustained such severe damage. If it could be fully repaired, it would truly be an unfathomably powerful suit of armor. With that in mind, Han Li's eyes began to shimmer with intrigue as he appraised the suit of armor. This suit of devilish armor is something I just so happened to come across, and in the beginning I didn't know what it was either. However, after verification from many sources, I learned that this is a legendary suit of heavenly devilish armor. It appears that this is a suit of armor manifested by an extremely powerful heavenly devilish monarch. However, from the extensive damage suffered by the suit of armor, it's most likely the case that its former owner has already perished. Now, the suit of armor is most likely not even a tenth as powerful as it once was. However, if it were to be repaired, it should be able to recover around 20% to 30% of its former power, the crystal woman said with a smile. A heavenly devilish monarch? Those are devilish beings that are close to true spirit beings. It's no wonder that this suit of armor is imbued with such pure devilish chi. It's quite extraordinary that you were able to find something like this, Han Li said in a solemn manner. He then suddenly tossed the miniature suit of armor into the air before casting a golden incantation seal onto it. The golden light disappeared into the purple suit of armor in a flash, following which it expanded to several times its original size. At the same time, the devilish chi emanating from it also became more powerful, and it began to sweep through the surrounding area. The crystal woman's expression changed slightly at the sight of the black chi surging toward her, and she abruptly raised a hand to send several white talismans flying through the air. The talismans then exploded to form a white light barrier that shielded her within. A strange sizzling sound rang out as the devilish chi made contact with the light barrier, but it was kept at bay in the end. A hint of a smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. He abruptly made a hand seal, and brilliant golden light erupted from his body as golden halo emerged above his head, within which a projection with 3 heads and 6 arms gradually surfaced. The 3 heads of the projection were chanting in unison while the 6 arms pointed a finger each at the suit of devilish armor at the same time. 6 pillars of golden light immediately surged forth, all of which struck the suit of purple armor. An astonishing scene then ensued. After being struck by the golden light, the suit of purple devilish armor rotated on the spot and disappeared. In the next instant, black chi swirled around the golden projection, and the purple armor somehow ended up on the projection's body. In the instant that the projection donned the suit of armor, its aura swelled to several times its original power. At the same time, black chi surged forth from its body, completely inundating the projection under a vast expanse of devilish chi. Hanli was ecstatic to see this. From this, he was able to deduce that the suit of armor hadn't lost all of its spiritual nature, and was thus able to be used by his Provenance True Devil Arts. It was no wonder that this was the case. After all, the Provenance True Devil Arts was a mysterious devilish cultivation art that originated from the Elder Devil realm in the first place. Even though Elder Devils were vastly different from heavenly devilish monarchs, both drew on true devilish chi as their essential source of power. Of course, if the suit of armor were completely unscathed with its spiritual nature fully intact, or if its owner were still alive, then it would be close to impossible for him to take it for himself. Hanli nodded with a wistful expression as he said, "This suit of armor does indeed suit me very well, but it's a pity that it's already been damaged. Otherwise..." The woman was quite stunned by the sight of the golden projection that Hanli had conjured up, but her expression remained calm as she replied, "If this suit of armor hadn't been damaged, then it most likely wouldn't have fallen into my hands. However, if you're willing to pay the price, then I have a way to repair it. At the very least, the suit of armor will be able to recover 20% to 30% of its former power." "You can repair this suit of armor? Oh, I almost forgot that you were a crystal being, so repairing this armor certainly wouldn't be beyond your capabilities. What's this price that you're referring to? Also, how much do you plan to sell this suit of armor to me for?" Hanli asked with a smile. Following a brief pause for contemplation, the woman replied, "This item should be a priceless treasure, but it's a pity that it's a suit of devilish armor, so it can't be used by anyone who's not a devilish cultivator. Unfortunately, devilish cultivators have always been quite rare on Thunder Continent, and it's the first time I've ever seen a devilish cultivator of your cultivation base. Otherwise, this armor would have most likely have been sold already. How about this? If you have any precious materials, ingredients, pills, or medicines, bring them all out and thrown in a few top-grade spirit stones as well. If your offer is satisfactory, I can consider selling the armor to you." "Is that simple?" Hanli was rather surprised to hear her answer. The conditions she was proposing were far too simple considering what was being offered in exchange. The woman merely smiled and provided no response. "Can you tell me how you're going to repair this suit of armor first?" Instead of immediately accepting the offer, Hanli suddenly changed the subject. A slightly hesitant look appeared on the woman's face upon hearing this, but she heaved a faint sigh in the end and replied, "Repairing the armor is actually quite simple. As long as you have sufficient devilish cores, I'll be able to easily repair it." "Devilish cores? What are those?" Hanli asked with furrowed brows. This was the first time that he had heard of such a thing. Devilish cores are the inner cores of high-grade devilish beasts. If we want to repair this suit of armor, it would at least require hundreds of devilish cores, all of which would have to be from upper-race devilish beasts. One of those devilish cores will act as the main material to repair the armor, and the higher the grade of that core, the better. Ideally, we'd use the inner core of a holy-grade devilish beast to serve that purpose, the woman said with a solemn look on her face. "Surely you jest, fellow Taoist? Where am I going to find so many high-grade devilish cores? And you're asking me to secure the inner core of a holy-grade devilish beast as well? Why does it feel like repairing this suit of armor will cost far more than what it takes to purchase it? You're not swindling me for an ulterior motive, are you?" Hanli asked with a cold expression. The crystal woman seemed to have anticipated Hanli's reaction, and her expression remained calm as she said, "You're wrongfully accusing me here, senior. The enhancement the suit of armor will receive after being repaired is almost entirely dependent on the devilish core that is to be used as the main material. I can still repair it using devilish cores of a lower caliber, but the effect will be severely lackluster in comparison. If we were to use a holy-grade devilish core as the main material, the enhancement effect would at least be increased by 2-fold to 3-fold compared to if a lower-grade devilish core were to be used. If you want the best, then you naturally have to pay a high price. I have 2 avenues through which you can potentially secure a holy-grade devilish core, and I can disclose both of them to you if you're interested." They then sent news back to the heavenly cloud races, informing everyone that the matter had been resolved, and that there will no longer be any more devilish chi or devilish beasts emerging from the spatial rifts. They said that the demonic area was only going to maintain its current size and spread no further, but at the same time, they didn't allow any holy race beings to enter the area. Strangely enough, those with cultivation bases inferior to that of holy race beings were permitted to enter the area to kill the devilish beasts there, as well as to scour for inner cores and precious materials. However, there was only 1 month of each year during which the area could be accessed, and beings couldn't stay in there for a month at a time. After that, they'll have to leave the area, and as soon as the month passes, the exit will be closed. With the powerful devilish chi there, even devilish cultivators won't be able to stay in there for too long. Otherwise, they'll most definitely undergo devilification and turn into mindless devilish beings. At the same time, it really is a good place to secure precious materials that could be exchanged for spirit stones. So during the first few years, large numbers of high-grade beings would flock to the mountain ranges during the designated months. However, after a while, those numbers slowly dwindled, and at present, almost no one dares to enter the area anymore. Why's that? Han Li asked with a curious look on his face. The rate of deaths and casualties is simply far too high. Those who can return from the mountain ranges do indeed return with bountiful rewards, but only around 80% to 90% of beings return each year. During the first few years, this was not enough to deter adventurers, but this trend continued year after year. Even though large numbers of devilish beasts were being slain each year, the number of high-grade devilish beasts in there never seemed to dwindle, so of course everyone grew to fear the place. Not only are there countless high-grade devilish beasts in the devilish area, there are even a few holy-grade devilish beasts in there. Most of the time they reside at the center of the mountain ranges, but if one were to encounter such a devilish beast, they were as good as dead. Truth be told, those who enter the mountain ranges don't even know if they're the ones hunting the devilish beasts or if they're the prey being hunted instead. Thankfully, the more powerful the devilish beast, the deeper they reside in the mountain ranges, so it's not easy to encounter them on the outskirts of the area. Otherwise, no one would dare to go in at all. As such, the Golden Devil mountain ranges gradually became a place that people loved to hate, the Crystal Woman explained with a smile. Have you told me all this because you want me to enter the area and kill the holy grade devilish beasts in there? Han Li asked as he stroked his chin. His expression remained unchanged, but he'd already made up his mind. If this woman really were deranged enough to make such a suggestion, then he'd immediately depart from this place. The heavenly devilish armor was indeed very useful to him, but it certainly wasn't something that was worth risking his life for. The woman shook her head with a smile before replying, "The Golden Devil mountain ranges are extremely perilous, so I certainly wouldn't make such a suggestion. However, I was indeed hoping that you'd be able to obtain the devilish cores of one of the holy grade devilish beasts in that area." What do you mean? Han Li asked with a perplexed expression. From what I heard, a holy grade devilish beast forced its way out of the Golden Devil mountain ranges over 100 years ago for some reason, then attacked several of the nearby towns. Several holy race beings were alerted to its rampage, and they combined their powers to severely wound the beast, but it managed to get away in the end. I just so happen to know where this devilish beast is lurking, the woman said with a mysterious look in her eyes, and Han Li was quite stunned by this information. Is that true? Han Li took a deep breath as he adopted a serious expression. I'm most definitely telling the truth. The beast was severely wounded over a century ago, and it snuck back into an obscure location on the outskirts of the Golden Devil mountain ranges. It's been in hibernation ever since, and it possesses less than a tenth of its original powers. The only obstacle here is that it's created a devilish chi barrier, and only high-grade devilish cultivators who are also capable of controlling devilish chi can infiltrate through the barrier. Otherwise, any other being that comes into contact with the barrier will instantly rouse the beast from its slumber. That's why I haven't been able to do anything to it despite the fact that I've known its location all along. The price that I'm asking for to repair this suit of armor is the devilish beast's body, from which many materials can be derived. Of course, I'll be using its inner core as the main material to facilitate the armor's repair. If you think this is a fair arrangement, then I'll disclose the beast's location to you. The Crystal Woman put on a serious expression as she finally disclosed her condition. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face, and only after a lengthy silence did he finally ask, "Are you sure the beast is only lurking on the outskirts of the mountain ranges and possesses less than a tenth of its original powers? How did you manage to obtain this information?" Han Li was naturally quite tempted by the woman's proposal, but this was quite an important matter, so he had to get some answers first. I can assure you that the information I have is accurate. I can see that you still have some doubts, so I'll show you something as proof. Rather than being disheartened by Han Li's questions, the woman was instead quite pleased, as this showed that Han Li was seriously contemplating her offer. Thus, she raised a hand, and a plume of black smoke suddenly shot forth from within her sleeve, then converged to form an object that hovered above her head. It was a fist-sized black bird with a fiery red beak and a pair of shimmering golden eyes. That's a devilish smoke bird. Han Li immediately identified this bird, and he was initially quite stunned before coming to a realization. Indeed, this is one of the extremely rare types of devilish beast that I've been able to tame. It has no offensive prowess, but it's extremely proficient in searching for targets and traveling in a stealthy manner. I can even permanently bestow upon it a wisp of my spiritual sense to control it, and it's all thanks to this bird's observations that I was able to learn the condition and whereabouts of the wounded beast, the woman explained with a smile. With such a bird under your control, I have no further suspicions. However, I must ask you some things. How was this holy-grade devilish beast able to escape with its life in the face of multiple holy race beings? Does it possess a high cultivation base even among holy-grade devilish beasts, or does it possess powers that outstrip its cultivation base? On top of that, would you be able to tell me what species of devilish beast it is? Han Li nodded before delving into a detailed line of questioning. I didn't witness the battle between the beast and the holy race beings, but apparently, it's comparable to a second or third tier holy race being. Of course, I've only heard this from others, so the information may or may not be accurate. As for what kind of devilish beast this is, it's rather hard to say, but it seems to be similar to the legendary true spirit, the giant mountain ape. Perhaps it possesses that true spirit's bloodline, the woman replied. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. A thought suddenly seemed to occur to the woman at that moment, and she raised a hand to toss a stone tablet at Han Li as she said, I just so happen to have an image of the beast. You can have a look at it, senior. Han Li caught the stone tablet before pressing it against his forehead and injecting his spiritual sense into it. After a short while, Han Li lowered his hand with a contemplative look in his eyes, and mused, it really does bear a resemblance to a giant mountain ape. I've already said everything there is to say. Have you made a decision yet, senior? The woman turned to Han Li with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. However, Han Li merely smiled and asked her something that caught her a little off guard. May I ask your name, fellow Taoist? The crystal woman faltered slightly before smiling as she replied, You can call me Xian Xian, senior. Xian Xian, Han Li murmured to himself before nodding as he said, Seeing as I don't have to venture deep into the Golden Devil Mountain ranges and the holy grade devilish beast has been severely debilitated, this is a risk worth taking. However, let me make this clear. If things aren't as you say they are, or I find that the undertaking is somehow riskier than I expected for whatever reason, I'll bail out right away. Also, on the day that the mountain ranges open up, I want you to come with me in person and lead the way. Lastly, if the holy grade devilish beast really does possess the bloodline of a giant mountain ape, you have to split half of its true spirit blood with me. If you don't agree to any of the aforementioned conditions, then the deal is off. Han Li adopted quite a serious expression as he spoke. Xian Xian contemplated his conditions momentarily before nodding as she replied, All right, I accept those conditions. A smile appeared on Han Li's face in response to her prompt agreement. Thus, he spoke no further as he flicked his wrist, and a storage bracelet instantly flew out of his sleeve. He pointed a finger at the bracelet, and a swath of azure light instantly swept forth, following which a dozen or so vials and boxes of different sizes and materials abruptly appeared in midair. On top of that, there were also several tens of top-grade spirit stones that were shimmering with lights of different colors. At your current cultivation base, these pills and medicines should be enough to support your cultivation until the low and intermediate tiers of the upper race, and they can even assist you in breaking through bottlenecks. However, their effectiveness will differ from person to person. As for these materials, I expended a lot of effort to collect them. Take a look and see if they're to your liking, Han Li said in an indifferent voice. Many of these pills had been consumed by Han Li in the past, and he'd even brought out his remaining 2 vials of true toad liquid, so he wasn't afraid that the woman would be discontent with his offering. As for the materials, those were of a slightly lower caliber, but they had been obtained from the 2 spatial tempering stage demon beasts that he'd slain back in the Flame Coral Islands, so they were also extremely precious and rare. In contrast, the top-grade spirit stones really had been quite difficult to come by even for him, and bringing out so many at once was far from a pleasant experience for him. As expected, after examining the pills and materials, a hint of elation appeared on the woman's face. All of these items are quite precious, and along with those top-grade spirit stones, there's certainly enough to exchange for this suit of devilish armor, the woman said with a smile as she stowed everything away. I'm glad to hear that. We have a deal then. I'll leave you with a myriad distance talisman, and I won't be leaving Cloud City anytime soon. When the Golden Devil Mountain ranges are about to open up, you can inform me using that talisman. Hanli smiled as azure light flashed from his storage bracelet at his behest, following which a palm-sized jade badge flew out from within. The storage bracelet then flew back as a streak of azure light, fitting itself around Han Li's wrist in a flash. All right, I'll remember to use the talisman when the time comes. The crystal woman nodded with a smile as she caught the jade badge. Han Li didn't say anything further as he made a hand seal and began to chant something. The golden projection and the suit of purple armor that it was wearing both disappeared in the flash, and at the same time, the nascent soul within Han Li's dantian smiled as a purple suit of armor appeared over its chubby body. The rest of the process was quite simple. The woman teleported the two of them back to the shop using her formation plate, and Han Li immediately departed. He then visited some other shops that caught his interest, most of which were specialty shops that sold items like materials, treasures, and talismans. He did manage to find some noteworthy things in those shops as well, but of course, none of them could compare with the heavenly devilish armor he just obtained. Han Li stayed on this street for an entire day, and he only hailed a beast-drawn carriage to return to the inn after night had already fallen. In the half a month or so after that, Han Li did nothing aside from visiting these streets and hundreds of shops in Cloud City. Thus, he managed to gain a rough understanding of the various places across the city. At night, Xiang Zhili would occasionally visit him for a conversation. During this period of time, the city appeared to be on high alert, but its inhabitants were actually quite relaxed, seemingly completely unfazed by the fact that the city was potentially going to come under attack soon. Perhaps this was due to the fact that they were already accustomed to attacks from the Jiaoqi race, or perhaps they simply didn't think that the army of the Jiaoqi race would make it to Cloud City. On this day, Han Li emerged from the inn as usual, but he didn't visit any more shops. Instead, he hailed a carriage and asked the driver to take him to Radiant Cloud Mountain. The beast-drawn carriage immediately began to race down the street, and it had to travel through most of Cloud City before finally arriving at the designated destination. Han Li disembarked from the carriage and looked up at the colossal mountain before him through narrowed eyes. This was a lush mountain that was over 30,000 feet tall with a burst of pure spiritual qi emanating from it. It seemed to possess a top-grade spirit vein. Han Li looked around to find that there were 7 mountains of a similar size in the nearby area, and these 8 mountains formed the renowned 8 Cloud Mountains of Cloud City. It was said that a long time ago, a few unfathomably powerful beings in the city had unleashed extraordinary abilities to forcibly transport these 8 mountains from the ground down below all the way up to Cloud City. They then also captured 8 top-grade spirit veins and placed them into the mountains, thereby creating these 8 spirit mountains that were not inferior to any on the ground below. These 8 spirit mountains were also the only places in Cloud City where outsiders could permanently reside, and there were many cave abodes of different sizes on the mountains. None of these cave abodes were owned by a single being, and all of them were available for rent. Of course, the rent was extremely expensive, and the lease period was based on centuries. Even so, most of the cave abodes on the 8 mountains had been rented out, and there were even instances where demand exceeded supply. The temporary cave abode that Jia Qinmu had in Cloud City was situated in this Radiant Cloud Mountain. Han Li rose up onto the mountain as a streak of azure light, heading toward the address that Jia Qinmu had given him. The 8 Cloud Mountains were also the only places in Cloud City where beings were permitted to fly and use magic power. The reason why Han Li had come here was naturally for the so-called sentient puppets that had been promised to him by Jia Qinmu. During this period of time, Han Li had learned a lot about the myriad ancient race. Even though this race was only ranked somewhere around the middle of the 13 heavenly cloud races, their mastery of puppetry and puppet refinement had reached an incredible degree. It was said that they were one of the 3 races on the Thunder Continent that were most proficient in the art of puppetry. Han Li was initially rather confused as to what these sentient puppets were, but after reading through some relevant tomes and learning about them from Xiang Zhili, he finally understood what they were. These puppets all had to possess deity transformation stage power at a minimum, and they also possessed certain levels of spiritual nature. Even without having to inject spiritual sense into them, these puppets could carry out some simple instructions, so they were quite extraordinary indeed. On top of that, it was said that the spiritual natures of these puppets could evolve given the right conditions, and they could even develop a high level of intelligence. Of course, that was only a rumor. The myriad ancient race had never released an official statement to support or refute this claim, so these sentient puppets were given an extra layer of mystery and intrigue. Even for the myriad ancient race, these sentient puppets were quite difficult to refine, and they weren't sold to outsiders under normal circumstances. The few that did manage to somehow make their way out of the myriad ancient race were all highly sought-after items, and each puppet could be sold for an astronomical sum. Han Li was quite proficient in the art of puppet refinement himself, so he was naturally very intrigued by these extraordinary sentient puppets. Furthermore, he had some other objectives as well, and that was why he had decided to come to this place in person. After flashing through the air a few times as a streak of azure light, Han Li descended onto an obscure location halfway up the mountain. There was an ordinary-looking mountain face not far ahead of him, upon which a stone gate that was several tens of feet tall could be seen. Han Li didn't directly knock on the gate. Instead, he swept a sleeve through the air and a ball of light flew out from within, then disappeared into the stone gate in a flash. Not long after that, white light flashed from the surface of the stone gate, and it slowly opened of its own accord. Jia Qinmu emerged from within with a smile on his face and greeted, "Ha, it really is you, fellow Taoist Han. What took you so long? I've been waiting for quite a few days already." Han Li smiled and replied, "Apologies for the delay, I had some matters to attend to, so I ended up coming a little later than expected." Jia Qinmu nodded before extending a warm invitation. "I see. Come into my cave abode and we'll talk in there." "I'd be glad to." Han Li accepted the invitation and strode into the cave abode. Jia Qinmu's cave abode wasn't very large. After passing through a short passageway, the two of them arrived in a hall that was over 300 feet in size. The decor was quite unique and elegant with a few shimmering beads embedded onto the roof, along with a table, two smaller side tables and a few chairs in the room. There was nothing else in the hall aside from that, and even the walls had only been paved with the most ordinary blue stone. "Take a seat, fellow Taoist Han," Jia Qinmu offered after sitting down on the main seat. Han Li nodded before taking a seat beside him. Before even saying anything, Jia Qinmu suddenly clapped his hands together twice, and footsteps sounded from a side door, thereby drawing Han Li's attention toward that direction. Moments later, a beautiful woman who appeared to be in her 20s emerged into the hall. She was wearing a yellow palatial dress and was holding a long wooden box as she strode into the room in an elegant manner. The woman made her way to the center of the hall, then placed the wooden box in her hands onto the side table in front of Han Li before standing off to the side in a respectful manner. Han Li merely took a cursory glance at the wooden box before turning his attention to the woman with a peculiar look in his narrowed eyes. "Has my servant caught your eye, fellow Taoist Han? If you like her, how about I give her to you?" Jia Qinmu chuckled upon seeing this. "It's not that, I was marveling at just how extraordinary sentient puppets truly are. If it weren't for the fact that I'm also proficient in puppetry myself, I'd be fooled into thinking that this sentient puppet was an actual person. The spiritual pressure emanating from her body is remarkably similar to that of a normal cultivator," Han Li praised with a smile on his face. Not only was Jia Qinmu not dejected upon hearing this, he burst into hearty laughter instead. "Haha, so you figured it out, fellow Taoist Han. TSK, among the fellow Taoists who have visited my cave abode, you are definitely the first below the holy race to discover that this servant of mine is only a puppet. I refined this puppet myself many years ago, and it's swindled many of my good friends since then." He seemed to be quite impressed that Han Li had been able to identify his servant as a puppet. "You're far too kind, fellow Taoist Jia. From the looks of it, this sentient puppet isn't very powerful, but it certainly does greatly resemble a human," Han Li mused with a smile as he appraised the puppet, which was virtually identical to a real human being. "You do indeed have a brilliant discerning eye, brother Han. This is the first sentient puppet that I've ever refined, and it's only a third-tier upper race puppet. I decided to solely pursue crafting a sentient puppet with the most spiritual nature at the time, but unfortunately, even after I've nurtured the puppet for so long, its spiritual nature hasn't been enhanced in the slightest." Jia Qinmu sighed as he turned toward the servant with a wistful look on his face. At this moment, the servant suddenly turned and smiled at Jia Qinmu in an extremely humanized manner, but its smile then instantly faded as it adopted a blank and wooden expression again. Han Li was a little speechless upon seeing this. Have a look at the sentient puppet in the box and see if you're happy with it, Brother Han, Jia Tianmu prompted after withdrawing his gaze from his servant. Alright, then I'll go ahead. Han Li nodded as he swept a sleeve over the table, and a swath of azure light surged forth. The long wooden box opened following a crisp crack, revealing the item within. Han Li focused his gaze on the item, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. There was a white snake that was around a foot in length sitting inside the box. Its entire body was glittering and translucent, with a layer of white spiritual light radiating from it. This is a new type of sentient puppet that I refined not long ago. It possesses a cultivation base that's roughly the same as yours at around the 7th tier of the upper race, but even though it's not all that powerful, it possesses 2 forms. If it weren't for the fact that you've saved my life, I really wouldn't be willing to part with this puppet, Jia Tianmu said with a slightly forlorn look in his eyes. 2 forms. Han Li was rather surprised to hear this. Indeed. Even though I haven't infused my blood essence into it to perform a master recognition ceremony, I can still show you its basic abilities. Jia Tianmu made a hand seal as he spoke, then pointed a finger toward the wooden box in Han Li's hands. A beam of white light immediately shot forth from his fingertip, disappearing into the white snake's body in a flash. Spiritual light flashed, and the motionless snake suddenly sprang to life. Brilliant white light erupted from its body, and it transformed into a streak of white light as it flew out of the wooden box. Immediately thereafter, it swelled drastically to become a white python that was several tens of feet in length before circling around in the air. The python had a pair of crimson eyes while its body was entirely covered in shimmering white scales. A violent aura was emanating from the puppet, and it really did seem to be completely identical to a real giant python. All of a sudden, Jia Tianmu let loose a low cry and made a hand seal before casting another incantation seal onto the snake. The giant python puppet shuddered as a result before curling up into a ball. Another flash of brilliant white light radiated forth, following which the white python transformed into a beautiful white-robed woman. In its female human form, the puppet wore a slightly lost expression as it hovered motionlessly in mid-air. This sentient puppet can assist you in battle and also be used as a servant in your cave abode. Its only flaw is that it requires several times the number of spirit stones to function compared to other sentient puppets. On top of that, most of the puppet's body is constructed from glacial crystal iron, so it can only be powered by the extremely rare ice attribute spirit stones. If you want to use the puppet, you'll have to prepare to expend a lot of spirit stones on it in the future, Jia Tianmu explained. Han Li stared at the white-robed woman hovering in midair for a long while before smiling as he replied, "Ice attribute spirit stones are indeed quite rare, but I do have some in my collection, so I'd be more than happy to take the puppet." Hehe, I'm glad that you're pleased with the puppet, Brother Han. You'll only need to use a drop of your blood essence to conduct a master recognition ceremony, and no one else will be able to use the puppet aside from yourself, Jia Tianmu said with a smile before making a hand seal, then pointing a finger at the puppet. The white-robed woman immediately swayed before flying toward Han Li as a ball of white light. It then transformed into a white snake that slowly descended into the box again. At the same time, Han Li rustled a sleeve, and a burst of azure light swept past to place the lid back onto the box. Fellow Taoist Jia, from the sounds of it, all of these sentient puppets were created by you, so you must be an extremely well-established puppet refinement master. I also have some interesting puppets that were given to me by someone else. Would you like to see them? Han Li turned to Jia Tianmu with a smile. Oh, I'd love to see them. Jia Tianmu seemed to be genuinely excited at the prospect of witnessing a new type of puppets. Han Li smiled as he flipped his hand over, and a jade box appeared over his palm. The box was shimmering with spiritual light, and there were even a few restriction talismans plastered onto it. After peeling off the talismans, Han Li laid a hand onto the lid of the box, and it came flying off of its own accord, following which several tens of humanoid puppets flew out from within, each of which was around a foot in size. These were none other than the spirit servants that Han Li had received from Demon Monarch Di Shui. As soon as these humanoid puppets flew to the center of the hall, a cloud of 5-colored mist suddenly erupted forth. The mist then faded, and 12 seductive gorgeous women in 5-colored dresses appeared in the hall. Due to the fact that the teleportation formation needs to be kept in good condition, it's often serviced, and that's taken care of by the Crystal Race, the Stone Cocoon Race, the Multi-Hand Race, and our Myriad Ancient Race. Fellow Taoist Han, are you interested in the teleportation formation itself or are you interested in using it? Jia Tianmu asked with a thoughtful expression on his face. Jia Qinmu was extremely proficient in the art of puppetry, so he certainly wasn't a dense idiot. As such, he was able to instantly glean Han Li's intentions. I do indeed wish to use the teleportation formation to get to another continent. As things currently were, Han Li saw no point in hiding the truth, so he decided to come clean. It'll be quite difficult for you to access the teleportation formation, Brother Han. Jia Qinmu chuckled with a wry smile and shook his head. I'm aware that using this teleportation formation requires the expenditure of a vast amount of energy, but I just wanted to ask if it's possible for me to secure approval to use this teleportation formation as an outsider, Han Li asked in a slow voice. His expression remained unchanged, but he was actually quite nervous to hear the answer. After all, this was his main objective for visiting Jia Tianmu. After a brief pause, Jia Tianmu replied, "Truth be told, if you were a holy race being from one of our heavenly cloud races, then it certainly wouldn't be difficult for you to request access to the super teleportation formation. Seeing as you satisfy neither of those criteria, it'll be extremely difficult for you. However, with an invasion from the Jiaoqi race almost an imminent inevitability, there's a slight chance that an exception could be made. If you make some significant contributions for the heavenly cloud races in the battle against the Jiaoqi race army, then perhaps there's a chance that access could be granted to you. However, I'm only responsible for puppet refinement, so you'll have to discuss the specific details with the elders. On top of that, due to the imminent battle, our 13 races are all inviting guest members. I've already told the elders about how you were able to easily slay several Jiaoqi beings of the same cultivation base, and they're quite interested in you as well." Han Li's brows furrowed tightly upon hearing this. With his personality, the last thing he wanted to do was to become embroiled in a battle between two major powers. In such a large-scale battle concerning so many powerful beings, even a being of his powers could easily perish. Thank you for this information. I'll be sure to consider my options carefully. I'll have to trouble you to act as the middleman if I ever wish to request an audience with the elders of the 13 races, Han Li requested with a serious nod. That's no problem at all, especially after you've given me such a precious gift, Jia Tianmu replied without any hesitation. A smile appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. After that, Han Li spoke no further about the teleportation formation, instead choosing to discuss puppetry with him. As soon as the discussion moved on to puppets, Jia Qinmu's eyes immediately lit up, and he became a lot more talkative as if a whole new can of worms had been opened. With his astonishing mastery in the art of puppetry, many of his insights quite brilliant even to Han Li, and Han Li learned a lot from their conversation. In contrast, Han Li had obtained the puppetry technique from the monarch of Soul Divergence, so he also had some unique insights to offer, much to the surprise and elation of Jia Tianmu. Half a day later, Han Li departed from Radiant Cloud Mountain and returned to the inn. As soon as he entered his room, Han Li activated the restriction he'd set up to completely seal off the place. He then casually strode over to a corner of the room before sitting down in a cross-legged manner. He hadn't found the answer that he was looking for, but he did gain a better understanding of the super teleportation formation, as well as a very versatile sentient puppet. Han Li swept a hand over his storage bracelet, and azure light flashed as a long wooden box appeared in his hands. He gently removed the lid to reveal the thin white snake that was lying inside, and blue light flashed through his eyes as he attempted to glean the internal structure of the puppet. However, this sentient puppet really was quite special. Even after using his bright sight spirit eyes, its vitals were still quite blurry to him, and he couldn't make any sense of how this puppet functioned. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately released his powerful spiritual sense to encompass the entire snake. He directed his spiritual sense toward those blurry vital regions, only for it to be forcibly repelled. The other sections of the white snake were quite similar to normal puppets aside from the fact that some special materials had been used. Some of the internal structures were also quite profound, but he was able to figure out how they worked, albeit with some difficulty. It appeared that the areas that truly set sentient puppets apart lay in those blurred-out regions that he couldn't see. It wasn't that he couldn't use his powerful spiritual sense to forcibly infiltrate those areas, but doing so would definitely inflict some damage to the puppet. Furthermore, if he could do this, then other beings who had been in possession of sentient puppets in the past would also have been able to do the same thing. However, the secret of sentient puppets was still one that was exclusively kept in the myriad ancient race, so that course of action clearly didn't work. It would most likely damage the puppet, yet leave him still unable to glean its secrets. After a brief hesitation, Han Li finally decided against taking the risk and turned his attention to conducting a master recognition ceremony instead. With that in mind, he opened his mouth to expel an azure thread, which revolved around his wrist before disappearing into his body again. At this moment, Hanli extended his wrist forward, and azure light flashed as a few drops of blood essence dripped from his wrist down onto the white snake in the box. The drops of blood essence only came into contact with the snake's body for a split second before vanishing. Immediately thereafter, Hanli made a hand seal and cast a series of incantation seals onto the white snake. As a result, the motionless white snake suddenly raised its head, and a hissing sound came out of its mouth. The puppet then flew out of the box before flying around in the air before Hanli. However, Hanli paid no heed to it as he flipped his hand over again to produce a stack of formation plates of different colors. He raised a hand and all of the formation plates shot forth as balls of spiritual light, then disappeared into the nearby space. In the next instant, a 5-colored light formation that was around 10 feet in size appeared in mid-air. There were runes of all colors shimmering within the formation, presenting quite a mystical sight to behold. Hanli pointed a finger at the white snake before him, and red light flashed through its eyes as it circled around in the air in a hesitant manner. However, it was unable to resist the power of Hanli's spiritual sense in the end, and it slowly flew into the light formation. A dull ringing sound rang out across the entire formation at Hanli's behest, following which countless runes appeared before surging toward the puppet in a frenzy. A layer of crimson light surfaced over the puppet's body, but it remained completely motionless, allowing these runes to fuse into the crimson light. A hint of elation appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this. This master recognition technique was something that he had learned in the Tianping race, and it was far more effective than other conventional methods. After using this technique on the puppet, even a being that was vastly more powerful than him wouldn't be able to wrest control over the puppet. Hanli activated the formation while slowly closing his eyes, leaving the light formation to flash incessantly as it hovered in mid-air. This master recognition ceremony lasted for a day and a night before Hanli finally opened his eyes again. He then began to chant something as he waved a hand toward the white snake within the formation, and brilliant white light erupted from its body as it flew out of the formation in a flash. It twirled in mid-air before transforming into a white-robed woman, upon which it descended slowly beside Hanli in a silent and expressionless manner. A hint of intrigue appeared in Hanli's eyes as he appraised the woman's gorgeous features, and he smiled as he mused, "Looks like you really don't possess a high level of spiritual nature. You're just like a humanoid doll. I'm going to call you doll from now on." Red light flashed through the white-robed woman's eyes upon hearing this, but she still remained completely motionless. Hanli shook his head in a slightly resigned manner upon seeing this. He made a hand seal, and spiritual light flashed from the woman's body as she transformed into a white snake again, then disappeared up his sleeve. He then pointed at the light formation again, and it immediately vanished, reverting back to a dozen or so formation plates again, all of which were stowed away into Hanli's storage bracelet. After a brief contemplative pause, he pulled out another white jade box, upon which several crimson talismans were plastered. This was none other than one of the mysterious boxes that the big-headed being had entrusted to everyone. From the caution with which the big-headed being had treated the boxes with and the efforts that the Jiaoqi race was making to secure them, it was not difficult to deduce that they contained extremely important items. However, due to the fact that an extremely potent restriction may have been set up on the box, Hanli hadn't gotten around to attempting to open it. Now that it was essentially necessary for him to request an audience with the elders of the myriad ancient race, he naturally had to figure out the contents of the box first to see if there was something in it that he could use. Hanli could sense that the item in the box was extremely important to the myriad ancient race. In that case, there was a chance that he could use it to exchange for an opportunity to use the super teleportation formation. Of course, Hanli wouldn't be willing to hand over the box to the myriad ancient race without inspecting its contents first. Only with the knowledge of just what this item was could he barter effectively with the myriad ancient race. With that in mind, Hanli glanced at the walls of his room, which were shimmering with faint white light, and his brows furrowed slightly. If opening the jade box were to create a massive ruckus, then the restriction he'd set up may not be enough to completely conceal the commotion. As such, he had to set up a few more layers of restrictions first. Thus, Hanli pulled out several sets of formation flags from his storage bracelet again, all of which were sent hurtling toward the corners of the room. Immediately thereafter, a layer of azure light and a layer of 5-colored light appeared in unison. Even after setting up the 2 additional barriers, Hanli still wasn't content. He thrust a hand into the air, and a black shadow shot forth from his palm, transforming into a miniature black mountain that was only around a foot tall hovering above his head. Spiritual light flashed, and a layer of gray light emanated from the underside of the miniature mountain, forming a light barrier that encompassed an area with a radius of several tens of feet around Hanli. Thus, the area around Hanli was in complete lockdown. Hanli had already examined the crimson talismans plastered to the surface of the box. They were nothing special and were only used to repress the aura of the item inside the box. On top of that, he had already formulated a plan to remove these talismans. For others, this would most likely prove to be quite a troublesome prospect, but he possessed several abilities that were extremely effective against restrictions. Thus, after securing his room with a series of light barriers, Hanli tossed the jade box into the air, where it hovered motionlessly at his behest. He then reached out with a pristine white hand toward the jade box while the divine essence-fused light barrier being emitted by the miniature mountain became noticeably denser. At the same time, 5 white skulls emerged from his fingertips, all of which swelled in size before hurtling toward the jade box. "Break!" Hanli issued a command as he pointed at the 5 skulls, and all of them opened their mouths in unison to expel a wave of 5-colored glacial flames that swept up the jade box within. An astonishing scene then ensued. As the 5-colored glacial flames converged toward the box, the crimson talismans detached themselves from the box's lid of their own accord. The talismans should have been quite light and sprightly, but due to the effects of the 5-colored glacial flames, they were moving a lot more slowly than they normally would, and Hanli was able to clearly see the process through which they were separating from the box. This brief period of time was enough for Hanli to assess all of the changes taking place within the box. All of a sudden, his expression darkened, and the 5-colored glacial flames surging around the jade box transformed into a massive 5-colored hand, which forcibly removed the lid on the box. A burst of extremely unstable yet powerful fluctuations erupted from the box into the air, following which a golden ball of light shot forth, only to be caught in and completely immobilized by the 5-colored hand. Right at this moment, a resounding thump rang out as a red light formation surfaced around the jade box. The formation then swelled and shrank, looking as if it were about to explode. Hanli glanced at the light formation, and the terrifying spiritual power imbued within it was quite harrowing even to him. Thus, he immediately made a hand seal, and the massive 5-colored hand locked firmly around the golden and silver ball of light before whizzing toward the corner as a streak of 5-colored light. At the same time, the divine essence-fused light in the nearby area suddenly tightened to form a dense gray pillar of light that trapped the light formation within. In the next instant, the light formation exploded, and a white halo immediately appeared within the pillar of light. The pillar of light then began to tremor violently as a series of strange ripples appeared over its surface, looking as if it were going to be vanquished at any moment by the force of the explosion. Hanli's eyes narrowed as he harumphed coldly, and he opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames. The fireball transformed into a silver fire raven that rushed into the gray pillar of light in a flash before plunging headfirst into the halo of white light. A bizarre turn of events then unfolded. The violent fluctuations that resembled an erupting volcano within the white halo of light suddenly receded, and at the same time, the halo of light shrank drastically at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. Within just the span of a few breaths, it had disappeared completely, and in its place was the silver fire raven. The bird had swelled to several times its original size, and it was in the process of sucking one final wisp of white light into its stomach. Hanli finally heaved an internal sigh of relief upon seeing this. He waved a hand, and the silver fire raven spread its wings before flying back to him, disappearing into his body in a flash. Meanwhile, the 5 white skulls also vanished amid a string of dull thumps. At the same time, the 5-colored hand in the air appeared above his hand, then relaxed its fingers to release that ball of golden and silver light. Hanli swept a sleeve upward, and a swath of azure light swept forth to draw the golden ball of light into his grasp. As he clenched his fingers around it, the golden and silver light dimmed to reveal the object within. He held his hand up to his face, then focused his gaze to conduct a more thorough inspection. There was an antiquated badge that appeared to be around half a foot in length within the spiritual light. One side was shimmering with golden light while the other glowed with silver light, and the surfaces of the badge were riddled with profound ripples. At the same time, there was an unidentifiable ancient symbol carved onto each side of the badge. Even with Hanli's vast wealth of knowledge in foreign languages, he was still completely unable to figure out from which language these symbols originated. Han Li stroked the surface of the badge gently with his finger, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. To think that the item that the big-headed being had held in such high regard was something like this. Even though the badge was shimmering with spiritual light, there were some signs of wear and tear around its edges, indicating that it was definitely quite an old item. Furthermore, the material used to forge the badge was also quite strange. One side was frosty cold to the touch while the other side was scorching hot, indicating that it seemed to possess both ice and fire attributes at the same time. Han Li fell into deep thought upon seeing this. However, as he swept a finger over one of the ancient symbols, something unexpected happened. A wisp of white light suddenly emerged from within the badge, and it was as thin as a strand of fine silk, but it was extremely fast and disappeared in a flash. A cold sensation shot through his palm, followed by a faint hint of stabbing pain. His hand then became a little moist and clammy, and in his bewilderment, Han Li reflexively tossed the badge into the air, where it hovered motionlessly above his head. He then brought his palm up to his face to find that there was a gash that was several inches long on his palm. The gash was bleeding profusely, and it seemed that he wouldn't be able to immediately stop the bleeding. With his powerful body in conjunction with the fact that this hand had cultivated the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra, it was quite incredible that a thin white thread could inflict such a nasty gash onto his palm. Despite the astonishment in his heart, Han Li immediately began to circulate his magic power within his body. Specks of white light began to emanate from the gash, following which it was fully healed in just a few moments. After that, he glanced up at the strange badge overhead with intrigue and bewilderment in his eyes. At this moment, brilliant golden and silver light were radiating from the badge, and the traces of blood on it were rapidly vanishing. No, they weren't vanishing, they were being absorbed by the badge. Han Li's lips twitched, yet before he had a chance to do anything, the badge suddenly let loose a long cry akin to that of a dragon's roar. Immediately thereafter, a pillar of golden and silver light erupted into the air, completely disregarding the divine essence-fused light and the restrictive light barriers that he'd set up earlier, then puncturing the roof and climbing straight into the heavens. Han Li's expression instantly darkened significantly upon seeing this. He immediately waved a sleeve through the air, and a swath of azure light swept forth from within as he attempted to recover the badge. However, an incredible turn of events then unfolded. Even as the azure light swept toward the badge, it completely refused to budge, and it only continued to blast a pillar of golden and silver light into the sky. Han Li's heart sank as a wry smile appeared on his face. With the massive commotion that this badge was causing, there was no way that what he was doing would go by unnoticed. It wouldn't take long before someone came to investigate what was going on. With that in mind, a series of thoughts flashed rapidly through Han Li's mind, and he immediately sprang into action. Specks of light of different colors instantly appeared out of thin air at his behest, and he instantly stowed away the miniature black mountain as well as the formation plates he'd set up earlier. He then paused before making his way toward a corner of the room, where he sat down expressionlessly in a cross-legged manner, paying no further heed to the badge that was hovering in mid-air. A short while later, light flashed from the four walls and the door of the room at the same time, following which a few black-armored warriors of Cloud City emerged in the room in a wraith-like manner. All of them faltered slightly at the sight of the badge that was causing such a big commotion, then turned to Han Li in unison with a cold look in their eyes. However, their expressions then changed slightly after verifying Han Li's cultivation base with their spiritual sense to find that he was far more powerful than them. The leader of the armored warrior adopted a slightly more benevolent expression as he asked, "Is that your treasure? Are you not aware that activating powerful treasures and using too much spiritual power is prohibited in Cloud City?" Seeing as Han Li's cultivation base was far superior to theirs, they didn't dare to show him any disrespect before figuring out what was going on. "I encountered some issues while refining this treasure, but I'll sort things out right away." Han Li was quite calm and collected, and he made a grabbing motion toward the badge from afar as he spoke. A massive translucent hand instantly appeared in the air before grabbing down toward the badge. However, despite Han Li's best efforts to drag the badge down toward him, it refused to move so much as a single inch, as if it were completely locked in space somehow. Confused expressions appeared on the faces of the armored warriors in the room upon seeing this, and Han Li's lips also twitched in response to this situation. He took a deep breath, and just as he was about to exert more force on the badge, an indifferent male voice suddenly sounded from outside the room. "Don't bother. The vast glacial badge has already been activated by you in advance, and it's locked onto a spatial position so it won't move no matter what you do to it unless you shatter all of the space in a radius of 1,000 feet. As soon as the voice trailed off, spatial fluctuations rippled throughout the room, and an indistinct humanoid figure emerged out of thin air. Han Li was seated in the corner, and his expression abruptly changed as he swept his spiritual sense toward this newcomer. This man's spiritual power was quite unfathomable, indicating that he was a body integration stage being. The man withdrew his gaze, then waved a hand toward the armored warriors before turning his attention to Han Li. "Are you the one who activated this vast glacial badge?" "I want to deny that, but it doesn't really seem possible at this point," Han Li sighed with a wry smile on his face. "Why would you deny this? You've encountered a massive stroke of luck," the man said with a hint of a smile on his face as he appraised Han Li through narrowed eyes. "A massive stroke of luck? What do you?" Han Li's expression changed slightly, yet just as he was about to ask a question, the man's brows furrowed as he abruptly turned toward one of the walls of the room. "Brother Tsang, seeing as you're already here, why don't you show yourself? Are you planning to hand over this vast glacial badge to our water wraith race?" Not many vast glacial badges have appeared on this occasion, so every single badge is extremely valuable. Would your water wraith race dare to take one for yourselves? Without the myriad ancient race to set up and activate the required formation, the badge will be useless to you even if you do take it, a cold voice replied. A black shadow then flashed on the wall that the white-haired young man was staring at, following which a shadowy figure that was enshrouded under gray light appeared in a soundless manner. The figure was standing close to the wall, completely motionless as if it were an insubstantial object. The cold voice just then had sounded directly from within the gray light. As opposed to becoming enraged, the white-haired man merely chuckled. "Hee, I'm naturally aware of this. However, if this fellow Taoist wishes to join our water wraith race, then it won't be an issue for us to use this vast glacial badge to take some of our brethren into the vast glacial realm, right? That would be fine of course, but this fellow Taoist doesn't seem to have expressed any intention of joining your race. Perhaps he'd rather become a guest member of our Yin demon race," the shadowy figure referred to as Tsang replied in a completely emotionless voice. "Is that so? That's rather hard to say. If I recall correctly, there is an unspoken rule among our 13 races. If two races set their eyes on an outsider at the same time, the other race can only extend an invitation after said outsider has rejected the invitation from the first race. Fellow Taoist, I am by you of the water wraith race, and I'm officially extending an invitation to you to become a guest member of our race. If you're willing to join our race, I can promise you that we'll help you advance a tier in your cultivation base within 100 years, and we'll also offer you a variety of other immense benefits." The white-haired man turned his gaze away from Tsang and extended a formal offer to Han Li. However, he stared intently into Han Li's eyes as he spoke, and a strange iridescent light rapidly swirled within his own eyes, seemingly emitting an invisible power that threatened to suck away the beholder's sense of reason. Han Li's eyelids twitched, and as soon as he looked into Bayu's iridescent eyes, his spiritual sense blurred, and almost reflexively opened his mouth to accept the offer being extended toward him. However, in the next instant he activated his great development technique, and his pupils contracted as piercing blue light appeared in his eyes, thereby allowing him to resist the strange captivating force of the white-haired man's eyes. At the same time, Han Li regained clarity in his spiritual sense, following which a burst of fury welled up in his heart. This white-haired young man appeared to be quite honest and benevolent, yet he had used a captivation technique to try and sway Han Li's decision. If it weren't for the fact that he possessed his bright sight spirit eyes, he would have most likely been drawn into accepting his offer just then. The white-haired young man faltered upon seeing this before a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Tsang was also rather taken aback by this development, but he then burst into laughter as he said in a derisive tone, "Haha, I didn't think that your iridescent illusionary eyes would fail to take effect on a being below the holy race. Stop trying to play your little tricks, fellow Taoist Bai. As you said yourself, the rule stipulating that invitations had to be made in sequential order to outsiders is only an unspoken one. In the face of the vast glacial badge, none of our 13 races would be willing to follow an unofficial rule like that." The white-haired man's expression quickly returned to normal, and he cast a meaningful glance toward Han Li before turning to Naging. "Seeing as this fellow Taoist has no intention of joining our water wraith race, I naturally won't force him to do so against his will. Brother Tsang, aren't you going to try and invite this fellow Taoist to join your Yin demon race?" This matter concerns a vast glacial badge, which is an item of the utmost importance, so neither of us can decide which race he will join. In that case, I'm not going to waste my efforts doing something that won't lead to anything, Song Ying harumphed in response. Bai Yu merely smiled and remained silent upon hearing this. Song Ying also chuckled as he fell silent as well. As for Han Li, he also refrained from saying anything as the blue light in his eyes faded. Thus, the room became extremely silent, and the nearby armored warriors were left staring blankly at one another, wondering what they should do in this situation. However, this silence was broken just moments later. The sound of knocking suddenly rang out from the other side of the door, following which an elderly voice sounded. I am Chen Jizi of the Myriad Ancient Race. Would I be able to see the owner of this place? Bai Yu's face paled slightly upon hearing this elderly voice, and the gray light around Song Ying's body rippled unsteadily as well. Han Li immediately replied, Please come in, senior. It is a great honor for me to welcome you to my humble abode. Upon hearing Han Li's polite response, the elderly man didn't delay any longer. Spiritual light flashed and he passed directly through the door, appearing in the room in the next instant. This was a chubby yellow-robed elderly man with a strange woven basket on his back. He wasn't very tall and he had a set of benevolent facial features. Fellow Taoist Bai, fellow Taoist Song Ying, I didn't expect to see you two here, the elderly man greeted in a warm voice, as if he really were only just finding out that these two beings were in the room. Greetings, fellow Taoist, the two of us have only just arrived as well. Indeed. I just so happened to be doing something nearby, and I noticed the phenomenon resulting from the activation of the vast glacial badge, so I decided to come and have a look. Bai Yu and Song Ying were regarding each other with enmity just a moment ago, but in the face of this elderly man, both of them were behaving in an extremely careful manner. Han Li was naturally rather intrigued by their sudden changes in demeanor, and he swept his spiritual sense toward the elderly man, upon which a wave of shock surged through his heart. This Qian Jizi's magic power was as boundless as the ocean, and it was completely unfathomable to Han Li. At the very least, he was unable to glean the elderly man's cultivation base as he currently was, which meant that the elderly man was most likely a being at the pinnacle of the body integration stage. It was no wonder then Bai Yu and Song Ying were so wary of him. Even if the two of them were to combine their powers, they'd most likely still be no match for the elderly man. So there really is a vast glacial badge here. Does this badge belong to you, fellow Taoist? Chen Jizi gave the two a benevolent smile, then glanced at the golden and silver badge hovering in midair before turning to Han Li. Indeed, senior, Han Li hurriedly replied with a respectful bow. Your surname is Han, right? Chen Jizi suddenly asked with a smile. How did you know that, senior? Han Li's expression changed slightly, and even though he was asking that question he most likely knew the answer already. As expected, Chen Jizi smiled and replied, I've heard about you from fellow Taoist Jia, and I also have your portrait. I was going to send someone to invite you for a chat a few days from now, but it looks like I have no choice but to meet you a little earlier than expected. Do you recognize him, fellow Taoist Chen Jizi? Bai Yu asked. He, one of our Myriad Ancient Race's 4 top puppet masters, Master Jia, was almost captured by the Jiaoqi race a few days ago, and it was all thanks to fellow Taoist Han that he was able to escape unscathed, so of course I've heard of him, Chen Jizi replied as he stroked his beard. What? Does that mean Master Jia was sent to the border? Song Ying asked with a surprised look on his face. Indeed. Our race had an important matter to take care of, so we had no choice but to send Master Jia. We deployed a few guards to accompany him, but due to the invasion of the Jiaoqi race, all of them perished on the border. Are you too interested in the internal affairs of our Myriad Ancient Race? The elderly man asked with an amused smile. Bai Yu's expression changed upon hearing this, and he forced a smile onto his own face as he replied, I wouldn't dare to pry into your race's internal affairs, fellow Taoist. It's just that Master Jia's proficiency in puppetry is quite extraordinary, making him an indispensable member of our 13 races, so I am merely concerned for his safety. Indeed. We're both very happy to hear that Master Jia is now safe. It was quite apparent that Song Ying was also feeling very uneasy. Looks like I was overthinking things then. Seeing as this vast glacial badge has been activated by fellow Taoist Han, you wouldn't mind if I invited fellow Taoist Han back our race for a chat, would you? As for this place, we'll set up restrictions and deploy troops to put it into complete lockdown. Our Myriad Ancient Race will deploy people soon after this to set up the relevant formation. Qian Jizi was speaking in a polite tone, but he gave the other two beings no opportunity to state any objections. Bai Yu and Song Ying naturally weren't very pleased by this arrangement, but they had no choice but to bow to Qian Jizi's overwhelming might. The elderly man nodded with a content look before turning to Han Li with a smile as he asked, "Fellow Taoist Han, would you like to follow me to our race?" A wry smile appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. This was an invitation that was being extended by a being at the pinnacle of the body integration stage, so he certainly wouldn't dare to refuse it. As such, he could only respectfully reply, "If you don't mind my intrusion, I'd love to accompany you, senior." Qian Jizi could see the hesitation in Han Li's eyes and he chuckled, "Ha, not to worry, fellow Taoist Han. Setting aside everything else, you are the one who saved Master Jia's life, and our myriad ancient race isn't one to repay kindness with animosity." Han Li could naturally only proclaim that those were never his thoughts. The rest of the process was quite simple. The armored warriors departed at Qian Jizi's behest to gather more of their comrades to this place, temporarily placing the area in a radius of several kilometers into a state of lockdown. As for this inn, it was naturally also isolated as the epicenter of the incident. Thus, a completely oblivious and stunned Xiang Zhili was summoned to the room, and Han Li could only appraise the situation with a resigned smile. After that, Han Li and the elderly man departed from the inn while the vast glacial badge remained there with countless armored warriors guarding the place. Bai Yu and Song Ying didn't remain in this place for much longer before taking their leave. However, Han Li and the elderly man didn't travel through the city via flight. Instead, there was a carriage being drawn by a pair of giant golden lion spirit beasts waiting on the side of the street beside the inn. The elderly man invited Han Li onto the carriage, and the giant lions rose up several feet above the ground before charging along at an incredible speed. Qian Jizi didn't have any intention to engage in an in-depth conversation with Han Li inside the carriage. He merely made some small talk before closing his eyes to meditate. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but countless thoughts were racing through his mind as he considered just why he was being taken. The elderly man had assured him that he was only trying to repay Han Li for saving Jia Tianmu, but he certainly wasn't going to allow himself to be convinced by that. Even if he had saved Jia Tianmu, the favor had already been repaid by the sentient puppet that had been given to him. However, it appeared that they required his assistance to enter this so-called vast glacial realm, seeing as his blood essence had activated the vast glacial badge. In that case, he could perhaps use that as leverage to see if he could be granted access to use the super teleportation formation. Thus, he was still useful to the heavenly cloud races, so they definitely wouldn't plot against him right away. With that in mind, he was feeling a lot more reassured. The beast-drawn carriage that he was currently riding in was significantly faster than the other carriages he'd ridden in before, and it didn't take long for the carriage to reach the 8 cloud mountains. Han Li cast his gaze out the window at the 8 massive mountains in the distance, and a peculiar look flashed through his eyes. Was this Qian Jizi taking him back to his cave abode? A short while later, just as the beast-drawn carriage was approaching one of the 8 mountains, it suddenly changed directions and skirted around the mountain, flying toward the area behind it instead. Han Li was a little surprised by this, but after the beast-drawn carriage traveled around the mountain, he discovered that there was a small fortress that was several kilometers in size beyond the mountain. The fortress wasn't very large, but there were 7 or 8 layers of city walls around it. Each successive layer of the city walls was taller than the previous one as they approached the fortress, and just the outermost wall was already over 1,000 feet tall, while the innermost wall appeared to be close to 10,000 feet in height. From a distance, it appeared to be a fortress, but it was probably more accurate to call it a giant tower. Through the use of his bright sight spirit eyes, Han Li could clearly see that there were silvery white statues situated atop the city walls as intervals of just over 1,000 feet. These statues all differed in appearance, with some being carved to resemble beasts while others were more humanoid in shape. The largest of these statues were over 1,000 feet tall, and even the smallest were 700 to 800 feet tall. All of them were completely stationary, but there was an indescribable menacing aura emanating from their bodies. The elderly man's smile faded, and he paused for a moment before continuing, "This has not been completely confirmed, but we are almost entirely sure that the vast glacial realm is a damaged subsidiary space to the true immortal realm." A subsidiary space to the true immortal realm. Even with Han Li's steadfast nature, he couldn't help but be stunned by this revelation. Indeed, it should be a now-defunct space in the true immortal realm. Those who have entered this space in the past have found cave abodes and even remains that are suspected to have once belonged to immortals. However, no one has ever seen a living immortal in there, Qianjizi confirmed with a nod. Han Li was left speechless as he sat on his chair with a blank expression on his face. There's no need to be so shocked, fellow Taoist. At present, this is only mere speculation. Among the cave abodes, remains, and treasures discovered within the vast glacial realm, we've yet to discover anything that's actually useful, so it's not like anyone can just go in and come back out with extraordinary treasures that defy the natural order. Even the spirit medicines and spirit fruits I mentioned are mostly hidden in obscure locations that require extensive efforts to find, the elderly man said with a smile. All of a sudden, a clear voice sounded from outside the hall. In summary, there are many rare and precious items to be found in the vast glacial realm, but what you find in there will be down to your luck. Immediately thereafter, a streak of white light hurtled in through the gate, and the light faded to reveal a middle-aged man in a set of brocade robes. He had a pale face with a pair of thin and long eyes, as well as a distinctive hook nose. You sure got here quite quickly, Elder Ma. I had thought that Brother Huang would get here before you, Qianjizi greeted the middle-aged man with a warm smile. It was quite obvious that this was another body integration stage elder of the myriad ancient race. Nad Han Li hurriedly rose to his feet to extend a respectful salute. Elder Huang has recently been refining a batch of pills, and even if he received the news before me, it'd most likely take a while for him to get here. Is the fellow Taoist the one who activated the vast glacial badge? The middle-aged man asked as he turned an indifferent gaze toward Han Li. Indeed, senior. Han Li could only reply in a truthful manner. 7th tier upper race, not bad. Your magic power seems to be over twice as abundant as beings of the same cultivation base, and even upper race beings of the 8th or 9th tiers won't want to face you in battle. For some reason, this elder Ma decided to disclose his observations surrounding Han Li's cultivation base. Han Li was quite stunned that the elderly man was able to glean so much from a single cursory glance, but his expression remained quite polite and respectful as he explained, I have some special cultivation arts, so my magic power is indeed slightly more abundant than normal. It's not just slightly more abundant. If a being of a higher cultivation base were to engage you in battle, thinking that they'd enjoy an easy victory, you'd most likely be able to turn the tables on them with ease. Your spiritual sense seems to be completely out of place in an upper race being as well. Golden light flashed past the middle-aged man's face as he unleashed some kind of secret technique, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes as he gleaned Han Li's immensely powerful spiritual sense. Han Li's calm facade finally cracked a little upon hearing this as a hint of astonishment crept onto his face. Alright, Elder Ma, you can stop flaunting your divine inspection technique now. It isn't really all that strange that fellow Taoist Han is far more powerful than beings of the same cultivation base. After all, he slew several such beings with ease while saving Master Jia, so it would be foolish to regard him as a normal upper race being. The elderly man wasn't surprised in the slightest by Elder Ma's findings. I see. Forgive me for my impudence, fellow Taoist. Please take a seat, the middle-aged man chuckled before sitting down beside Qianjizi. Han Li finally managed to recompose himself before also sitting down with a wry smile on his face. I heard on my way here that the two of you were discussing matters surrounding the vast glacial realm, and it sounded to me like you don't know much about it, fellow Taoist Han. What's the point in speaking in such a roundabout manner, Brother Qian? Just lay out the information in the most straightforward manner possible, Elder Ma urged, seemingly with a hint of displeasure in his voice. Qianjizi splayed his hands open upon hearing this, and a slightly resigned look appeared on his face as he replied, I was just about to do that, but your arrival cut me off. Haha, now that you mention it, my entrance was indeed rather abrupt, the middle-aged man chuckled. Seeing as you're here, why don't you tell fellow Taoist Han about the vast glacial realm yourself, Brother Ma? After all, you once entered the realm in person, so you're far more qualified to talk about it than I am, Qianjizi suggested. What's there to be said? I had very ordinary luck back when I entered the vast glacial realm, and I didn't obtain any extraordinary treasures or medicines. All of the races hold the vast glacial realm in such high regard mostly because of the abundant spiritual qi in there. They want to use the realm as a place where beings who had been stuck at their bottlenecks for extended periods of time could finally make their breakthroughs. If it weren't for the fact that I had entered the realm once, I wouldn't have achieved my current cultivation base. The middle-aged man shook his head with a slightly peculiar look on his face. You used the spiritual qi in there to break through a bottleneck? Han Li was quite surprised to hear this. Indeed. At the time, the spirit medicines that could be obtained in there were only a secondary objective for me. I only re-emerged with some very ordinary spirit medicines, so I obtained next to nothing from my trip there. I did hear that some others obtained some extremely rare tool refinement materials and used them to craft several sentient treasures. Elder Ma sighed in a forlorn manner. Haha, you should learn to be happy with what you have. Countless beings among our 13 races were extremely envious of you back when you were selected to enter the vast glacial realm. At the very least, I've never received such an opportunity, the elderly man chuckled. If I were as supremely talented as you and managed to break through the holy race bottleneck in just over 1,000 years, then I naturally wouldn't have had to enter the vast glacial realm. As you're well aware, that place is not a peaceful realm, Elder Ma replied in an indifferent voice. That's true. Several hundred vast glacial badges appear on the Thunder Continent on each occasion, and how many beings can be teleported into the realm with each badge is dependent on the capabilities of the teleportation formation set up. Our myriad ancient race has always been responsible for setting up the teleportation formations for our heavenly cloud race, but teleporting around a dozen or so beings into the realm per badge is the extent of our capabilities. However, I've heard of some races that are extremely proficient in teleportation formation that can teleport over 30 beings into the realm per badge. It's a pity that we can't get our hands on their teleportation formation blueprints. Otherwise, we'd also be able to send more people into the vast glacial realm. With so many races clambering to send their beings into the vast glacial realm, it always becomes a very chaotic place, the elderly man mused with furrowed brows. What makes things even worse is that each badge teleports beings to a random location. If a group of beings were to be teleported into the same area as beings from an enemy race, then a battle would be inevitable. Everyone knows that there will at least be an additional 30% chance of breaking through a bottleneck in there, so no race would allow so many high-grade beings to appear in their enemy races. Elder Ma seemed to be musing absent-mindedly to himself, but also explaining things for Han Li to hear. Han Li's eyes flashed slightly upon hearing this. Not only that, but there have been countless instances of beings killing others in there over treasures and spirit medicines. However, the most perilous aspect of the vast glacial realm is actually the realm itself. No one had seen a living immortal in there, but there are some incredibly powerful ancient beasts in there, each and every one of which is far too powerful for any of the beings that venture into the realm to face. If you encounter a more mild-tempered one, you could simply give it a wide berth and go around it without much trouble. However, if you encounter a violent one that actively attacks even without being provoked, then you'll have to pray that you survive that ordeal somehow. On top of that, there are many terrifying restrictions in the vast glacial realm that are suspected to have been left behind by immortals. If you stumble into one of those, then you're most likely as good as dead as well. Hence, it's quite often the case that less than half the number of people that enter the realm actually return, Chen Jizi added. Han Li's expression darkened involuntarily upon hearing this. After a lengthy silence he asked, Senior Chen, Senior Ma, may I ask when and how the vast glacial realm was discovered? You stumped us there. No one knows exactly when the vast glacial realm appeared, but it had most likely been discovered by the races that resided here during ancient times. It's said that an extremely important battle between the races had broken out at the time, and profound heavenly treasures had been used during the battle. The combined powers of several profound heavenly treasures shattered space at the time, thereby opening up a passageway to the vast glacial realm. As for how the vast glacial badges appeared, we really have no clue. It was as if the badges appeared as soon as the vast glacial realm appeared. In the beginning there were over 1,000 vast glacial badges, but after so many years, most of them have been destroyed, the elderly man replied. The method of entering and exiting the vast glacial realm is also quite unique. When entering the realm, the badge is required, but when leaving the realm, the badges have to be left in there before one can depart. After over 10,000 years, the vast glacial realm will open up once again, and the badges will somehow reappear all over the Thunder Continent. On top of that, the badges can't teleport beings at or above the holy race, so none of the elders of the 13 races can access the realm. Otherwise things wouldn't be so troublesome. By the way, I'm really curious about how you managed to obtain this vast glacial badge, fellow Taoist Han. Elder Ma turned to Han Li in an expressionless manner as he spoke. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing Elder Ma's shift in demeanor, but he remained calm as he replied, I actually received this vast glacial badge from a certain fellow Taoist Yuan of your myriad ancient race. At the time, the city we were situated in had been surrounded by the Jiaoqi race, so fellow Taoist Yuan gave a jade box to each of his companions, including myself, so we could take them away from the city. He asked us to give the boxes to any one of the 13 heavenly cloud races, and to destroy them if we found ourselves unable to get away from our Jiaoqi race pursuers. I was quite curious about what was in the box, so I decided to open it, and I unwittingly activated this badge in the process. Someone with a Yuan surname? In that case, it has to be the one responsible for Greenlight City. Rather than being surprised to hear this, Qian Jizi merely nodded in a calm manner. It appeared that he'd already guessed the origin of this badge. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression darkened, and he said, "We haven't received any news of other vast glacial badges being gathered by the other races in Cloud City, so that means all of the other badges must have fallen into the hands of the Jiaoqi race." That's most likely the case. Apparently they have 2 holy race beings leading their army, and they've even deployed a fortress-level battle arc, so it's already extremely fortunate that fellow Taoist Han was able to bring just a single badge back to us, Qian Jizi sighed. In that case things will be quite troublesome for us. Our 13 races combined only have 17 or 18 badges. That's much less than usual. In contrast, the number of Jiaoqi beings that will enter the vast glacial realm will increase significantly, Elder Ma said with a grim expression. There's nothing we can do about that. We've gathered all of the vast glacial badges we could, and when we received news that 5 more badges had been discovered, we'd thought that we'd stumbled upon a figurative gold mine. However, the Jiaoqi race suddenly attacked at this crucial juncture before we could transport the 5 badges to Cloud City, which has led to them being lost. Qian Jizi sighed as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Elder Ma nodded before suddenly turning to Han Li as he said in an implacable tone, "In that case, there's no point in wasting time with words. Fellow Taoist Han, you'll have to accompany our myriad ancient race nominees into the vast glacial realm on this occasion." "In that case it looks like I have no choice but to comply," Han Li said in an indifferent manner. "Haha, there's no need to be so depressed, fellow Taoist Han. There are some perils in the vast glacial realm, but most people would do anything for a chance to enter it. Many people will envy you for the opportunity to enter the realm," Qian Jizi chuckled. "My cultivation base hasn't reached a bottleneck yet, so entering the realm won't benefit me much. Instead, there's a good chance that I'll be dying in there. The risk and reward comparison simply isn't worth it, so if there's any possibility that I can be exempt from entering the realm, I would definitely pass up this opportunity." Han Li shook his head in a gloomy manner. Qian Jizi and Elder Ma exchanged a glance upon hearing this, and the former said in a slow voice, "Once a vast glacial badge has been activated, only the one who has activated it can take others to the void glacial realm with them. The future of our 13 races hinges on this, so you must enter the realm. That's non-negotiable. You've carried the badge to us, so our myriad ancient race should be grateful to you, but you've activated the badge and we've given you the opportunity to enter the vast glacial realm, so we've repaid you for your efforts. However, seeing as you're being forced into the vast glacial realm against your will, you can state any condition that you may have, and we'll do our best to satisfy you." Han Li's heart abruptly jolted upon hearing this, and he immediately said, "I'm sure you know what request I have already. After returning from the vast glacial realm, I'd like to use your super teleportation formation." "You want to use the teleportation formation? If it's only once, then we should be able to arrange that. However, teleportation using that formation requires a vast expenditure of top-grade spirit stones, and you'll have to issue the spirit stones yourself. There's no way that we'll supply them for you. Furthermore, our race cannot make executive decisions on the teleportation formation, so we have to discuss this matter with the other few races. Perhaps they may also have some conditions that you must satisfy before they'll allow you to use the formation," Qian Jizi replied in a calm manner. "As long as I can use the teleportation formation, I'll naturally supply the spirit stones required. As for any other conditions that may be raised, as long as they're not conditions that are completely outside of my realm of capability, I can accept them," Han Li said with an elated look on his face. "Hee, don't be so quick to jump at this opportunity, fellow Taoist Han. Activating the super teleportation formation even just once requires so many top-grade spirit stones that even some holy race beings wouldn't be able to afford it. You may have some wealth, but it will still most likely be very difficult for you to gather enough top-grade spirit stones to use the formation. With your cultivation base, you'll be greatly valued even if you were to stay in our myriad ancient race, so why insist on traveling to other continents? I suggest you take this opportunity to change to another condition and request for some tangible benefits like pills or treasures instead," That would be ideal for both sides, Elder Ma proposed. Han Li's expression faltered upon hearing this, but he shook his head after a brief silence and said, "Thank you for your kind offer, Senior, but I've already made up my mind." As opposed to being enraged by Han Li's refusal, Elder Ma only nodded indifferently and spoke no further on this matter. "By the way, when will the vast glacial realm open up? I want to make some preparations beforehand, so learning the amount of time I have left will be quite beneficial," Han Li suddenly asked. "We're not sure of the exact opening date either, but according to past experience, it'll be somewhere between several years to a century from now," Chen Jizi replied with a smile. "A century," Han Li abruptly exclaimed upon hearing this. "For cultivators like us, a century passes in the mere blink of an eye. Surely there's no need to be so alarmed, fellow Taoist Han," the middle-aged man said as he raised an eyebrow. "My apologies, I was just surprised that it would take so long," Han Li replied with a wry smile. "You're living in the inn from before, right? That place has been placed into lockdown, and you won't be leaving Cloud City anytime soon, so why don't you move to the 8 Cloud Mountains as well, fellow Taoist Han? I'll get someone to organize a free cave abode for you so you can cultivate in peace while awaiting the opening of the vast glacial realm," Chen Jizi said. Han Li was a little taken aback by this offer, but after quickly weighing up his options, he nodded in agreement. After that, Chen Jizi and Elder Ma asked some casual questions about Han Li's origins, to which Han Li gave a few intentionally ambiguous responses. It was quite clear that Han Li didn't want to disclose too much information about himself, and the 2 myriad ancient race elders didn't insist on prying either. Not long after that, the 3rd elder of the myriad ancient race finally arrived. This was a tall and broad heavily bearded man, and he only took a glance at Han Li and delivered some absent-minded praise before hurrying away, citing the excuse that he had a half-refined batch of spirit pills in his cauldron that he had to attend to. Chen Jizi and Elder Ma could only exchange a resigned smile upon seeing this. They seemed to have already become accustomed to this Elder Huang's personality. Thus, after receiving a myriad distance talisman from Elder Ma, Han Li finally stood up to leave. Prior to his departure, Chen Jizi told him that he would discuss with the other races about the teleportation formation and organize a cave abode for him within 3 days. Hence, he could move into the 8 Cloud Mountains after that. Han Li naturally thanked the elderly man for his kindness, then left the hall and departed from the myriad ancient races fortress on the beast-drawn carriage outside. At this moment, both Chen Jizi and Elder Ma were sitting in silence within the hall, seemingly in deep thought. "What do you think? Could he be a spy from the Jiaoqi race?" Chen Jizi asked. "There's no way that he's a spy. Expending a vast glacial badge just to plant a spy in our heavenly cloud races is far too heavy a price to pay. Besides, he also saved Master Jia and killed several Jiaoqi beings of the same cultivation base as himself. No matter how you look at it, the Jiaoqi race would have to be downright insane to sacrifice so much just to plant a spy. On top of that, even if he were to become a guest member of one of our 13 races, he wouldn't be able to obtain any of our confidential secrets anyway, so what would be the point?" Elder Ma immediately shook his head in response. "My thoughts exactly. In that case, we won't have to use a soul search technique to determine his origins. Otherwise, it could prove to be detrimental to us if we were to draw resentment from him," Chen Jizi agreed with a nod. "On top of that, he possesses extremely powerful combat prowess that's no less potent than beings at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage, so it would be greatly beneficial to our race if he could become a guest member of ours, so we should do our best to recruit him rather than get on his bad side," Elder Ma added. "But he seems to be quite intent on leaving the Thunder Continent," Chen Jizi countered with furrowed brows. It's not that easy to gather so many top-grade spirit stones. Who knows how long it'll take for him to save up the spirit stones required. During this process, we'll just have to expend some effort to try and convince him to stay. Of course, if he still insists on leaving in the end, then there's no need for us to play the villains and force him to stay. Our race certainly isn't short of beings at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage, so there's no need to risk ruining our reputation for him," Elder Ma mused. Following a brief pause, Chen Jizi nodded and said, "Seeing as you've already made up your mind, I have no objections. Let's talk about the news we received about the Jiaoqi race. This invasion from the Jiaoqi race is on a far larger scale than past invasions. Setting aside everything else, just the number of holy race beings they've deployed is." Elder Ma changed the subject and moved on to the Jiaoqi race invasion thereafter. Meanwhile, Han Li didn't go too far away from the 8 Cloud Mountains before disembarking from the carriage on a relatively secluded street, then found an inn to live in on a temporary basis. The inn was quite ordinary in appearance and closely resembled a building that one would see in the human race. After setting up a restriction in his room, Hanli sat down in a cross-legged manner on his bed, then began to carefully think back through his conversation with the elders of the myriad ancient race, trying to see if there were alarming aspects that he should take note of. After contemplating for a long while, he finally exhaled as his expression gradually relaxed. From what he could recall, the elders didn't seem to be plotting against him in any way, and his only concern was that the vast glacial realm could be quite dangerous. However, seeing as there were no beings at or above the body integration stage that could enter the realm, he didn't have much to fear. As long as he wasn't too greedy or ambitious and stumbled around everywhere in search of spirit medicines and treasures, he should be quite safe. He'd just have to find an obscure location to hide in and weather the storm, then return following the conclusion of the ordeal. He had already thought through all this back in the Senshin Hall, which was why he'd agreed to the conditions made by the elders without any hesitation. However, it did indeed come as quite a surprise to him that he'd have to wait for so long before the vast glacial realm were to open up. If he really did have to wait for a century, then he should be able to use his spirit pills to cultivate to the pinnacle of the early spatial tempering stage. After that, he could try and use the astonishingly abundant spiritual qi in the vast glacial realm to break through to the mid-spatial tempering stage. This was only possible as he could use the liquid produced by the mysterious vial to essentially infinitely refine the extremely rare rising dragon pills. Otherwise, for a normal cultivator, it would take at least 500 to 600 years to cultivate to the pinnacle of the early spatial tempering stage. After reaching the spatial tempering stage, further advancements required far more spiritual power to be gathered and cultivated than for progression in the deity transformation stage. On top of that, Hanli had chosen the path of simultaneous cultivation, which was far more difficult than just normal cultivation. With that in mind, Hanli's expression suddenly stirred slightly, and he flipped his hand over to produce a white jade box that also had crimson talismans plastered to its surface. This was none other than the other jade box given to him by the big-headed being. Hanli knew that if he were to bring out this item, he'd definitely be able to secure greater benefits from the elders of the myriad ancient race. At the very least, he'd be able to secure another sentient puppet for himself. However, he made no mention of this in the Senshin Hall as a safety precaution. Regardless of whether having an extra vast glacial badge would benefit him in any way after entering the vast glacial realm, he'd rather keep it as backup than exchange it for any benefits. Having made up his mind, white light flashed from Hanli's hand, and the jade box disappeared. After that, he sat down on the bed and entered a meditative state. For 3 consecutive days, Hanli stayed in the room without leaving even once. On this day, just as he was cultivating with golden light shimmering from his entire body, he suddenly opened his eyes and flipped his hand over to produce the myriad distance talisman that Chen Jizi had given to him. On the white surface of the talisman, a line of small text had appeared. After reading the message on the talisman, Hanli stowed it away expressionlessly before making his way out of the room. Half a day later, he found himself within a certain cave abode on the Dream Cloud Mountain of the 8 Cloud Mountains, and he was inspecting the cave abode with a pleased look on his face. The abundance of spiritual qi in this cave abode was not inferior in the slightest compared to Jia Tianmu's cave abode on the iridescent Cloud Mountain. Furthermore, the cave abode came complete with a pill refinement chamber, tool refinement chamber, medicine garden, as well as a variety of other facilities. There were even some commonly used spirit medicines that had been planted in the medicine garden, and he was very satisfied with his new home. However, Hanli didn't immediately begin cultivating. Instead, he used his spiritual sense to scan through every single nook and cranny of the cave abode, then set up a dozen or so restrictions of different sizes. Having done all that, even a body integration stage being wouldn't be able to force their way into his cave abode in a short time. After that, he transferred some of the spirit medicines and spirit herbs that he required into the medicine garden before busying himself with pill refinement. His plan was to refine a large number of rising dragon pills, most of which would be reserved for his own consumption, while the rest would be taken to the markets to be exchanged for top-grade spirit stones. After all, both his sentient puppet and the super teleportation formation required an incredible amount of spirit stones to function, and he wouldn't be able to exchange for enough of them even through selling all of his myriad-year spirit medicines. Furthermore, selling too many myriad-year spirit medicines would attract a lot of attention, so it was better to sell rising dragon pills instead. With the immense power of these pills, He was sure that the upper race beings of Cloud City would be willing to pay astronomical prices for them. Of course, he wasn't going to sell too many of them, and he had to conceal his own identity in the process. If he were to only sell the pills on 2 or 3 occasions, that shouldn't be enough to attract the attention of the holy race beings in the city. If he still couldn't gather enough top-grade spirit stones through doing that, then he'd have to consider selling his golden lightning bamboo. Given how rare golden lightning bamboo was in the spirit realm, just one plant would most definitely be enough to get him sufficient top-grade spirit stones. Han Li had already devised a plan to gather enough top-grade spirit stones while refining his rising dragon pills, and Chen Jizi most likely would have never imagined that Han Li would be capable of doing something that he thought to be impossible in such a short time. This was only a minor inconvenience to Han Li, rather than the insurmountable roadblock that Chen Jizi had assumed that this would be. As Chen Jizi was leading him to his new cave abode, the former disclosed to him that he had secured the agreement of the other races for him to use the teleportation formation. As for conditions, they didn't state some, but they weren't very stringent. Most of them merely asked for a usage fee from him. In the end, the beast-drawn carriage came to an abrupt halt near the end of the street, where it was in the company of several tens of other beast-drawn carriages. Han Li and Tai Jian disembarked before looking around, and Han Li discovered that there was a massive square building up ahead that was close to 10,000 feet wide and over 1,000 feet tall. At the pinnacle of the building was a cylindrical altar, above which a yellow ring with a diameter of over 100 feet was hovering. The ring was constructed from an unknown material that was neither metallic nor wooden in nature, and it was slowly rotating while emitting a cold light that encompassed the entire hall down below. There were rows of armored warriors standing around the hall in a stationary manner, and all of them were actually powerful puppets. The hall had a total of 3 entrances, 1 large and 2 small, with over 20 blue-robed guards situated outside them. All of these guards were spatial tempering stage beings. At this moment, there weren't many people entering the hall through the largest main entrance. Instead, the 2 smaller entrances were being used quite frequently, presenting a lively and bustling scene to behold. Just as Han Li was assessing the situation, Tai Jian turned to him and asked, "Fellow Taoist Han, I have some things that I want to sell in the side hall to get some more spirit stones. Would you like to come with me?" Due to the auction house's spatial ability, the entrance has been elongated slightly, but it's still not all that long, so we should be able to emerge on the other side soon, Tai Jian said in a confident manner. Han Li merely nodded without offering a reply. Just as Tai Jian had proclaimed, after walking for a short while longer, the entrance up ahead suddenly drew closer to them, and they made their way through it to appear on a spacious plaza. The plaza was very lively and bustling, resembling a popular street market. There were a series of semi-spherical light barriers situated next to one another in tight rows on the plaza, and many cultivators were entering and exiting those light barriers. At the center of the plaza was a white jade stone platform, atop which an ordinary wooden table had been placed. There was a pair of azure-robed figures with delicate facial features handing out something to the foreign beings standing in front of the table. Just as Han Li was inspecting his surroundings, Tai Jian suddenly cupped his fist in a salute as he said, "Let's part ways here, fellow Taoist Han. I have to find some buyers so I can sell off my treasures as quickly as possible, so I won't accompany you any longer." "Go ahead, fellow Taoist. I also want to do some exploring on my own as well," Han Li replied with a polite smile. "Farewell for now then, brother Han." Tai Jian nodded before hurrying away. Han Li looked on at Tai Jian's departing figure for a short while before casting his gaze toward the jade platform, then suddenly making his way toward it. Moments later he had arrived close to the platform, and at this moment, a few more beings strode onto the platform. Han Li looked on from the side to find that these foreign beings were exchanging bags of high-grade spirit stones for small flags of different colors from the pair of azure-robed figures. Han Li's gaze followed one of those foreign beings to find that after receiving a small flag, he made his way over to an empty spot near the edge of the plaza, then waved the small flag to conjure up a semi-spherical light barrier that concealed himself within. Han Li released his spiritual sense toward the light barrier, only for it to be kept at bay by a certain restriction. It was quite clear that these light barriers were specifically to be used for cultivators looking to trade on the plaza. With the light barriers set up, they wouldn't have to worry about other people gleaning their secrets. Han Li cast his gaze toward the surrounding area to find that these semi-spherical light barriers were everywhere, and further beyond the plaza that he was situated on, There were even a few smaller plazas that were also very busy. Han Li exhaled as he shook his head. 4 sellers looking to hand off their treasures to someone, finding a suitable buyer among so many beings was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, so he certainly wasn't going to waste too much time here. He stared intently at the blue-robed woman with an unblinking gaze and murmured in a voice that was only audible to himself, "How could it be her? That's impossible. Are there really people in this world who so closely resemble one another?" The intense scrutiny that the blue-robed woman was receiving from Han Li finally drew her attention, and their eyes met as she turned toward him. A hint of surprise flashed through the woman's eyes upon hearing this, but she then smiled and said, "Indeed, we will require you to do something for us in the vast glacial realm. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Li, even though you're not a member of our 13 heavenly cloud races, we are both relatively important figures in our respective races, so it won't be an issue for us to grant you a spot to enter the vast glacial realm. As such, we'll be giving you this splendid opportunity in return for your help. What do you think?" A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face. After a long while he finally sighed, "I haven't reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, so entering the vast glacial realm won't do me much good. On top of that, I can enter the vast glacial realm without any additional effort on your part, senior." "You can enter the vast glacial realm without our help? Surely not. I can see that you're in disguise right now, but I'm certain that you're not a being from one of our 13 races. How can an outsider like you have the right to enter the vast glacial realm?" A hint of surprise appeared on Duan Tianren's face as he spoke. A flash of realization suddenly appeared in the crystal woman's eyes and she chuckled, "Don't be quick to jump to conclusions, Brother Duan. If we're talking about outsiders, then there really is one who was granted the right to enter the vast glacial realm recently. I think we need to stop referring to you as fellow Taoist Li, isn't that right, fellow Taoist Han?" Han Li heaved an internal sigh upon hearing this. As expected, these 2 beings were too powerful to be fooled by his disguise. Thankfully, from the sounds of it, they could tell that he was in disguise, but they still couldn't glean his true appearance. After a brief pause to collect his thoughts, Duan Tianren mused, "Fellow Taoist Han? Now that you mention it, I did hear someone in my race tell me about this. There was a certain outsider who activated a vast glacial badge around a year ago, and he seemed to be requesting access to our super teleportation formation at the time as well." "Indeed. It appears that this fellow Taoist Han and fellow Taoist Li are one and the same," the woman said with a smile. In that case he has to enter the vast glacial realm anyway, that'll save us a lot of hassle." Duan Tianren was quite elated to hear this. "I still don't know what you'd like me to do, and on top of that I've accepted another mission from your stone cocoon race as well, so it'll be quite difficult for me to juggle 2 missions at once in the vast glacial realm," Han Li said in a hesitant manner. "Oh, you're talking about gathering the tool refinement material, right? Don't worry, that won't take you long at all, so it definitely won't delay you. If you have to choose between one or the other, then naturally prioritize the task that fellow Taoist Kai and I are assigning you. Even if you don't manage to gather the tool refinement material, our stone cocoon race wouldn't hold you accountable as long as I have something to say about it," Duan Tianren said in a proud manner. "As for what task we're going to be assigning you, seeing as it's assured that you'll be entering the vast glacial realm, it couldn't hurt to divulge some of the details to you. What do you think, Brother Duan?" the crystal woman asked. "If you think it's fine, then go right ahead, I have no objections," Duan Tianren replied. "It's actually very simple. We need you and 2 other beings who also possess the essence-fused body to combine your powers in order to open a hidden restriction in the vast glacial realm, then secure a few items from within the restriction. Those items will assist Brother Duan and me greatly in our heavenly tribulations, and if you succeed, our survival will essentially be ensured for the next few tens of thousands of years," the woman elaborated in a serious manner. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but think of Qing Yuanzi, who was hiding in the infernal river. Despite his extraordinary cultivation base, he had no choice but to reside in a space outside of the main realm in order to delay his next major heavenly tribulation. At their cultivation bases, dying of old age was no longer a concern, but the major heavenly tribulations that were guaranteed to befall them periodically was something that they had to try to avoid or delay at all cost. It seemed that even after reaching the body integration stage, one still had to toil away in the ever-present hamster wheel of cultivation. Han Li heaved an internal sigh as he came to that conclusion. The crystal woman continued, "This restriction is something we discovered in the vast glacial realm back before we reached the holy race, and I wasn't able to open it at the time, but I was lucky enough to learn some information about it through other avenues. There are a few items in there that are next to useless for upper race beings like you, but they're life-saving treasures to holy race beings like us. Seeing as this restriction lies in the vast glacial realm, then doesn't that mean it would have been left behind by an immortal? I've heard that many beings have perished within various restrictions in the vast glacial realm. Are you really certain that we'll be able to bypass it unscathed, Senior?" Han Li asked in a cautious manner. "Perhaps my combat prowess is slightly inferior compared to that of the average holy race being, but in terms of mastery and restrictions, I can confidently say that I'm ranked within the top 5 beings in all of the heavenly cloud races. At the time, I painstakingly studied the restriction to find that it had existed for countless years, and the vast majority of its power had already faded. Otherwise, I would have completely given up on it from the get-go. Do you not believe me, fellow Taoist?" the woman asked with a meaningful look in her eyes. "I wouldn't dare," Han Li hurriedly replied. "It would only be natural for you to be skeptical under these circumstances. Rest assured, I may be a woman, but I'm not so petty as to begrudge you for doubting my words. I spent over 1,000 years to devise this method to break the restriction using the powers of 3 beings with essence-fused bodies, and there's at least a 70% to 80% chance that it would succeed. As for the other 2 beings with essence-fused bodies, they've been here in Cloud City this entire time. One of them was naturally born with the Constitution and is currently a guest member of our crystal race. The other acquired the essence-fused body through assistance from Bother Duan. If they were to join forces with you, I'm sure the 3 of you will be able to break that restriction," the woman said in a confident manner. "If Senior Duan can help a being attain the essence-fused body, then why didn't he just replicate that with another being rather than wait all this time?" Han Li asked with furrowed brows. "If you encounter any difficulties during this time, you can refer to myself and Brother Duan as your backers. That should take care of most troubles that come your way. Alright, you still don't know my full name, right?" "I'm Kai Luiying," the woman said with a smile. Han Li reflexively swept his spiritual sense toward them, only to find that all 3 seemed to be carrying some kind of aura concealment treasure that completely thwarted his attempt to gauge their cultivation bases. "If you have something you'd like to offer to the auction house, you can show it to the 3 of us now. However, our 4 races auction will only be selling materials and treasures of an extremely high caliber, so if you don't have anything that's extremely rare or special, you can go to the side hall to sell your items there. On top of that, if you're dissatisfied with our appraisals, you can raise the issue to us, and we'll get another panel of 3 appraisers to offer their appraisals." The one who had spoken was the humanoid figure at the center of the trio, and she had a pleasant young female voice. "Thank you for the information. I'm sure I have something that will be of interest to you." Han Li nodded before rustling his sleeves, then flipping his hands over to produce a green jade vial and a pristine white jade box. Instead of approaching the 3 appraisers, Han Li tossed the items toward them from afar, and they were immediately caught by an invisible force before being slowly carried over to the trio. The 2 humanoid figures who hadn't spoken immediately grabbed a container each before opening them. As soon as the vial was opened, an extremely rich medicinal aroma wafted forth along with an indistinct dragon's roar. A ball of green light then flew out of the vial, and the item within the light seemed to possess abundant spiritual nature. The humanoid figure who was holding the vial let loose a faint cry of surprise as he hurried closed the vial again. At the same time, he swept a sleeve through the air, and a swath of white light shot forth to ensnare the ball of green light before drawing it into his grasp. He stared intently at the ball of light to find that there was an azure pill within it. The surface of the pill was smooth and supple, and an extremely lifelike silver dragon insignia could be seen on it. The humanoid figure picked up the pill before taking a light whiff, then began to carefully appraise it in silence. Meanwhile, the other humanoid figure also opened the white jade box in his hand to find that there was a green section of bamboo that was around half a foot in length within it. The humanoid figure inspected the section of bamboo briefly before reaching out to touch it, upon which an arc of golden lightning that was as thick as a finger erupted from the surface of the bamboo amid a loud thunderclap. "This is golden lightning bamboo," the humanoid figure exclaimed. The woman in the middle was also quite surprised to hear this, but she repressed her shock as she cautioned, "Golden lightning bamboo? Please ensure that you've appraised it correctly, Brother Dao." "Rest assured, I'll be sure to appraise it carefully," the humanoid figure holding the jade box replied. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he crossed his arms as he waited in silence. There seemed to be even more foreign beings in the hall now, and a steady stream of people was filing into the corridor leading to the auction hall. Han Li didn't delay any further as he also followed suit. After passing through a passageway that was shimmering with yellow light, he found himself in a massive hall. After assessing his surroundings, Han Li was slightly stunned to find that not only was the hall extremely large and spacious, it had also been split into upper, middle, and lower levels. He couldn't tell what kind of material the middle and upper levels had been refined from, but they were entirely pristine white in color, and they managed to hover in midair despite the complete lack of support structures, creating quite a mysterious sight to behold. The middle and lower levels were filled with sets of normal tables and chairs that were each situated around 10 feet away from one another, yet the upper level consisted of a series of cabins of the same size. Furthermore, these cabins were occasionally shimmering with spiritual light, thereby indicating that some kind of restriction had been applied to them. It was quite clear that those cabins were reserved for beings of high status in Cloud City. Han Li only took a quick glance at the upper level before withdrawing a gaze and finding a random obscure corner to sit down at, where he silently awaited the commencement of the auction. Han Li sat on in his chair for around 2 hours as large numbers of foreign beings poured into the hall. The spacious 3-level hall was entirely filled in the end, and even the cabins on the upper level had all been occupied. Even the weakest foreign beings to attend the auction were at the nascent soul stage, while the most powerful beings were at the body integration. Just the body integration stage beings that Han Li counted amounted to around 4 or 5, and both Duan Tianren and Chen Jizi among them. As for the other few body integration stage beings that Han Li saw, those were also presumably all-important figures akin to elders in their respective races. At least 60 to 70 beings had already filed to the cabins on the upper level prior to Han Li's entrance, and all of them were at the body integration stage. However, Han Li didn't see Kai Luing among their ranks, which meant that she had either taken a cabin before Han Li had arrived or she had no interest in participating in this auction at all. As he looked around at the packed auction hall, Han Li couldn't help but heave an internal sigh of awe and wonder. It was indeed true that Cloud City was inhabited by beings from all 13 heavenly cloud races and even foreign beings outside of those races, but it was still quite extraordinary for so many body integration stage beings to appear in a single city. After all, there were only a dozen or so body integration stage beings among the human and demon races combined in Deep Heaven City, and that city had also been where the cream of the crop among the human and demon races resided. After waiting for a while longer, the entire hall was virtually packed to the rafters. A string of 3 crisp bell chimes rang out, and the gate leading to the main hall slowly swung shut amid bursts of flashing 5-colored light. When the gates were completely shut, the auction finally commenced. At the very front of the hall was a tall stage that was over 100 feet in height, similar to the kind of stage one would find in a normal auction house. The only thing that was different was that there was a golden humanoid puppet standing on each of the 4 corners of the stage. These puppets were all antiquated in design and several tens of feet tall, wielding a giant silver halberd each. Even though they were standing in a completely motionless manner, they gave off quite a fearsome aura, and it was quite apparent that they were extremely powerful. At the very center of the stage was a blue formation, within which was a faint red table. There were many runes carved all over the table, giving it an extremely mysterious appearance. As soon as the gates swung shut, the blue formation lit up and began emitting a low buzzing sound. As the runes on the spell formation flashed, a humanoid figure appeared behind the table. That spell formation was a teleportation formation. The humanoid figure was a little blurry when it first appeared, but it quickly became clearer and revealed itself to be a refined and graceful middle-aged man. The man wore a brocade robe and had a clean-shaven face. He appeared to be completely identical in appearance to a normal human being. However, as Hanli swept his spiritual sense toward the man from afar, he was stunned to discover that the middle-aged man was a mid-body integration stage being. On top of that, he could sense an extremely fearsome aura emanating from the man's body, and this observation told him that this man was an extremely dangerous being. The middle-aged man seemed to hold quite a resounding reputation in Cloud City, as indicated by the fact that the chatter in the auction hall immediately died down following his appearance. In fact, Hanli noticed that many of the beings around him were appraising the man on the stage with a hint of fear in their eyes. In contrast, the middle-aged man adopted a warm smile as he said, "Greetings fellow Taoists, I am Xiao Bai." Even if he had no use for it in the immediate term, he could purchase it so that he'd always have it on hand for future usage if required. However, the events that unfolded next immediately made him give up on the item. As soon as Xiao Bai announced the starting price of 2 million spirit stones, bids came flying in thick and fast. Xiao Bai didn't even have to employ any auctioneer strategies to liven up the crowd, and the price was still quickly bid up to over 4 million spirit stones, which was double the starting price. In the end, the stone was purchased by a woman from the dark green race for the lofty price of over 5,200,000 spirit stones. She immediately issued the spirit stones on the spot in exchange for the item. Even though Hanli had attended many prestigious auctions in the past, he still couldn't help but draw a sharp breath upon seeing this. Phoenix stones were indeed precious materials, but this price was way too staggering. As such, Hanli naturally had no intention of joining in on the bidding. After that, Xiao Bai opened another jade box to reveal a shimmering golden spirit flower. Next up is a 6,000-year-old golden monarch flower. These flowers are the perfect medicinal catalyst for refining some precious pills, and the starting price is 3 million spirit stones. The flower was comparable in size to a human head, and each and every one of its petals looked as if it had been forged from pure gold. In stark contrast with the phoenix stone, the entire auction hall remained silent after the flower was revealed, and many people looked on with furrowed brows as an awkward atmosphere quickly began to permeate. This wasn't a surprising occurrence. After all, most of the beings gathered here hadn't even ever heard of this so-called golden monarch flower, yet it had an even higher starting price than the phoenix stone. Hanli began to stroke his chin with a contemplative look on his face upon seeing this. This was also the first time he had ever seen this flower, but from the faint smile on Xiao Bai's face, it appeared that he was quite confident in this auction item. 3 million. Someone finally made a bid. Many people turned toward the bidder to find that he was a thin and frail elderly man from an indeterminate race with a pair of white horns on his head. 3,200,000. Someone else immediately made another bid. 3,500,000. 3,800,000. One bid after another rolled in from various locations in the auction hall, and there were only a dozen or so participants in the bidding, but the price was climbing just as quickly as it had for the phoenix stone. It appeared that very few people knew how to use the flower, but the few beings that did held the flower in extremely high regard. After the white-horned elderly man gritted his teeth and made a staggering bid of 7 million spirit stones, all of the other bidders finally remained silent. Thus, Xiao Bai took out one auction item after another from the boxes on the table. All of the beings gathered here were high-grade cultivators, so he didn't have to present in-depth introductions for these items before they were sold after rounds of intense bidding. After all of the items in the jade boxes had been sold, blue light flashed from the teleportation formation again, and 7 or 8 jade vials appeared on the table. This time, several types of spirit liquid were being sold. These items were all extremely precious, and countless beings clambered to place their bids in rapid succession. The first few vials were all sold for prices that were 3 to 4 times their starting prices, and many beings in the auction hall were stunned by the ferocity of the bidding. This was the beauty of auctions like this. The same item could be worth nothing to someone, but be regarded as a priceless treasure by others. In the blink of an eye, all of the vials of spirit liquid had been sold aside from a final white vial. Xiao Bai's expression had remained quite calm throughout the auction, but a hint of desire finally flashed through his eyes as he cast his gaze toward the final small vial. He heaved a faint forlorn sigh before picking up the vial as he introduced in an extremely concise manner, "This is half a vial of glazed heavenly flame liquid. The starting price will be 18 million spirit stones." What? Glazed heavenly flame liquid? Did I hear that right? How could this item possibly be sold in an auction? And the starting price is only 18 million? Is it real? How could that not be one of the final auction items? It's one of the 7 most precious spirit liquids of our spirit realm. The entire auction hall immediately burst into a frenzy as everyone stared at the small vial with incredulity and scorching yearning in their eyes. There were even a few cries of surprise that rang out from within the cabins on the upper level, and Han Li's expression also changed drastically as he heard the name of this spirit liquid being announced. Han Li had naturally heard of this glazed heavenly flame liquid, and it had been quite a sought-after treasure to him for a long time. This liquid was something that was refined from an extremely rare type of heavenly flame, and compared to other spirit items of the same caliber, it was even rarer and harder to find. After doing some research on the spirit liquid, Han Li had thought that it would be the most difficult to find among the list of materials that Qing Yuanzi had given him, but who would have thought that it would appear on this auction with such an incredibly low starting price? Glazed heavenly flame liquid was so rare and precious that it could easily be the auction item that was reserved for the finale. 18 million spirit stones was not a small sum, but compared to the value of this spirit liquid, it was cheap beyond belief. With that in mind, Han Li had a feeling that Xiao Bai was definitely going to be providing an explanation regarding why the starting price was so low. Han Li was not the only one in the auction hall waiting for an explanation. Many other people were also looking at Xiao Bai with astonishment intermingled with a hint of anticipation in their eyes, awaiting further elaboration on the situation. As expected, a faint smile appeared on Xiao Bai's face as he continued, "I know that the starting price for this glazed heavenly flame liquid comes as quite a surprise to everyone, but there's naturally a reason for this. This spirit liquid was refined from a heavenly flame, but something went wrong during the refinement process, so it's technically a flawed item compared to true glazed heavenly flame liquid. However, I can guarantee that it possesses all of the main functions of normal glazed heavenly flame liquid, it's just that its efficacy will be severely hampered in comparison." A flawed item? The rowdy crowd immediately fell silent, and many people furrowed their brows with indecision. There had been precedents of flawed spirit medicines and even flawed treasures that had been sold during auctions, but it was said that all of these items were very lackluster and couldn't hold a candle to their perfect counterparts. After all, both pill and tool refinement required extremely strict regulation of the materials, as well as the refinement methods and processes used. Even the slightest mistake or discrepancy could result in a complete failure. Thus, the frenzied crowd suddenly calmed down as if a massive bucket of cold water had been poured over everyone's heads. "I thought that 18 million spirit stones was a ridiculously low starting price, but seeing as this is a flawed item, I now feel that it's far too high," a man in one of the cabins on the upper level chuckled coldly. Xiao Bai turned to a certain cabin on the upper level and replied, "There's no point in trying to barter with me, fellow Taoist Lai. The starting prices of the auction items were all set by the auction house. Come to think of it, wouldn't this glazed heavenly flame liquid be perfect for your flame spirit body? If it were a perfect item, then I would naturally try to purchase it at all costs, but if it's flawed, then it's next to useless to me, so why should I be interested in it?" The man who had spoken countered in a cold voice. Xiao Bai merely smiled in response, but didn't say anything in reply on this occasion. Instead, he waved a sleeve over the lid of the vial in his hand, and azure light flashed as the lid flew off of its own accord. A pillar of crimson flames immediately shot forth out of the vial's opening, following which a small ball of red liquid slowly emerged from within. The ball of liquid was translucent and shimmering with red light. Xiao Bai focused his gaze on it, and white light flashed in one of his hands as he summoned a flying sword that was around a foot in length. Many people who were just about to make lower bids were quite stunned by this opening salvo, and they all turned to find that the bidder was a pale-faced man in a set of long black robes. It was none other than Han Li. After a brief internal struggle, many of the beings present finally decided against making further bids. Glazed heavenly flame liquid was indeed extremely precious, but the inescapable fact of the matter was that it was still a flawed item, and it simply wasn't worth such a lofty price to them. Meanwhile, Han Li was merely sitting still on his chair. He wore a calm expression, but he was internally quite excited. Even though this spirit liquid was flawed, thereby significantly hampering its efficacy, it was still glazed heavenly flame liquid, so it would most likely still be useful to Qing Yuanzi. If he were to give up on this opportunity, he most likely won't be able to obtain perfectly refined glazed heavenly flame liquid anyway, so he was determined to get his hands on this spirit liquid, even if it were flawed. As such, he didn't hold back at all and immediately bid the price up to a staggering height from the get-go. He wasn't hoping to be able to actually secure the spirit liquid at this price, but at the very least he was going to scare off most of his potential competitors. If there were many people bidding for the same item, it was easy for them to get swept up in the heat of the moment, thereby bidding the price up to something that no one would be willing to pay had they retained their sense of logic. It was quite clear that Han Li's plan had proven to be effective as the entire hall remained silent after that initial bid that he'd placed. This fellow Taoist has placed a bid of 30 million spirit stones. Are there any other bidders? If not, this vial of spirit liquid will go to this fellow Taoist after a count of 3, Xiao Bai announced as he glanced at the corner that Han Li was sitting in. Going once. Right at this moment, an elderly voice sounded. 32 million. Han Li's brows furrowed as he turned toward that direction to find that the bidder was a yellow-robed elderly man sitting at the center of the auction. The man had a head of straw-like hair, but his eyebrows were quite bushy, and his blue eyes were bright and piercing. It's old man Fu. Why is he interested in this spirit liquid? Many people were quite surprised to see this new bidder, and they began to chat among themselves. It appeared that this old man was quite a renowned figure in Cloud City. 40 million. Before Han Li had a chance to formulate his next bid, another bid was placed by someone on the upper level. To Han Li's surprise, the bidder had a pleasant female voice, so it clearly wasn't the man with the Lai surname who had spoken earlier. As soon as that bid was made, a hesitant look appeared on old man Fu's face. He cast a glance up at the upper level and opened his mouth as if he were contemplating placing another bid, but shook his head and remained silent in the end. 40 million going once, 40 million going twice. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Bai's face as he quickly completed 2 counts. It was quite clear that this price was already higher than what was projected by the auction house, and he was also of the opinion that no one would dare to bid against a holy race being from the upper level. However, just as he was about to complete the third and final count, Han Li placed another bid in an expressionless manner. 45 million. Everyone else in the auction hall, including even Xiao Bai himself, couldn't help but cast their eyes toward Han Li with peculiar expressions on their faces. It was not every day that they saw an upper race being who dared to bid against a holy race being. 47 million. The female holy race being on the upper level seemed to have been irked by Han Li's insolence, and her voice cooled significantly. Han Li's eyelids twitched slightly upon hearing this new price, but he still immediately followed up with a bid of 50 million without any hesitation. This was basically the extent of the number of spirit stones he currently possessed, so if the price were to be raised any higher, he'd have no choice but to give up. Thankfully, this price seemed to have also exceeded the limit of what the woman on the upper level was willing to pay, and she gave a cold harumph before falling silent. After completing a quick count of 3, Xiao Bai announced, "Alright, this half vial of glazed heavenly flame liquid goes to this fellow Taoist for 50 million spirit stones. Please issue your payment right away." Han Li heaved an internal sigh of relief before immediately rising to his feet and making his way onto the stage. Upon reaching Xiao Bai, Han Li brought out a bag of top-grade spirit stones that he'd prepared in advance from within his storage bracelet. Xiao Bai swept his spiritual sense toward the bag before nodding with a faint smile and handing the small white vial over to Han Li. Han Li removed the lid of the vial and took a quick glance inside, upon which a hint of elation appeared on his face. After extending a slight bow toward Xiao Bai, he walked down from the stage in an unhurried manner before returning to his original seat. During this process, Han Li naturally sensed many pairs of eyes fixated on him, and needless to say, most of them were not appraising him with benevolent expressions on their faces. After a blue puppet was taken away from the stage by its buyer, Xiao Bai looked around as a serious expression appeared on his face. "I presume many of you are already growing quite impatient, so without further ado, I'll now be presenting the final few auction items for today. 2 of these items are precious treasures supplied by our 4 races, while the other 2 were supplied by other fellow Taoists." Just as Xiao Bai was making this announcement, a burst of light erupted from the teleportation formation on the stage, following which 4 humanoid figures emerged. The 4 consisted of a short elderly man with a long beard, a tall and broad-armored being wearing a golden mask, a woman with a gorgeous figure, yet a hideous face that was riddled with green scales, and a strange black being with 2 identical heads. In the face of the widespread scrutiny they were receiving, the 4 beings all remained quite calm as if they were completely unfazed. However, all of the beings in the auction hall drew a sharp breath in unison upon seeing this, and a burst of chatter rang out again. It's those 4 seniors. Indeed, those are the 4 great guest members of our Cloud City. To think that they've been invited to this auction as well. At the same time as the 4 beings appeared on the stage, Hanli also opened his eyes and his heart stirred as he discovered that they were all mid-body integration stage beings. It was no wonder that their emergence was creating such a massive stir. Xiao Bai turned to the 4 beings with a smile on his face, and cupped his fist to extend a salute as he greeted, "Thank you for coming, fellow Taoists. You're welcomed. We were paid to be here, so we certainly weren't going to not show up," the bearded elderly man chuckled in response. In contrast, the other 3 were rather cold and aloof toward Xiao Bai, and they merely extended customary salutes in return, but remained silent. Xiao Bai was clearly already accustomed to this, and he merely nodded before turning around as he continued, "There are only 4 items that have been reserved for the finale, but they include all types of items like spirit beasts, materials and spirit treasures, so you surely won't be disappointed." After that, Xiao Bai turned to the elderly man and said, "Brother Lan, please reveal your auction item first." The man nodded before rustling his sleeve, and a strange cry rang out, following which an object flew out from within. It was a palm-sized black leather pouch that was completely mundane and nondescript in appearance. However, the old man was treating the pouch with great care as he began to chant something while carefully pointing his finger a few times at the leather pouch. Black light swirled around the surface of the pouch, following which bursts of black mist suddenly erupted from within. Immediately thereafter, the mist began to swell, then converged to form a black cage that was around 10 feet tall in the blink of an eye. Within the cage was a small purple beast that was huddled up into a ball, and its entire body was bound tightly by a series of thin golden and silver chains. Due to the fact that its head and limbs were all burrowed into its body, it appeared to be like a large fur ball from afar, making it impossible to glean its true form. At this moment, everyone below the stage, including Han Li, was staring intently at the small purple beast. It had been reserved for the finale, so they knew that this was definitely no ordinary spirit beast. After all, there was a 4th-tier upper-race sentient puppet that had been sold earlier, and even that hadn't been reserved for the finale. Could it be that this spirit beast possessed holy-grade power? The same thought flashed through everyone's minds, and hints of scorching yearning appeared in their eyes. However, the faint black light emanating from the cage managed to keep out all of their prying spiritual sense, thereby thwarting their attempts to glean the small beast's true appearance. Looks like all of you are growing rather impatient. Brother Lan, I'll let you introduce this beast to everyone, Xiao Bai chuckled. Sure thing. There are not too many people who are aware of this beast's origins, but I'm sure many of you know about the 8 mystical beasts of our spirit realm, which are only ranked below the almighty true spirits, the old man said with a stroke of his beard. What? The 8 mystical beasts? Could this be one of them? The entire auction hall instantly erupted into a frenzy, and there were even many astonishing auras that erupted uncontrollably from within the stone cabins on the upper level. That's not the case, fellow Taoists. The 8 mystical beasts are all extremely powerful creatures, and even though they aren't comparable to true spirit beings, they're definitely not creatures that can be captured by holy race beings. The spirit beast in the cage is actually a mixed blood descendant of one of the 8 mystical beasts, the human-faced WRM. Even though it's only a mixed blood creature, it possesses an extremely large amount of the human-faced WRM's bloodline, and if carefully nurtured, it's not impossible for it to become just as powerful as a true human-faced WRM in the future. According to the results of our examination, this beast should be less than 100 years old, but the spiritual chi fluctuations emanating from its body are already comparable to upper race beings of the lower tiers. Most importantly, this beast has already displayed several powerful endowed abilities of the human-faced WRM. Even for holy race beings like me, it would have been impossible to capture it alive had it not been for the fact that several of us joined forces to do so. By the way, this beast was captured by none other than the 4 of us. The elderly man chuckled as he made a grabbing motion toward the black cage. The golden and silver chains around the small beast's body split apart of their own accord amid a dull thump, and all of them flew into the elderly man's hand as a thin streak of golden and silver light. The entire hall immediately fell completely silent. Everyone wanted to see the true appearance of a spirit beast that had inherited most of a human-faced WRM's bloodline. As soon as the chains were removed, the small beast shuddered, but it still didn't immediately rise to its feet, choosing instead to continuing lying motionlessly in the corner. Many people began to exchange glances with one another upon seeing this. However, in the next instant, a ball of scintillating purple light suddenly erupted from the small beast's body. All of the people staring at the cage closed their eyes involuntarily, yet Hanli managed to keep his eyes open as a burst of blue light flashed through his pupils. A possessed ball of light shot forth from his fingertip before disappearing into the cage in a flash. In the next instant, azure light erupted from a corner of the cage, following which the small purple beast reappeared. At the same time, it bent its four limbs slightly to absorb the impact before landing on the ground in a soundless manner like a ball of cotton. Thus, the small beast was finally revealed to everyone as a purple beast that resembled a fox. The beast's body was only around half a foot in size, and its eyes were darting around incessantly. Those eyes were no different from that of highly intelligent beings, thereby indicating that it had already attained a good level of intelligence. The only thing that set this beast apart from a normal spirit fox would be the faint silver scales that could be seen on its nose and ears. However, these patches of scales were only the size of fingernails, and it was really difficult to see them unless one was paying particularly close attention. Is this really a spirit beast that's inherited the bloodline of the human-faced WRM? It looks no different from a normal fox beast, someone exclaimed in a disappointed manner. Many of the other beings present were also appraising the small beast with furrowed brows, unable to identify how it was supposed to be special in any way. A normal fox beast? I'd advise all of you to take a closer look, fellow Taoists. A sinister look suddenly appeared on the elderly man's benevolent face, and he abruptly thrust a palm toward the black cage from afar. A resounding boom erupted from within the cage, following which white lightning flashed, and a layer of white electricity appeared. A string of loud thunderclaps then rang out as countless thin arcs of lightning transformed into sharp blades that hurtled directly toward the small beast in the cage. An extremely humanized expression of alarm and fury appeared on the small beast's face upon seeing this, and it let loose a low snarl as purple light swirled over its body. All of a sudden, a projection surfaced above it, shielding its body within. This was the projection of a faint silver WRM. The WRM projection was extremely blurry and indistinct, making the onlooker only barely able to identify it as a WRM, but all of the blades of lightning disappeared like sandcastles in the tide after striking the projection. After absorbing so much lightning, the WRM projection had swelled to several times its original size, almost filling up the entire cage as it raised its head to let loose an enraged roar. All of a sudden, the cage began to screech and groan as if it were struggling to hold itself together. All of the beings present drew a sharp breath in unison upon seeing this. Just a projection conjured up by this purple beast in its infantile stage was this powerful. It was indeed displaying astonishing potential. At the sight of the astonishment etched on everyone's faces, the elderly man knew that he had achieved the intended effect, and he chuckled as he raised a hand up into the air. Brilliant golden and silver light erupted, and the thin chains appeared again before hurtling toward the cage to bind the small beast. The chains were somehow able to completely disregard the WRM projection and wound themselves tightly around the purple fox's body, rendering all of its struggles completely futile. Immediately thereafter, the silver WRM projection that it had conjured up vanished, and the black cage settled again. Xiao Bai knew the importance of striking while the metal was hot, so before everyone could recover from their shock, he immediately announced, "I'm sure all of you have witnessed this beast's powers and no longer have any doubts about its capabilities. This starting price for this mystical beast will be 80 million spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. 85 million. 90 million. As expected, after witnessing the beast's powers, a series of astonishing bids were made, and within mere moments the price had been bid up to over 100 million spirit stones. However, Hanli merely sat on the spot and didn't participate in the bidding. This beast did indeed possess brilliant potential, but it would definitely take a long time to nurture. He already had his weeping soul beast, leopard Kirin beast, and his gold devouring beetles, so another spirit beast would most likely be superfluous to his requirements. On top of that, even if he were tempted to bid for the beast, he simply didn't have enough spirit stones to participate in the bidding anyway. At this point, even the holy race beings on the upper level were beginning to participate in the bidding. As such, even if he hadn't purchased the glazed heavenly flame liquid earlier, the chances of him securing the beast now were extremely slim. However, at this moment, a peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face as he appraised the silver fox in the cage. Perhaps it was simply a figment of his imagination, but the appearance and demeanor of the bound purple beast somehow struck him with a sense of familiarity. In his eyes, the small beast bore a strong resemblance to Silvermoon. Even though Silvermoon's true form was a silver wolf, she had also possessed a spirit fox in the human world, so it wasn't particularly strange that there was a certain level of resemblance between the two. Even though he was well aware of this, he still couldn't help but feel slightly saddened at the sight of the pitiable purple fox that was bound in the cage. Back when Silvermoon had left him, he certainly hadn't failed to notice the emotions hidden deep within her eyes prior to her departure. However, at his pitiful cultivation base at the time, he couldn't do anything aside from look on as she returned to the spirit realm. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Han Li's expression was different from those of the other foreign beings in the auction, but the immobilized purple fox seemed to have taken notice of him and suddenly turned its gaze toward him. As soon as their eyes met, it blinked its intelligent eyes, and a hint of confusion intermingled with elation suddenly appeared on its face. The changes in the purple fox's expression were extremely minute, but they certainly couldn't escape the notice of Han Li's spirit eye ability. As such, he immediately faltered slightly, and a hint of befuddlement welled up in his heart. 130 million. An astonishing bid was made by the owner of an elderly voice on the upper level, and the entire auction hall finally fell completely silent. It seemed that no one was able to outdo that astronomical bid. 130 million going once. 130 million going twice. Going thrice. Xiao Bai was clearly also of the opinion that no one else would be able to place a higher bid, so after completing a quick count of 3, he turned to the upper level with a smile and said, "Congratulations, Brother Liu." Everyone was finally able to glean the appearance of the intruder, and they discovered that this was a silver-robed middle-aged man. He had a set of rather delicate facial features, but his expression was as cold as ice. Many of the beings in the auction hall immediately tried to sweep their spiritual sense toward him, only for their spiritual sense to be repelled by a burst of mysterious power emanating from the man's body, thereby completely thwarting their attempts to ascertain his cultivation base. However, a being who dared to barge into the Four Races auction in such a reckless manner naturally had to be an immensely powerful one. What everyone failed to notice was that as soon as the purple beast caught sight of the man, an ecstatic expression appeared on its face. However, its body was still bound by the golden and silver chains, so it was unable to do anything. "Who are you and how did you get in here? What happened to all of the guards outside?" Xiao Bai asked with a solemn expression. "I brought him in here and I told the guards outside to grant us passage. Do you have a problem with that?" Another unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out, following which another person strode into the auction hall. This was a white-robed young man who appeared to only be around 27 to 28 years old. His appearance was extremely ordinary, and there were no memorable features about him whatsoever. However, as soon as the young man entered the auction hall, an alarmed expression appeared on Xiao Bai's face as he hurriedly extended a respectful bow. Xiao Bai pays his respects to Senior Fei. We pay our respects to Senior Fei. The other holy race beings on the stage also seemed to have recognized the young man, and their expressions also changed drastically as they hurriedly extended respectful bows. Not only that, but all of the holy race beings on the upper level also flew out of their cabins before paying their respects to the young man. Han Li looked up to find that even Chen Jizi and Duan Tianren were among these holy race beings. Both of them were at the pinnacle of the body integration stage, yet they were also appraising the young man with awe and veneration in their eyes. As such, it was not difficult to deduce that this young man had to be a Grand Ascension stage being. With that in mind, Han Li's expression was also filled with astonishment as he cast his gaze toward the young man. At this point, all of the other foreign beings in the auction hall had naturally also guessed this young man's true identity, and many of them gulped nervously with shock and alarm etched on their faces. The entire hall fell completely silent once again. "Why have you come here, Senior Fei? Didn't you go into seclusion?" The one who had spoken wasn't Xiao Bai. Instead, it was another being at the pinnacle of the body integration stage that Han Li didn't recognize. This was a strange being with dark green stripes all over his face, wearing a set of beast-hide robes. "So you're here as well, Junior He. I came out of seclusion and arrived in Cloud City due to the recent Jiaoqi race invasion, but I'm here today because of fellow Taoist too," the young man sighed. "May I ask who this Senior Two is?" the green-faced being asked with an uneasy look in his eyes. The young man merely smiled upon hearing this but didn't offer a reply. Instead, he turned to the silver-robed man and asked, "Brother Two, have you found the one you're looking for?" "Of course. The silver-robed man looked around before his gaze finally settled on the stone stage. A hint of elation flashed through his eyes at the sight of the purple beast, but his face quickly fell at the sight of the black cage and thin chains that the small beast had been bound by. His body swayed and he disappeared amid a flash of silver light. In the next instant, silver light flashed on the stage, and the silver-robed being reappeared in a soundless manner. At this moment, the small purple beast turned to the bearded elderly man with a resentful expression, then let loose a string of low snarls as if it really were communicating something to the silver-robed man. "What? He tortured you? How dare you? The four of you can all pay with your lives." An enraged expression appeared on the silver-robed man's face, and an astonishing baleful aura erupted from his body. His shoulders swayed, and his arm shot forth toward the elderly man like lightning. There was a distance of over 100 feet between them, but his arm somehow elongated drastically, and his 5 fingers shimmered with silver light as they reached the elderly man in a flash. The attack was so fast that it reached its target almost instantaneously. At the same time, an asphyxiating burst of spiritual pressure crashed down upon the elderly man. He was already prepared for an attack, but never did he think that the attack would come with such immense power and ferocity. In the face of this lightning-fast attack, he only had a chance to open his mouth to expel an azure bead that hurtled directly toward the oncoming hand. At the same time, he activated an incantation seal that he'd already prepared in advance, and his body suddenly blurred as 3 light barriers of different colors instantly materialized before him. However, the events that unfolded next plunged the elderly man into a state of extreme horror. Before the azure bead even had a chance to unleash its power, it was shattered into countless fragments by a flash of silver light. Almost at the exact same moment, the silver-robed man's hand pierced through all 3 light barriers in an instant, and 5 streaks of silver light flashed directly toward the elderly man's head. The man naturally had countless other abilities that he had yet to unleash, but in this dire situation, there was nothing that he could do. As such, his face immediately turned deathly pale as a sense of impending doom dawned upon him. However, right at this moment, a calm voice sounded nearby. "Please stop, fellow Taoist too. Have you forgotten what you promised me?" All of a sudden, an ordinary-looking palm appeared out of thin air, swatting the 5 streaks of silver light aside with a casual wave. Immediately thereafter, spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and the young man with the Fey surname appeared beside the silver-robed man with a serious expression on his face. The silver-robed man seemed to be rather wary of the young man, as indicated by the fact that he didn't unleash any further attacks after his first attack was nullified. However, he still wore a dark expression on his face as he said, "Humph, I did indeed promise that I wasn't going to kill anyone here, but I never said I'd spare them from all punishment." "Of course. Seeing as these fellow Taoists have hurt your daughter, they naturally must be punished," the young man said with a smile. "Daughter? That means you're a human-faced WRM." The elderly man was yet to recover from that near-death experience, and his face paled even further upon hearing the young man's words. "Indeed, my true form is that of a human-faced WRM. Do you want to capture me as well?" The silver-robed man turned to the old man with a cold look in his eyes. "I wouldn't dare to even dream of it, Senior. We didn't know that this spirit beast was your daughter, so I implore you to spare us, Senior." The elderly man was a holy race being, but he knew the importance of cowering when required. As such, he immediately begged for his life in this grim situation. "You were far too reckless, Brother Lon. How could you have gone hunting for spirit beasts near Brother Two's cave abode? You should thank the heavens that no harm has befallen Brother Two's daughter," the young man scolded with a dark expression. "I didn't know that Senior Two's cave abode was under that region of the sea. Otherwise, I certainly wouldn't have dared to venture anywhere near it." Cold sweat began to pour down the elderly man's face upon hearing this, and the other 3 beings' faces had also paled significantly. Even though they were already holy race beings, they knew that the difference between the Grand Ascension stage and the body integration stage was like that of heaven and earth. After reaching the Grand Ascension stage, one would attain unfathomable power, thereby creating an insurmountable gulf between themselves and body integration stage beings. Under normal circumstances, a few beings at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage could perhaps put a fight against an early body integration stage being, but a few beings at the pinnacle of the body integration stage would only be able to flee for their lives in the face of an early Grand Ascension stage being. After reaching the Grand Ascension stage, one was essentially half a true immortal, and through their cultivation, they could grasp some extremely powerful laws of heaven and earth, making them virtually completely invincible to body integration stage beings. As for the final tribulation transcendence stage, that was actually only an arbitrary division. Aside from a slight change in the nature of one's magic power, beings who reached that stage wouldn't actually be a whole lot more powerful than Grand Ascension stage beings. Furthermore, after reaching the tribulation transcendence stage, there were no longer any early, mid, or late classifications. Most of them would also go into indefinite seclusion to try and transcend their true immortal tribulations in an attempt to ascend to that higher realm. As such, Grand Ascension stage beings were the most powerful beings in the spirit realm aside from those true spirit beings. The 4 guest members of the heavenly cloud races had just captured the daughter of such an unfathomably powerful being, so they were naturally completely petrified. However, they were situated in Cloud City, and there were so many powerful beings from all 13 races around them. As such, if the human-faced WRM had come here alone, then they wouldn't have been all that fearful toward him. The most worrying thing to them was that the young man with the face surname seemed to be an acquaintance of the human-faced WRM, and he had even led the human-faced WRM to this place. Hence, it would naturally be impossible for them to try and encourage everyone to attack the human-faced WRYM together, which was why they were so horrified by this current situation. If it weren't for the fact that the young man had dispelled the lethal attack that was about to take the elderly man's life, they would have already fled for their lives. "Alright, I'll do you a favor and spare their lives, Brother Fei, but they tortured my daughter on the way, so I have to punish them," the silver-robed man suddenly chuckled coldly after a brief silence. He then swung his hand toward the elderly man in a lightning-fast chopping motion, and before the old man could react, one of his arms had already been dismembered amid a flash of silver light, and a geyser of blood erupted from the wound. The elderly man was greatly startled by this, yet before he had a chance to administer treatment to himself, the young man suddenly appeared by his side before gently thrusting a palm toward his wound. Brilliant green light flashed, and the bleeding was immediately stopped, following which the wound began to heal at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. The elderly man's face turned deathly pale, and he was just about to say something when the young man waved a hand toward him and said, "Seeing as Brother 2 has already punished you, the others will be spared of further punishment. However, this is not the end of the matter. I don't care how you captured Brother 2's daughter, but all of you must give him 100 million spirit stones each as compensation for mental damages. If you're unwilling to do so, then you can all leave one of your arms here." The 4 beings all heaved internal sighs of relief upon hearing this. If they could settle such a major issue through spending just 100 million spirit stones each, then that would naturally be close to the ideal outcome. Otherwise, even if they were to be spared now, they'd have to essentially hide in Cloud City for the rest of their lives, as venturing out of the city could result in them being hunted down by this Grand Ascension stage being. The elderly man had lost an arm and some blood essence, but at his cultivation base, reattaching a limb was a simple matter. Thus, the 4 beings immediately gathered together and brought out 4 bags of spirit stones, all of which they handed to the young man in a respectful manner. The young man took the bags of spirit stones from them before turning to the silver-robed man with a smile as he said, "I'm sure these spirit stones won't be enough to assuage your rage, but this is the first time fellow Taoist Lan and the others had visited your crepe myrtle sea, so they were completely oblivious and certainly didn't intend to offend you. As such, please do me a favor and let bygones be bygones." The silver-robed man's expression remained quite furious upon hearing this, but after glancing at the elderly man's dismembered arm, then turning back to the young man's smiling face, he finally gave a reluctant nod in the end. "Alright, I'll do you a favor and spare them on this occasion, but from now on, they are prohibited from coming to my crepe myrtle sea. If I find them there again, don't blame me for putting an end to their lives." A set of blurry silver patterns appeared on the silver-robed man's face as he spoke, giving him a far more sinister appearance. The young man wasn't surprised at all by the silver-robed man's condition, and he tossed the bags of spirit stones over to him as he replied with a smile, "Of course. If fellow Taoist Lan and the others dare to venture into your crepe myrtle sea again, then they'll be rid of their statuses as guest members of our heavenly cloud races, and you'll be able to do with them as you pleased." The 4 beings in question began to sweat profusely again after hearing this. The silver-robed man caught the 4 bags of spirit stones, and his expression eased slightly as spiritual light flashed from his hands, following which the 4 bags abruptly disappeared. Immediately thereafter, the man suddenly patted the small beast on the back, and purple light flashed as the small beast disappeared, only to be replaced by a little girl who appeared to be 6 or 7 years old. The little girl had snowy white skin and a pair of bright black eyes. There were several purple little braids woven into her hair, and she was extremely adorable. Many people's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. This small beast clearly wasn't powerful enough to be able to manifest a human form on its own, yet the silver-robed man was able to assist her in doing so, thereby presenting a further indication of his immense powers. Even after adopting a human form, the small beast was still clinging tightly to the silver-robed man while uttering a series of unintelligible syllables. At the same time, she was pointing insistently at the four beings who had captured her with a pitiable look on her little face. "All right, I've already taught them a lesson, so that's the end of this matter. Let this be a lesson to you as well. This is what you get for being so disobedient. After we go back, make sure to focus on your cultivation, and I won't let you leave the cave abode until you reach the metamorphosis stage." The man was speaking in a stern voice, but the doting expression on his face made his scolding words completely weightless. The little girl pouted upon hearing this, and a hint of moisture began to well up in her eyes as she threatened to burst into tears. The silver-robed man heaved a resigned sigh and no longer paid any heed to the little girl as he turned, instead, to the young man beside him. "It's all thanks to you that I was able to recover my beloved daughter, Brother Fei, my Tao companion, and I will repay you for this favor in the future. However, she's currently still waiting at home for further news on our daughter, so I have to go back right away." As his voice trailed off, the silver-robed man cupped his fist in a farewell salute. "In that case, I won't keep you any longer, Brother Tuesday. I wish you and your daughter a safe and smooth return journey." Seeing as the human-faced WRM was willing to spare the four beings who had captured his daughter, the young man heaved an internal sigh of relief. Those four beings were all guest members of the heavenly cloud races, and they were also holy beings as well, so he naturally couldn't allow them to be killed in front of so many people. However, it was also most definitely not in Cloud City's best interest to make the human-faced WRM its enemy. Not only was this silver-robed being extremely fearsome, the thought of his immensely powerful Tao companion also sent shivers running down his spine. Otherwise, even if he were acquainted with or even a good friend of the human-faced WRM, he definitely wouldn't have led him to this place and essentially conceded to everyone present that Cloud City was fearful of him. As such, this was about as ideal an outcome as he could hope for. The silver-robed man nodded before turning around, and spiritual light flashed around his body as he prepared to leave. However, right at this moment, the little girl suddenly tugged on his robes and said something that was unintelligible to everyone again, then pointed toward a certain direction in the auction hall. "Oh, is that true?" The spiritual light around the silver-robed man's body faded as a hint of surprise crept into his voice. The young man faltered upon seeing this before asking, "What did your daughter say, Brother Tu?" "It's nothing important. It appears that she may have identified a being here who is somehow related to my Tao companion," the human-faced WRM replied as he cast his gaze toward the direction that the little girl was pointing toward. The young man was rather taken aback to hear this, and he also narrowed his eyes as he turned toward that direction. Under the scrutiny of two Grand Ascension stage beings at once, all of the beings sitting in that direction immediately grew quite uneasy. Even if they knew that this clearly had nothing to do with them, they still couldn't help but feel quite anxious. Han Li's expression also changed slightly as he knew that the person the little girl was pointing at was most likely himself. However, he had no idea why she singled him out from the crowd. During the exchange that just took place between the silver-robed man and the young man, someone had cast a temporary restriction that allowed everyone to still see everything that was happening on the stage, but not hear what was being said. On top of that, in that instant, an extremely fearsome burst of spiritual sense suddenly swept through this area, and many beings' faces paled as this spiritual sense washed over them. In the instant that this burst of spiritual sense swept past his body, Han Li was also struck by the harrowing sensation that his entire being had been completely bared to the owner of the spiritual sense. This feeling was like being scrutinized by a primordial beast that was too powerful for him to even consider resisting. His heart sank slightly, following which he immediately sensed the silver-robed man's gaze lock onto him from afar. All of a sudden, the man raised a foot, and in the next instant Han Li felt his vision blur slightly, following which a humanoid figure suddenly appeared before him. It was none other than the silver-robed man and the little girl that was being held in his arms. The little girl was currently appraising him with curiosity shimmering in her bright eyes, and Han Li immediately rose to his feet. He was feeling quite uneasy, but he still maintained a calm expression as he extended a respectful salute to the silver-robed man. "I pay my respects to Senior Tu." In the face of a grand ascension stage being, he didn't dare to show any disrespect. The man took an errant glance at Han Li before shaking his head in an aloof manner. He does indeed possess a hint of aura that belongs to the race that your mother hailed from, but it's very slight. Even if there is some kind of bloodline connection, it's completely negligible. What am I going to do with you? Your mother has so many powerful abilities for you to inherit, but you inherited her most useless sensory ability. Seeing as he doesn't have much of a connection with your mother, let's leave him be. Before the little girl had a chance to say anything, silver light flashed from his body, and he immediately flew out of the auction hall as a streak of silver light. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.